Out. Damn, I was boomering out first thing. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Uh, if this is any indication of how the day's gonna go, I'm terrified, but I suspect it was just the hiccup of getting set up here. We thought that we were being joined today by Ashley Frawley during this time, and so I was kind of dragging my feet getting the stream started to see, is she going to be able to join? What's going on with her? I'm assuming some kind of an emergency came up. And that's just the way that life is. So no worries. Ashley, we hope that you're doing okay and you get some rest and that we're able to follow up when it makes sense. Besides that, so far, this 2-day live stream has been pulled off without a hitch. We've had a lot of people involved in the last couple of days. And I mean, my God, everybody showed up on time. I guess Nina Power got a last minute invite, and then she was supposed to be there for the launch party, but instead she came in the middle of Daniel Tutt's stream, and then at one point she just couldn't hold back and interjected, and that's where shit got interesting. Wouldn't you say, Nance?
Yeah, but it worked out really awesome, but it could have been not so awesome, but it turned out really awesome.
If I wasn't sympathetic to the situations of everybody involved, then, and if I was if I had ever mentally depersoned one of them in a somewhat definitive manner, then I think that it could have gone to shit. I really think that most conversations, as well as disagreements online, the come down to a failure of moderation, more than a failure, or a failure of space, right? For instance, Vosh is I'm down to have a conversation with anybody, but he's not. First of all, because he won't have a conversation with me. Second of all, because he doesn't he only brings people on his platform, where he's got 3,000 live viewers all in the live chat, right? And he's been purging his audience of disagreement for the last couple of years. So it's that's not a space for genuine tarrying with the negative, working through contradictions, right? And then obviously on the other side of the cultural left, you've got people like Thought Slime hiding behind teleprompters and hiding behind teleprompters and irony, really. And so, no, we're out here, and we're gonna have real conversations, and that's the goal. But I was about to ask if Andrew, who is in the kind of background of this chat, is able to pop in and say something. How you doing, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just at work right now, so yeah, I could say a few things. In regards to the stream. I didn't get to see much of day one. I popped in for a bit during the Daniel Tutt and Nina Powers discussion, close to the last 45 minutes or so. And then I missed the patron conversation, and I popped in at the end of the McGowan one. But I was there for the entire lecture, and then I was there for the entire discussion you had with Nick on being in time, which was really good. And got to join in for the after party. So it was really, really, it seemed like everything was consistent and smooth with the conversations. They seemed to be going on time, carrying on without any hiccups. So that's good. And definitely excited for today. I'm going to try to be as consistent as possible. And I know tonight we have our own conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're you're the headline. Our conversation is the headliner.
Nice.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited about that. What are we talking about again? We're talking about therapism.
Yes, therapism. And the essay that I'm specifically working on, which is pretty much 80% done. I'll be working on this today because it's an early day for me on the last portion, which is the psychoanalytics / ideology critique.
That's awesome. And so for people who are not familiar with any of this, people who are tuning in for the first time because you might have joined the live stream at a later point in the day and you're you've gone back to the beginning and you're playing it forward, just wondering what happened, I want to welcome you. Welcome you to day 2. I want to say that you don't have to have watched day 1. At this point, I can't vouch for day 2. It hasn't even happened yet. So I can vouch for day 1. So in a sense, you really should watch day 1, but day 2 is probably going to be just as good. Day 2 is going to be a lot more phenomenology focused in general.
Yeah.
Day 1 was, let's see, so we had Daniel Tutt to talk about leisure and my concept time energy. We had Chris, and then Nina Power joined, and it became more of a conversation about leisure, time, energy, and the family, as well as the complications of platforming and conversation with people that you disagree with when you're getting pressure from institutions and groups to not be in dialogue with people. Day 3, what am I talking about? The third person, technically, to join the stream, Christine Louis de Soli, real politics versus identity politics, left and right. Usually when you hear critiques of identity politics, it's the right talking about the left, and those critiques are usually scratching the surface of something legitimate, but there's something much deeper that also is a condemnation of politics on the right. Chris Catrone came on to talk about teaching the platypus syllabus, because he is the first real professor who is going to immortalize a course for the public, for the working class, intelligentsia here at Theory Underground. So we're talking about the syllabus, but really that turned into a conversation about everything but the syllabus. The syllabus became the sort of the vanishing mediator of the whole conversation, because we were like, oh, we're going to get to it. But then we never got to it because the conversation was too interesting. I mean, I shouldn't have asked the real question that opened the can of worms. I asked him, because he gets a lot of flack for platforming people over the last 15 years or so. Platypus has hosted conversations between every tendency on the left, anarchist, ANCOM, socialist, communist, Marxist, Leninist, Trotskyist, fucking whatever. And anything that's kind of relatively associated with the left, even more post-left tendencies, he's going to platform it, and he wants to see the real conversations take place because he's a proper dialectician in the sense that he wants to see contradictions work themselves out. And I asked him, who's the most controversial, Grover Furr, Michael Parenti, Norman Finkelstein, Vivek Chibber, Adolf Reed Jr. And I mainly just kind of wanted to hear if he's ever gotten flack for working with any of these people, what kinds of flack he's gotten. But he also went in depth into the kinds of disagreements he has with them, which was illuminating as well. And so Chris Catrone is one of those people that I basically consider to be a Marxist. He considers himself the last Marxist. And he says that in a sense where it's like, sorry, there's no such thing as Marxism anymore. All we have is a history of failures. And if you actually want to be, have fidelity to that project, then that would mean coming to terms with the fact that those were failures and that there's currently no clear path forward, that no one tendency or sect ever had things completely figured out. And so that space for self-criticism and contradiction and open dialogue, and like that is first of all something I find admirable, but second of all, and more importantly, Chris Catrone has been teaching a 2-semester syllabus, a 2-part course every fall and spring for not almost 15 years with Platypus affiliated society. And here's the thing, is like people want to take issue with something he said, some take he had, some provocative way that he put things. I'm sorry, he's an educator. He's not an influencer. That's not the same thing. He has a role here to play that's different than just telling you all, these are all my takes, and good people agree with me and bad people just don't get it. That's the tendency of the influencer sphere. That's what the salesmen of confirmation bias and worldview copology are hustling. But that's not what Catron deals in. And he and I have disagreements. For instance, he thinks that workers just have to sacrifice and basically put themselves on the wheel of industry and professional revolutionary activism for an indefinite period of time until they're able to get their time energy freed up in the future once automation is harnessed so that people are able to have large, repeatable, energy-infused blocks of time, aka time energy. And by repeatable, we mean within a few days, to the point where you'd be able to use that to do things that you can't normally do when you're working a regular work week, like studying theory, playing the violin, whatever. So that's the first disagreement I have with Catron, but it's one that I wouldn't really want to take too seriously or genuinely flesh out in a lot of rigor. Before having taken his course a couple of times and really tarried with those texts and really kind of getting his perspective and learning what he's learned from over a decade's time spent teaching the platypus syllabus. So mad respect to him. Cadell last came on to talk about killing ourselves with texts. This was really cool, man. I love Cadell. Cadell's a really cool guy. He's also doing sort of underground alternative education stuff at Philosophy Portal, tackling some of the most profound and influential essential texts from the history of philosophy. Right now, he's leading people through the science of logic, and then later in the year, it's going to be Lacan's Écrit. That starts in July. He and I are co-teaching What is Sex by Alenka Zupancic. And so that's cool. I can't wait to get into that stuff. There's going to be another conversation between him and myself, and then a conversation with him, me, who else? Andrew and Nick. Andrew was just here on the chat. Nick was on with me last night, and so was Andrew. They're both, Andrew and Nick are both of the Vanishing Mediators. They're not trying to be influencers. They're trying to be students, and they're trying to force themselves to grapple with concepts and talk theory, which is something that I would say puts them on this other plane of existence, where if they get 5 likes, that is equivalent to 5 million likes in my book. Todd McGowan came on to talk about Free Mikey. It was Michael O'Sullivan from Zizek and So On podcast sent me a message saying that he thought that the whole conversation was heartwarming. Like, it just brought him great joy to see that conversation about, really, it was a tribute to Michael Downs and his blog, The Dangerous Maybe, and the teaching that he is currently doing in the For They Know Not What They Do course, and kind of just like how he's made theory so much more accessible for so many working class people, autodidact people, people who might gain from listening to long form content that really breaks shit down with a lot of examples while multitasking, like me, playing video games or working at Amazon or some shit, just listening to his. So anyway, McGowan says he doesn't have a lot of heroes, but he sees Mikey as a heroic figure that he tells his students about when they complain about being too busy. He goes, Michael Downs is working 50 hours a week in a warehouse and driving trucks, and then he still has time to read Hegel and Slavoj Žižek and Lacan and Marx and Heidegger and all these other, just powerhouse thinkers. And so that's inspiration for him. It's inspiration for his students. And Todd said that he knows multiple. He said there's several professors who use Mikey's blog posts in their graduate seminar settings, their classrooms. That's something that is not too surprising for me. I knew that there were at least a couple of people for whom that was the case, but I did not know that it was for sure, multiple. But I knew there was something going on when Anne, who is my fiance, but also like a thinker in her own right, who was on here yesterday. She did her first solo stream. We'll talk about it in a minute. But when she was in advanced research unit sociology course thing, she said that there was like, what, I don't know, 10 students or whatever, and she looked over and one of them just had Mikey's American translation of Pierre Bourdieu's Forms of Capital right in front of him, and he was just reading it right there in class, and she was like, holy shit, that's Michael Downs, that's the person Dave's always talking to. And so Todd coming on to kind of do a tribute to Mikey was special in the first place, but it was more special by the fact of, I guess we could call it, his facticity. Todd is launching the LAC conference today. And so he and his wife Hillary are like the primary organizers of the LAC conference, and they have been for years. And LAC conference is a Lacan conference. And it's one I've known about since I studied under a professor who would go to it every year. And so that was really cool to find out that he's the key organizer for it, to find out especially that he was willing to come on for a conversation about Mikey, a warehouse nobody, right before going into his prestigious, conference event. And so, I mean, the day before a conference is a very busy day, very busy day. Speaking from personal experience, that you've got everybody reaching out to you and asking questions, and then you got to say, I put it in the email. I put it in the document. Didn't you read the document? And so you got people hitting you up, being like, what? And you're like, didn't you get the thing? Like Andrew yesterday hitting me up. Where's the link? Where's the link? But I had sent it to his wrong email. By the way, Andrew, make sure to send me the proper email in a DM on Insta or Facebook, and let me know that when you've done it, so I can share with you the link properly. I just remembered that. So the day before a conference is always a really big deal, and Todd coming on to talk about Michael Downs, that was amazing, absolutely amazing. And then the real, like, sort of key event of the day, I don't know if, like, well, actually, hold on, before I get to that, I took a sort of halftime and went and touched grass, as they say online. It's internet slang for going out into the real world and kind of like, actually connecting with the ground of this planet, because too much time on screens, it's not good for us. And so I went outside, I touched grass, I swam in the pool here a little bit. I'm in this beautiful neighborhood in Aguas Calientes, Mexico. And it's kind of like a middle-class, suburb, I suppose, although it doesn't look anything like an American suburb. It doesn't look American at all. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. I love the people here. I've gotten to know, like, the neighborhood people, the people who all go to the swimming pool all the time, and it really is. There's a lot more community spirit here and everything like that. So it was cool because I went for a swim. And I saw the local, there's like a little gang of boys. They're always hanging out, playing football or hanging on the play structure or swimming. And most of what they do is swimming. And at this point, they've all warmed up to me to the point where they always like yell hello or goodbye or the little snippets of English. And I'll try to, shout back little snippets of Spanish. And it's pretty cool. Anyway, so that was my moment of like taking a break from what turned out to be basically a 14-hour live stream yesterday. And Anne is the one who made that break possible. Anne came on and she set up shop and just talked about critical media theory and digital literacy, the course that is coming up that launches in May, the course that should be essential and taught to every teenager before they ever touch a smartphone. But that is currently not taught anywhere. And if you do get little bits of digital literacy anywhere, then that's usually how to use Adobe, how to use the Microsoft Suite. Basically, it's baptism into lifelong subscription plans to various power tools in the software universe. And that's cool. Digital literacy in that sense is cool, but it's I would say, lethal without what we consider real digital literacy, right? Anne was, she made this point about, like, I talk about functional illiteracy, right? People can read, but functionally they're illiterate because they don't know how to interpret what they read. And so, that's mostly because of the structural stultification of time energy, right? Well, she connects that to digital literacy and says, yeah, people are functionally illiterate when it comes to digital devices. There's a whole world of theory that they should be introduced to at a bare minimum. Like, they don't have to read Hegel, but they at least have to, hear an introductory lecture on the question concerning technology, an introductory lecture on, I wanted to say the medium is the message. No, that's not the one. Marshall McLuhan's Understanding Media, his magnum opus. Much less all of the other amazing theory texts that are being drawn on for this upcoming course, as well as that will be drawn on for future courses that are in the same sort of line of thought. So Anne was drawing off of all of that, but bringing in sort of like the more popular, best-selling texts like Digital Minimalism and Reclaiming Conversation and 10 Reasons to Break Up with Your Smartphone. These kinds of books are not typically ones taken on by people who do theory, and the kinds of people who do read these kinds of books typically don't get into theory. I've always thought that that those authors are talking about something that theorists should be talking about. But I think that there's like this accelerationist tendency to just kind of be embracive of change for change's sake, and to try to be hip and ahead of the curve, and to never really be like critical of what the changes are. And so people are so scared, so terrified, shaking in their bones, sweating off the top of their foreheads of anything that might resemble nostalgia, that they don't like to think about like what's worthwhile and not, like in history. And if there's something worthwhile, what are the changed historical conditions that make it no longer tenable? Or if it's no longer tenable in that old form, or is it potentially in a newer form? And might there be reasons that humans do certain things that go beyond the reasons that they were rationalized in the current historical moment at that past time? So like we're in a situation where we have to critique the present with the past, as Patron says. But we're also in a position where we cannot understand ourselves or the world without having a basis in the history of our species, much less ideas. And so, getting into critical media theory and digital literacy is one of the first major departing lines here at Theory Underground. I kind of, throughout the day yesterday, wove together this big picture of what's going on at Theory Underground. And I did this because it's really hard to put it all into a soundbite. It's really hard to put it all into some condensed essay. It's really difficult to do it in a short amount of time, because it in every way, shape, and form has been developed to counter the algorithmic incentives to make everything short and punchy for people who are in a hurry to get places and do things. I have mad respect for people like One Dime or Michael Sullivan from Zizek and so on, who spend so much time editing their podcast episodes that they never actually, I was going to say never actually get around to publishing them. Look, the fact is Michael from Zizek and so on publishes like crazy. He is a workhorse. So when he's not working, doing like real work, like blue collar work, he's also like just grinding on this podcast stuff, and he's killing it. But part of that requires him actually taking like a 2.5 hour conversation, editing it down to an hour. And that makes it so that it reaches a lot more people, because in the podcast world, people are not going to listen to something over 45 minutes or an hour almost ever. And that's a pity, because like real conversations don't happen in those smaller amounts of time. And I would have figured that Joe Rogan kind of set the industry standard, that he kind of proved what's possible having a 3-hour window. But sadly, what works for him doesn't work for everybody else. People have this expectation still, and it's partially set by the material conditions of people's work-life balances, and that's just the way that it is. But yeah, it does result in some stuff never getting published. Like I had a 2-hour conversation with One Dime about time energy like 6 months ago, and he's always like, "Oh, I'll publish it, I'll publish it, I'll publish it." Never gets around to it. Why? Because it requires so much editing work, right? Because he has this sort of idea of this industry standard that he needs to follow, that's like under an hour long, and you know, it's just the situation. One Dime is actually going to be joining us today on this stream. As you can see here, I'm going to pull up the poster today. So we were going to have Ashley Frawley right now, and then we were going to have Brian Becker. Well, I said we were going to, like past tense. We're going to. Today, we're going to have Brian Becker. We're going to talk about Husserl's intentionality, its importance to philosophy in general, to philosophy of science, to specifically the ways that it is also influential on Heidegger and Lacan. And I want to do that because there tends to be a focus on either one of those thinkers and this sort of idea that we can dispense with Husserl, that we don't need to take it seriously anymore. And I think that that's mistaken. And Brian Becker is an amazing philosophy professor who's done so much work to make some of the most difficult ideas in the history of philosophy accessible to us. Then Samuel Loncar is coming on to talk about philosophy as a form of psychotherapy, living the good life, and why he cares about the text that I will be teaching this summer, Being in Time. Samuel Loncar is a professor at Yale. He's a lot younger than your average professor, and he has this sort of belief in the internet. He thinks that there's something really special happening with the internet, and that's why he does what he does. And so I have mad respect for Samuel Loncar. I really appreciate him. Then we're going to have on Ted Reese. And I couldn't be more excited and honored to have Ted Reese back. I had him on back in the Theory Plebe days when this channel used to be Theory Plebe. And Ted Reese is a king. He's going to be coming on to talk about Grossman's defense of the tendency of rate of profit to fall in capitalism, why this concept is so important, why this dynamic or mechanism of the law of value is so fundamental to understanding basically everything that happens at the level of the base, and then how that kind of sets the parameters for what goes on at the level of the superstructure. So he's more of a traditional Marxist, kind of like Chris Catrone is, like though I have questions and disagreements on various political solution types of proposals, usually coming from the more Leninist vein, I nonetheless think that the people who are truly based in this history and theory, who have principles, a principled line of critique of the existing situation, are the kinds of people that we can learn from the most, besides these other kinds of people I'm talking about, who are also awesome, not Marxists, people like Brian Becker, people like Samuel Loncar, people like Cadell Lass. So Ted Reese is basically going to talk about why COVID needed lockdowns, or why capitalism needed COVID lockdowns. That's not to say like, oh, it was a pandemic or whatever. This is critique at a deeper level that is just never taken seriously. What tends to be the case is that people are so scared, just trembling and pissing themselves, that they might be called a conspiracy theorist for even thinking critically of power, the littlest bit, that when they do critical theory, they go and they just do gender shit or whatever, but they never actually think about the global situation. They never think about political economy on this grander scale. They never think about like the ways that the superstructure, the culture, the ideology of your society, the historical happenings is happening within the parameters established by material conditions. Now, obviously, I think anybody I bring onto this channel is going to be more nuanced than just saying it's all base. Base is all that matters. Superstructure doesn't matter. Boo. No, we don't think anybody serious says such things. But there is a dialectic between base and superstructure, and if your focus is always on the level of, espoused ideology. Oh, people say this, they believe that, this is good, this is not good, that's true, that's not true. We just need to hone our rhetoric and focus on how we argue about this and that. Then you're missing the deeper level of ideology the Slavoj gets into at the level of drive, at the level of jouissance, at the level of libidinal economy, which is fundamental. But you're also missing this older level that was very popular in the 19th and 20th century, which is the base itself. What are the conditions of the base? And the reason this is all related to the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is because people think, oh, well, that's been debunked. That's not true. They didn't really understand how things work. And so there's not a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. And that's not the main driver of booms and busts. And I don't know, like Ted Reese has been amassing data and interpreting it and just constantly putting out so much information on how it's not only true, but the people who have supposedly debunked the tendency for the rate of profit to fall have been morons or have been really fucking stupid or too quick. I mean, really, none of these people are stupid. Like, I mean, Keynes, Bauer, the guy from the Second International, the guys like Hilferding and someone like Rosa Luxemburg or someone like Lenin. These are not idiots, okay? But mainstream economics, as well as a lot of the tendencies in Marxism, all kind of were like, oh, well, that was just something specific to Marx's critique of political economy that we can kind of dispense with. And Henrik Grossman, one of the early members of the Frankfurt School, Adorno, Horkheimer, Habermas, Marcuse, to name the more popular ones. Grossman comes along and shows why they're all wrong. And he's a very significant figure for the way that he approaches Marx's critique of political economy. So I'm teaching Being in Time in the summer. I'm teaching Totality and Infinity by Emmanuel Levinas in the winter. And then I'm teaching Das Kapital by Marx in the spring. And my favorite thinkers for approaching that work are not these people who go, oh, it's just historical footnotes, or, oh, it mapped history, it tells us what the future is. No, it's the people who see it as a genuine attempt at a scientific understanding of the totality of the productive base and its relations, and tries to do an immanent critique of people like Ricardo and Adam Smith. And so that the modern economists think that we can dispense with the entirety of classical economics, but Marx was the first person to realize there were problems with classical economics. He's the father of critiquing classical economics. So modern economics owes a sort of debt, but in bad faith, because they don't ever give the credit where it's due. They don't ever read the primaries. And what we have is a situation where people think, oh, economics, let's just talk about inflation. Let's just talk about how the numbers have changed. But they don't have like this larger structural understanding of what's going on. And so people, on the one side, they have some opinions about economics, whether it's bullshit or not, whether they like neoliberal or heterodox economics, whether they're into MMT, whatever. There's all these different tendencies on economics, right? And then people engage in the culture war around questions like COVID. Should we lock down? Should people wear masks? But nobody's thinking from the structural level, like, okay, but what does this do for capital? And what was going on with capital at a global level in 2019? And so there's an amazing article called Why Capitalism Needs Lockdowns that Ted Reese wrote. He got a lot of flack for it. That shit got banned off of Medium. It got banned off of Facebook. I tried to share it and my shit got deleted and I got a strike on my account. Like, this was considered disinformation when he didn't say anything that is like, here's some facts about how COVID was invented. He says, I don't care if there's a conspiracy. I'm not going to tell people you're wrong if there's a conspiracy. I want people to understand that if they had a sense that this is not the only thing going on, but that this also serves power in a very specific way, not just the way that, say, Agamben might focus on, but that it actually benefits capital, not just in the sense of, oh, Bill Gates got richer, Elon Musk, oh, I don't know, maybe he did, I think he got richer, yeah. Bezos got richer, like a handful of people got richer. That's like the liberal left progressivist sort of naive critique. The real critique is the one that he's going to unpack. And so I don't have to give the whole thing here and now. But then, speaking of conspiracy theories, I'm bringing on Michał, which is how you say Michael in Polish. So Michael is going to be joining us from Katowice, Poland. It's going to be, 10 p.m. his time. This will be his first time appearing on the channel with his actual voice. He has been shown in a couple of ways on the channel in the past. The first way that he was shown on the channel was in the video clip that I was running at the end of a lot of my videos, where I was doing a PSA about the upcoming countrywide tour. And this was the one that I was showing at the end of all of the Zizek 101 and Lacan 101 conversations. So if you go to my channel and you scroll down, you can see the Lacan 101, Zizek 101. If you click on that, you should be able to go to the end.
People they're in conversation with, and yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic year. The only other thing that I want to say is that Michael Downs' first book is going to be published by Theory Underground really soon here. I've got another book coming out.
So what I'm trying to show you is how Michał has been featured in my content before. Here we go.
To offer. Guiding, on the other hand, though, people who love to guide take a lot of pride in their local knowledge. A good example of that would be Michael Downs. When I visited him in Graytown, Missouri, he took me into Kansas City. We had barbecue. He took me to the mall and to all these other landmark places from his life growing up there. But a more recent example would be my friend Michael in Poland, who took us around Katowice, Poland, and basically gives a historical and sociological analysis of everything, and it was amazing. It was
amazing.
One of the coolest things we've ever experienced.
So you see him moving his lips right here.
Analysis of everything, and it was amazing.
But you don't actually get to hear his wonderful voice. And so today you will get to hear his wonderful voice. The only other way that you might have ever heard of this amazing person is if you were around last year. I'm wondering, Andrew, I don't know if you were around. Nance, I don't think you actually saw this, but Michał had his university library order my book Waypoint, and they actually purchased it and it brought it to their library, and it was posted up at the library. So today when I roll the PSA, there's actually footage when I'm talking about libraries, and that footage is the footage from his camera from that time that he did that. And so I'm actually going to see really quick if I'm able to pull that video up. So he's going to be coming on to talk about conspiracy theories. Why is Michael coming on to talk about conspiracy theories, you might be wondering. Well, first of all, the normie, Democrat, progressive, and even supposedly radical tendencies of academia today have become so opposed to appearing like conspiracy theorists that they haven't been able to think critically about what's actually going on with conspiracy theories, why they're becoming increasingly popular today. Now, there's a lot of reasons, and I think that a lot of the people who watch this content have their own ideas, and it's a bigger conversation that I hope to see unfold over the next few years, because right now it's cringe. There's nothing good coming from the progressive academic discourse on conspiracy theories. And so Michael goes to a lot of these conferences. He participates in them, but he's got profound critiques of the tendencies to basically just blame conspiracy theories on misinformation, which obviously sets the frame for censorship, which is stupid, dangerous, probably out of our control, but frustrating when people are acting like they're being radical while they're justifying it, while they're justifying some of the most ridiculous overreaches of power, as though it could potentially serve them when it never will. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec, everybody. Looks like Ashley will be joining us. And that I think that the time difference here was an issue with, so let's see, I think the issue is that I got London time mixed up with Central European time. That must be the issue. I'm going to send her a message right now. Hey, Ashley, I must have gotten London time and Central European time mixed up. Because, yeah, I had it down for 2 p.m. Central European time, which is, I believe, an hour ahead of London time. So you said you're almost free, so you're almost available. So we'll see you in a moment. And with that, everybody, I'm going to roll the PSA that I've been playing. So, watch for that footage I told you about. Watch for that footage of the library scene, because that's going to be some footage from Michael's video where he was showing off my book in the library at Katowice, Poland. But also, I guess I should finish going over today's agenda by just saying that last but not least, One Dime will be coming on at about 6 p.m. Eastern time to talk about, it says Ukrainian propaganda, but he said he is so tired of that topic. So we'll probably first talk about why he's tired of that topic, and then we'll dive into talking about a bunch of other things he's interested in, his critiques of various political things today. For those people not familiar with One Dime, he's one of the only people from the world of left tube that I like to associate with, really. And I he's probably the only person, he's the token avatar person who's going to be here, meaning that, like, Theory Underground is generally opposed to anonymity, generally opposed to people hiding behind avatars and just using their voice and pseudonyms or aliases. And, because we're just real people out here, and if people want to try to ruin our careers, we'll laugh at them because we don't have careers in any of these institutions they rely on for power. And so that's funny, but no, One Dime is our token avatar alias, in the same way that everybody else coming onto this stream is, in a sense, open to being critiqued as a token of this or a token of that. And then finally, Adam in the chat just did the face of like, okay, I guess you do use an alias, but you don't use an avatar, so, whatever. Look, you bring I think you bring your real personality, at least. That's nice. And I think that One Dime does as well. He brings his real personality, and we'll have a good talk. I know that part of what he brings is a lot of a lot of shit. Like, it's gonna spark a lot of shit. It's gonna get people thinking, and it'll make people want to talk, which is perfect because there's gonna be an after party. The after party is when everybody is invited to come onto the stream and just hang out and reflect on yesterday and today. And then finally, before the after party, Andrew Flores, the guy who's just popping in from the Navy earlier, is going to be joining. There he is right there, everybody. Andrew's going to be popping in to talk about therapism and control. Isn't that right? And then...
I was about to say, yep, that's true.
That's true. Hoorah! I'm just kidding. I know that's like Marines. Okay. I really showed my civilian ignorance earlier when I said something about how, like, I said something about getting fired from the Navy. Like, you don't get fired from that job. It doesn't work that way. Anyway, about to roll the PSA, and then we'll be back with Ashley Frawley. But before I do that, I want you to look at the screen here. And I want to say there's supposed to be a fundraiser. Where is it? I'm going to go figure out where the fundraiser is, why it's not showing. But basically, there is a fundraiser today. And you can type into the chat, !TU. What is it? What is it, everybody? TU Tour Fund. TU Tour Fund in the chat. This will only work on the live side. Type that into the live chat, and what you'll get is a link to donate. So far, we got one donation of $50. I expected a little bit more from a 14-hour stream yesterday. So I hope to see something today. I hope to see at least another $50. That would be really nice, because this is about as grassroots as it's ever going to be, and we're trying to tour the United States. And we need that. Obviously, if you don't have a lot of money and you'd rather put that towards something like a course or to the patron category on the website, then that's more good. Helps you get more involved. But if you're too busy to get involved with the courses happening at Theory Underground, but you like the existence of this stuff, you like all of the stuff that is free on YouTube, just remember, it's not actually free. It is a product of labor. So, anyway, with that said, I'm going to roll the PSA. We'll be right back. Enjoy.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the U.S., where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which for the hardcore punk scene in the US meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https:// theory-underground.com/theory-underground.com/US-tour-2023. In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being in Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the Recovery Group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions, and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEarlyBirdYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BEINGINTIMEEarlyBirdYT before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation, including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency. Like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residents of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah,
Thanks.
we look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
All right, everybody, welcome to Theory Underground. We're back after rolling the PSA, and we are now joined by Ashley Frawley. How's it going, Ashley?
Not too bad. If my computer wasn't a piece of crap, it'd be a lot better. So I'm joining you from my mobile phone. Apologies to everyone. I will try to hold it really steady. I don't even have a tripod for it. But anyways, I'm really glad to be talking to you, even though it's kind of under awkward circumstances.
I was just talking about how we don't like when people go just avatar and alias. We prefer people using their faces and names because we're not trying to do that whole, performing our fear of the censorious institutional mob. But no, you can turn off your camera and just walk around and gesticulate all you like if you want. But also, if people get seasick watching you, then they should look at something else. Everyone, maybe go touch grass and look out the window. I'm going to stop your video for the time.
Sorry for ruining your feed. I'm sorry.
What's that?
I'm so sorry for ruining your feed. If it's too distracting, I will just turn my camera off.
No. It's good. It's real underground shit. So I'm gonna say a couple words of introduction. Ashley Frawley, everybody, shouldn't be someone new to you, but for some of you, she is. And so basically, I think I found out about her through the work that she has done with Sublation Media and with Doug Lane's previous projects before that. And but she also wrote her own book, The Semiotics of Happiness, I believe is the name. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 books, both out from Bloomsbury. The first one's Semiotics of Happiness, and the second one's called Significant Emotions, and that's coming out this year.
Oh, good. Yeah. And so this is related to your research, but also the stuff that you teach, because you also teach, is it sociology?
Yeah, so I'm Associate Professor of Sociology and Social Policy at Swansea University.
Awesome. And I guess the main thing I wanted to bring you on to talk about today is the family. It was actually something that we weren't even going to talk about it really explicitly yesterday, but then Nina Power joined late and happened to overlap with Daniel Tutt, and he wrote a book about the family, and it's one where he is trying to open a dialogue between people who are just like pro-family versus family abolition. And Power is someone who's been sort of depersoned and kind of excluded from all spheres of conversation in any of the existing institutions when it comes to topics of the family, gender, sex, etc. And so the conversation that took place there was interesting and kind of gave everybody a taste of where I'm coming from, which I think is pretty similar maybe to where you're coming from. But I kind of want to give you your opportunity to kind of really set up your approach, because you've done some streams, you've been doing some writing, you've been doing some actual academic research. And so I guess I just want to ask, like, yeah, what are you working on? What have you been working on? And kind of what is going on with the family and the left today?
Yeah, so I published a paper a few years back, actually in French, but you can have a look at the English version on my ResearchGate, looking at discourses of Indigenous parenting and how implicitly Indigenous people in Canada are constructed as bad parents, although in a very kindly, 7 layers deep, you have to dig before you kind of realize what they're really saying. That, it's all through this flattery and explicitly laying the blame on the colonial past for disrupting the sacred motherhood of Indigenous people and all these sorts of terms that they use. But what they're really saying is, because of this history, Indigenous parents are truly no longer not able to raise the next generation of good liberal citizens, which is exactly what the colonizers said. So they couldn't raise good Christians, they couldn't raise good liberal citizens, and that's why they had to take their children away and put them in. I say they. The reason why I'm interested in this is because I'm Ojibwe myself, obviously mixed with white. As you can see, I'm very white. But my dad is Ojibwe, and I'm a member of Nipissing First Nations. So that, I've heard these things my whole life. And it wasn't until I went to a conference in like 2013, and I was listening to what people were saying, that it dawned on me, they're blaming us. They're blaming us, but they are making it sound like they're blaming colonialism. And is it any surprise then that there are more children in care than there were during the 60s scoop, more Indigenous children in care than there were during the 60s scoop? Some people call it the Millennium Scoop. That they were sterilizing, allegedly, there's a class action lawsuit on at the moment, allegedly sterilizing Indigenous women at least until 2017. Why were they doing that? Because there's this widespread belief that we are bad parents. No, it's not your fault, of course, because of residential schools, because of the disruption of the generations. I mean, we have the same kinds of problems that other groups do, who live in poverty and live at a distance from mainstream freedoms, from just like infrastructure and things like that. But no, just give us psychology and healing, and somehow, some way, all our problems will disappear. And if anyone's interested in that argument that I just made about psychology and healing, there's a very good book by an Indigenous scholar called Diane Million called Therapeutic Nations, which makes this argument very well. Anyway, so I published this paper looking at Indigenous parenting, and I've always been interested in parenting culture studies and the construction of parenting as a source of social problems, and how this subtly deflects attention away from the deeper structures of society, constructs poverty as something that is cyclic within families, something that parents pass down to children, and how it's very easy to miss the deep kind of neoliberal anti-working class nature of these discourses, because they're communicated in a language that sounds very left-wing, very caring, and when the left has become unmoored from its traditional bases of support and its traditional interests, anything that sounds kind of vaguely kindly and appears to be, supportive of working class and poorer people tends to be championed. But these are old ideas that go back to, the turn of the 20th century, what in social problems theory we call social pathology, which is basically looking at social problems as like people who are defective outgrowths of an otherwise healthy social order. But it's a kind version of that. And of course, the mean version of that, the racialized, biologized version of that, was eugenics. And I'm not saying that it's eugenics, it's not. But what I'm saying is that it's that same underlying understanding of social problems that guides this belief that parenting is ultimately the cause of a wide range of social problems, because parents inculcate bad values and behaviors and so on to the next generation, which then perpetuates social problems. So the thinking goes that families are too important, policy thinking goes, that families are simply too important to be left to their own devices. You have to intervene and watch very closely the behaviors of parents, and particularly poor parents, and ensure that they don't, mess up the next generation. And this takes many different forms in sort of cultural discourses. I've just really given it very broad brushstrokes there, but if anyone wants to read more about that, very good book called Parenting Culture Studies, which is the sort of flagship kind of text for this perspective. And you can see kind of how it manifests in lots of different ways, and like encouraging men to take on more childcare, and how this perpetuates an ideology of intensive parenting. Anyways, Is
that text, Parenting Culture Studies, kind of based in the political tradition that you are based in, and therefore able to tie this into political economy?
I'm not totally sure. I think the authors of that text come from lots of different backgrounds, and I'm not so sure who. I don't know Charlotte Faircloth personally. She's one of the authors. Ellie Lee, Jenny Bristow, was it Ellie Lee, Jenny Bristow, and Charlotte Faircloth, I think, are the authors, perhaps Jan McFarish. Besides Charlotte Faircloth, the others, they all come from the same kind of tradition that I do, just sort of a Trotskyite tradition. But we all have kind of different politics. But yeah, I mean, it's just sort of, for me, the underlying political economy is quite complex. But essentially, there is this deep, kind of widespread belief that has become really powerful also in leftist circles that I call neoliberal,
Yes.
but I think is better called post-liberal, because when I say neoliberal, you think something like, the state leaves you to your own devices, right? And so anytime the state does something, you're like, yay, that's not neoliberal. But no, this kind of understanding of neoliberalism is a state that can't leave you to your own devices, because there's a sense that the economy would work fine. It is internally robust, but it is externally fragile. So, contrary to popular belief, you have to manage people very carefully in order to make an economy work. Whenever there are problems, it can't possibly come endemically from the system itself. We've worked it out, they say. We've got all the maths, and the economy works in equilibrium. And if there are problems, well, it's got to be you. The problem isn't the system. The system's beautiful, it's elegant. The problem is humanity.
Right.
And this, of course, if you're interested in sort of reading more about this, I'm drawing on Foucault's lectures on biopolitics mixed with Murawski, and yeah. Anyways, so and Vilfredo Pareto as well, as this sort of person who holds these ideas, who just sees the economy as this beautiful, like, not an organism, because he uses mechanics, mathematics drawn from mechanics to kind of describe an economy working in equilibrium, but it's this sort of beautiful mechanism, and then humanity just keeps screwing it up.
Yeah.
And so humanity has to be managed, and whenever there are problems, they come from people's bad behaviors and bad choices.
Right.
And so you have to, governments, the main role of governments then, and governing structures, is to intervene to encourage correct choices, particularly at crucial junctures. Transitions, for instance, policymakers are obsessed with transitions. This is when choices are made, and the choices are often wrong and bad, according to them. And so they have to kind of intervene when, parents are having their children, or when children are making choices, whatever, around education. And so from this perspective, social problems emerge from people's, the bad choices, for instance, that people make in families, in how they parent their children. And if we could just intervene and encourage the correct parenting practices, drawn from all of our beautiful studies in science on white middle-class people in the United States in the last 40 years, if we could just get people to do all the right things, then all these problems will disappear. We won't have these problems. And what they don't understand is that these even if you intervene, you made everybody quote unquote perfect parents, you would still have these problems. You would
So
still, because the problems are endemic to the system.
So
of
it's
course,
private.
would never accept that.
So it's the privatization of social problems specifically onto parents, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
where that affects us at a visceral level growing up is, especially in our teenage years, we have the entire supposedly left side of the institutional complex telling us it is your parents' fault.
Yeah. Yes, and there's like a whole literature, like a whole genre of literature dedicated to that. Like there are books called They Fuck You Up, for example. And I don't want to make it sound like this privatization of social problems only happened via families and parenthood and so on. Obviously, it happens in lots of different ways across the culture. But it is one important way in which it happens. And I've just finished a report for MCC Brussels. And anybody want to go and Google that and cancel me, go for it. The thing is, I've been very interested.
Sorry, but really quick. What is that? Why is that controversial?
Yeah, so MCC Brussels is the Brussels branch of MCC. I don't know, Budapest. I'm not entirely sure. They commissioned me to do some reports on family policy, and I have complete and utter freedom to say whatever I want to say. And I made extremely left-wing arguments, the same arguments that I always make. And I did, it gave me the space to do really thorough research, because for years I've been wanting to do this research, because I noticed I was very active in trying to stop the quote unquote smacking ban in Wales and Scotland a few years back. So this was basically, they were successful. Lobby groups were successful in repealing the defense of reasonable chastisement. So parents are allowed to give, in most countries, parents are allowed to give their children a light smack for the purposes of discipline on the back of the legs or the back of the hand. This makes us very squeamish in contemporary society, because we have a whole ideology of childhood as like blameless, angelic, and so on. And we are getting more and more squeamish about any kind of discipline generally. So anyway, there's a whole big story about that I could get into. But one thing that I noticed was these campaigners kept saying, all these countries all around the world have banned smacking. And I looked at that list and I was like, why would Togo or Congo be banning smacking? Like, what are they doing there? So I looked into it, and it turned out that when these countries, when there's some kind of democratic deficit, so for example, in Togo, there was an IMF restructuring program. And one of the strings attached was that UNICEF would go in and write their children's code, write their children's policy. It's not the people of Togo. They probably have no idea about it. And then they use that because there's this lobby group called the I can't remember exactly what it's called, the Worldwide something for abolishing corporal punishment. And their goal is so what they do is they create this list everywhere they've been successful, and then they use that list to pressure additional countries. Anyways, so I was interested in how that happened, how these lobby groups had managed to go into these countries completely bypassing any kind of democratic debate. And in fact, in New Zealand, there was even a referendum where I believe it was 87% of the population voted to keep the law as it was. And they completely ignored it, completely just rolled over people's wishes. These things have never been brought in with a majority of people demanding, and these lobby groups going from country to country. So I want to tell that story, and I couldn't get any funding for it. Who's the only groups that are interested in it? It was like the Christian Institute, people with whom I disagree on pretty much absolutely everything except this one issue. Literally, I think everything except this one issue. And I didn't get any money, by the way, from the Christian Institute. I did it purely, I worked with them purely voluntarily. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so it's very, very difficult to look into any of these issues except by like conservatives. Conservatives are so what I think has happened is the left is just not, I think, I know, the left has completely bequeathed these issues that are important to the vast majority of humanity who happen to live in families to conservative groups. And we've become incredibly polarized now, where it's like, oh, you want to like break ranks and go work with this group, well, then you are out, shunned from the left forever. And so it makes it even more personally risky to look into some of these things. But I will tell you, I do not care. I do not care. I am always going to pursue things that I think are injustices, and I'm going to do everything that I can, always, to speak out about them. And so I think what is happening now with family policy and sort of new ideas of female gender equality, not new, really neoliberal ideas that have been around probably since the 80s, not probably, definitely since the 80s, growing, since then, where the only option is that basically the only option that you have is both parents work. That is the prerequisite. The EU sees that as a prerequisite for having a family, is that both of you as a dual income. And they've dressed this up as gender equality. But it's not. The purpose is to push people, and particularly women, into insecure forms of work that they otherwise don't want to take. That's what it is. Anyway, so that's just kind of a taste of some of what I'm doing. So that's the report that I just wrote for the MCC that we'll release soon. And I'm looking at the activities of these lobby groups at the moment for the second report. But anyways, that's sort of who I am and what I do.
Well, I'm so sorry that we had the technical difficulties and weren't able to do the whole thing, because the next portion was going to be, I was really hoping that Andrew Flores, as well as others who are currently in the chat, were going to be able to engage with you, especially Andrew Flores, who's currently working on a piece for Underground Theory Volume 1 on therapy culture, therapism, and the critique of that. And so I think that there's a very productive potential dialogue there. And I would really like you to be able to meet him. He's actually listening in from where he's working in a warehouse for the Navy right now. Yeah, it would have been really cool. But Brian Becker's now in the waiting room, and we're supposed to start a minute ago. So we're gonna just have to close out. But as I've been saying, as I said all day yesterday during the first stream, the saying overflows the said, right? This is a door opening for hopefully a productive dialogue. I mainly just wanted people to meet you and to kind of know what you're working on. And I'll just wrap it all up by saying the reason that it matters to me is that everything everyone talks about is a waste of time and is counterproductive if it doesn't center people who are thinking about the future and who are responsible for other lives in the most direct way possible, which is parents. And so,
exactly. We cannot abandon our intergenerational responsibility and our responsibility for the future. That's what it means to be an adult.
That's what it means.
You can all see me every Monday, live stream, 5 p.m. London time as well on Sublation.
Oh, I think you just muted as you were talking, but you said there's a live stream with Sublation every Monday? Okay, bye-bye. And with that, I'm going to roll an ad, one that is shorter than the normal PSA. I'm going to run this PSA, and we'll be right back.
We interrupt this monetized and self-funded for over a year. Plebe and Mikey work in warehouses while using what little time with energy that remains to do what they love, theory. Part of Plebe's goals for 2022 is to focus on getting Mikey freed from wage labor.
Sounds like it's been
to free his time-energy from its reduction to labor power.
Intense few days
Why?
For you.
Because Plebe has learned more from Mikey than almost any professor or book. And if Mikey can get his time energy, then he would be able to teach real online courses and publish video essays and that backlog of books he is always being obstructed from finishing. If you were unaware, Michael had a special kind of working living arrangement that made it possible for him to focus on nothing but the study of philosophy for 6 hours per day. Not just leisure reading, but struggling to articulate the hardest and most revolutionary concepts in the life of the mind. Mikey's standard was this: if he could not explain it to a guy on a bar stool at the pub, then he did not understand it. But by the time Michael was ready to begin making his wealth of knowledge accessible through courses and books, tragedy struck. Now he has to work full-time and support his mother. That is why we must #free Mikey before we can free ourselves. Towards the end of this video, when Todd McGowan and Andrew of Master Signified Bodies both leave to go to bed, Michael Downs explains why Deleuze is an absolute genius. And then he breaks down what Heidegger means by being in a way that is more accessible and clarifying than anything you will ever find on the subject anywhere else. Promise. If you think you have lots to learn from him, or that the world of theory would more generally benefit from freeing him from wage labor, then consider supporting at www.patreon.com. The dangerous may be. If you are one of the graduate students or professors in classrooms around the world who have found Michael's posts from the Dangerous Maybe blog helpful, then stop what you are doing and give a little back. He should have leisure time too. It will only help all of us. #free Mikey as the donor gets him closer to having his time-energy again. Thank you for listening to this message from our sponsors, by whom we of course mean you, once you have helped in the struggle to #free Mikey.
Okay.
P.S. When Mikey gets freed, he will solve the riddle of history,
Perfect.
complete a system of German idealism.
Shelley couldn't do it. Victor couldn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, my children seem to figure that out pretty quickly, how to get through
Explain the body
But I,
without organs
couldn't
without
figure it out
dumbing it down.
myself.
Write the most
Usually
important
it's the
book on
child locks are
consumerism in
harder for the
America
parents than
and
for the
teach
kids, it
courses that
seems.
are introductory and graduate level alike.
All right, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Was any of that playing out over the ad? If so, then that would be the second mistake of the day. But welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to introduce you all to Professor Brian Becker. How's it going, Brian?
It's good, Dave. Thanks for having me on here.
Yeah, it's an honor. You know, I've really appreciated the work that you do. You're one of the few professors in the world today who takes the internet seriously.
Yeah, well, I find that there's spaces for conversation that can only really be had here. There are, as much as higher education is sort of promoted as a as a place of open dialogue and willingness to push the boundaries, there's a strong conservative element that limits that conversation within the university structure. So I'm very excited to explore this avenue of YouTube and other online social media platforms to get ideas out there.
Yeah, are you familiar with Samuel Loncar by any chance?
No, I'm not.
So he teaches at Yale. He's younger. He wrote a dissertation on being in time, and he does really interesting videos about Plato and Aristotle and various thinkers outside of the phenomenological tradition, and he talks about philosophy as a kind of self-psychotherapy or something. And so it's I really appreciate his general approach, but like you, he's basically, his mindset is, yeah, if I'm being paid to do this within an institution, and I can also put it out on the internet, like there's something freer that about what you're able to do on the internet, but then more importantly, you're making this available to people who just don't have the access. And so some good examples. You've had a conversation with the K-Voy boys. They are one half of the Young Jijikians. They just changed their name to the Vanishing Mediators. And I think for us, like, we all found out about you because Michael Downs, a warehouse worker in Raytown, Missouri, is just a really big fan of your work and has been learning a lot of, he got it between McGowan and your work. Like, there's really no better crash course from actual professors into Lacan. But I guess the reason that I'm so fascinated by your work is that, it's almost like you're doing what Samuel Loncar is doing, but you're also doing what Todd McGowan is doing. You have a foot in both the academic world and the online world. And then you also have a foot in the world of psychoanalysis and phenomenology. And so our first conversation, I just had all kinds of questions for you about Husserl, intentionality, categorical intuition, the original a priori, these basic things that Heidegger thinks are like the most essential discoveries from the last 100 years of philosophy that make it possible to even do philosophy. He thinks it's not even possible to do philosophy without these fundamental contributions and discoveries on the part of phenomenology. But of course, intentionality, as he says, was already kind of around for Aristotle. They had some kind of a pre-theoretical consciousness of intentionality, as did the scholastics. But it's through Brentano that modernity becomes aware of intentionality, and then Husserl really brings it together and formalizes it and tries to approach the psyche and psychology in a more scientific attitude that rids it of scientism. And that's kind of what my understanding of it is. But I'm hoping that what you could do is just help us understand how intentionality is an intervention in the history of philosophy, how it is a critique of scientism, and more importantly, its influence on Heidegger and Lacan, two very significant figures for this channel. But first, I'm just wondering, could you kind of, in your own words, tell, what is intentionality? How does it work? Yeah. What is that? Why does it matter?
Yeah, thank you, Dave, and thank you for all that introduction. And it's been great to try to bring together psychoanalysis and phenomenology, and it's been a sort of a centerpiece of my work. So I look forward to maybe thinking through that, especially as we get to intentionality as it might relate to Freud and Lacan. So for me, intentionality, if I want to go back, there is inklings of that in Aristotle. I find that perhaps even a bigger influence or a link between the Greek thought and scholastic thought is Augustine. Augustine had a tripartite theory of the mind that corresponded with the Trinity, with the three persons of of God, and those three included memory, intellect, and will. And another way of thinking about will is love has been one way of he's thought of it, but also intentio, which is sort of the Latin origin of the word intentionality. And interestingly, intentio was meant to be sort of correspond to the Holy Spirit. Each of the three parts of the mind corresponded with the three parts of the Trinity. And intentio corresponded with the Holy Spirit. And in theology, the Holy Spirit is sort of the glue, the relational glue that binds together Father and Son. And so why I start with that is because I think that's a helpful metaphor for thinking about how Husserl in particular, the Brentano somewhat, but Husserl thinks of intentionality as a glue that binds together subject and object in an indissociable way. So that is sort of a sort of starting point. And then as you mentioned, Brentano really sort of reintroduces the topic to a modern audience, and probably through Augustine. I think he had a strong interest in scholastic theology as well. And so he introduces the idea, and it has a lot of overlap and certainly a lot of influence with Husserl. But at least from Husserl's perspective, Brentano maintains a kind of naturalistic, dualistic attitude towards subject and object, where it seems as though intentionality refers specifically to the acts of consciousness themselves. And in fact, consciousness was defined as the totality of these mental acts, and that there can be a consciousness toward the object, and then there's a self-consciousness of one's consciousness toward the object. So a reflective sort of attitude towards one's consciousness. And so intentionality consisted of those components. And interestingly, he rejects any idea of the unconscious. The only sort of way the unconscious makes sense to him is there are certain levels of intensity of these mental acts and the intensity of the object presentations to these mental acts. And the unconscious for him is just merely a low intensity presentation and act. We'll see if we think about how this influences Freud and Husserl, both of whom students of Brentano, and perhaps both of them influenced in a way in which they tried to maybe extend some of his thought, but also were reacting against it. So that's
they were reacting against Brentano.
At least to start. Against Brentano in certain ways, but in different ways. Yeah, we're working against Brentano. Freud rejecting the idea of that there is no unconscious, that he thought that he could make the case that there is, and interestingly, perhaps even tries to extend the idea of intentionality for there to be unconscious, a sort of unconscious intentionality, and he sort of makes this somewhat explicit in the Psychopathology of Everyday Life, where he uses the word intentionality seemingly under the influence of Brentano, but then tries to think about it in terms of the unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and then Husserl, of course, he rejects the idea that intentionality refers purely to mental acts, but is like I mentioned about the intentio and Augustine, it's the glue that brings together the mental acts with the mental content.
The mental acts and the mental content. Can we use a couple of concrete examples of mental acts and mental content, and then why we need to even think about glue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when I am relating to, for example, my let's see here, my microphone right here, for example, I could have an attitude, or I can be looking at, I'm perceiving the microphone, right? There's a mental act going on, and then there's the microphone as perceived, and so there's a relationship between the two that binds them, and the intentionality is what links them together. So intentionality includes the act of perceiving and the content of the perceived. And this is to say why this is important is we have to think about the context in which this was being thought through, where this is coming in the aftermath of Descartes and especially Kant, and there's these philosophical problems concerning the relationship between subject and object. This might seem like a passé problem to many thinkers today, but it was, and in some ways continues to be, a pervasive issue, especially if you think about how the natural sciences consider philosophically the relationship between subject and object. It still is permeated with a kind of dualism. So the idea is that I have these maybe intrinsic capacities to know, and I can deploy the scientific method to suspend any particularity about myself, so I can access what's outside my head, which is the objective world out there, which I can study in a relatively controlled manner. And that work, there's a certain practicality to that. But what Husserl says is that all of that whole procedure of science depends upon a more fundamental relationship with the world, in which objects are not presented as independent from my consciousness, but they are given to me as perceived, as wanted, as desired, right? So there's no such thing as this pure access to the objective world outside of this relationship of intentionality. So really, and And so I can talk about, for example, scientific facts, and certainly Husserl was not rejecting science, but the questions I ask, the kind of ways I engage in my scientific inquiries, is informed by a prior relationship and prior embeddedness with the world that is always already there. And so what Husserl's interested in is suspending the issue of the objective world independent of consciousness, bracketing all that, bracketing whether things out there truly exist, and just getting at the way in which things present themselves to me and how those presentations get elicited in relationship to my attitudes or approach to those things. And so it's really about reestablishing the intimate relationship between the two.
Right, and this is part of like a more scientific effort to rid psychology and philosophy of scientism. And what I mean by that is like to not borrow hand-me-down concepts from other niche fields that consciousness has opened up in inquiry, and then take those concepts as metaphors that are then just projected into the psyche, right? And instead to found psychology philosophically on its own contents, really, but not just its contents in this purely descriptive way. Part of the issue with talking about appearances, right, is people will think, oh, well, phenomenology is just describing things. Well, I mean, then everybody's always doing that, right? But it tries to become a discipline and a method and really a practice for living the examined life, for learning how to bracket out presuppositions and think about what we see after we've done that. But more importantly, not just what do we see, but, and I was talking about this with Andrew and Nick last night, it's more about deducing from the way things do reveal themselves, deducing from the way that things are revealed, not things about those things, and not things about ourselves as subjects alone, but specifically, what can we deduce about the relationship between subject and object structurally, right? What structures can we deduce from the way that things appear? So to get at something deeper. And so this gets us to the kind of question, I guess, I think this was a question, we talked about this a little bit last night in the conversation about being in time when we were talking about phenomenology. This idea that, like, Lacan, he works through the three major phases of the Bohemian, he works through the three stages of the Bohemian knot, the three registers of the Bohemian knot through the three phases of his career, right? There's the imaginary period, the symbolic period, and the real period. And, each prior period is sublated into the next. So it's never like they're in isolation from one another, but it's a point of change in emphasis. And in that sense, he's sort of doing his own bracketing. But the accusation from psychoanalysis, especially Lacanian psychoanalysis that doesn't think it has to take phenomenology seriously, tends to be, it's just in the imaginary. And I wonder what you think of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess it's good to start off that Lacan, early on in his career, seems to be much more indebted explicitly to phenomenology. In fact, his dissertation on which was on psychosis and a case study of someone named Amy, he wanted to develop what he called a phenomenology of personality, in which he wanted to explore some of the intentional functions, do a sort of a genetic study, a study of the unfolding of intentional functions as they relate to the social human relationships and the social nature of the individual, of the human person. So that was sort of where he got his start, and certainly, and I do think there's probably some influence from Brentano to Freud to Lacan, in the sense that Freud picked up the idea of a kind of intentionality that's unconscious, sort of a series of mental acts that sometimes even contradict the conscious intentionality. And that idea, although I've never seen really formulated by Lacan, seems to permeate the psychoanalytic tradition. But there's a lot of problems that are embedded in, at least Lacan sees, between the relationship of psychoanalysis and the phenomenology developed by Husserl. So,
Okay.
Husserl, for example, is very much focused on the unity of experience, right? So there is very much a integrated unit of analysis, which is the ego, which is consciousness, even though this is not reducible to just inner acts, but also to the contents that are out there in the world. The problem of the unified nature of all this is something that I think Lacan thinks is inaccessible to us, because there is this break in consciousness, because there's this split, and I think as he's trying to see that, as he's early on trying to do an analysis of phenomenological analysis of personality and looking at the social, he finds that in some ways the internalization of the social through the ego ideal is a sort of is a basis for it gives rise to what the ego is, in a sense, the ego that Husserl talks about. But because of this, because of the way in which the ego ideal is internalized, it makes it impossible for for oneself, for the image of oneself, to know where that comes from, to be able to engage in some sort of philosophical analysis about the origins of this. So I think, and all that to say is that I think Lacan sees some major problems with Husserl's way of doing phenomenology in light of psychoanalysis, that the two cannot be reconciled in any way that would be meaningful for him, at least as he continues on in his thinking. That doesn't mean that phenomenology as a whole is rejected by him. And I think, yes, the way you said about phenomenology being relegated to the level of the imaginary, I think does make a lot of sense. And every time he talks about Merleau-Ponty, for example, and his notion of phenomenology, it's always in the context of the imaginary. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. This is my particular perspective, where I don't necessarily see the imaginary as the bad guy in Lacan's theory. That as much work as we do to break through the calcifications of imaginary identifications and fixations, we never leave the imaginary. That we always, when we're reflecting, we are always starting from the imaginary perspective, and we never get out of it. Even as we try to reflect on the symbolic, we always reflect on the symbolic from the position of the imaginary. We always reflect on the real from the position of the imaginary, even as those are giving rise to and shaping what our imaginary experiences are. Now, that's not something that a lot of Lacanians sort of how they talk about it, but I feel like there's a lot of attempts to get rid of, or sort of say the imaginary is sort of the pathological dimension of the human person, and we need to and we kind of, nowadays people quickly skip over that to look at what the symbolic is doing, the symbolic in relationship to the real. And I feel like that misses the point that you've never actually escaped the influence of the imaginary, and that it begins there. And so in that sense, you could return to Husserl's phenomenology by reducing things to the imaginary, and by seeing how this is the starting point for everything we begin with. But then you would have to go beyond that, beyond Husserl, to show how the imaginary itself, the ego itself, is constituted by forces external to it, that you can't just stay within consciousness. If that's what you do, then you're fundamental. There's a lot of problems with that.
So, I'd like to ask a few questions then about the difference between Husserl and Freud's departures from Brentano, but then also Heidegger and Lacan's departures from Husserl. And obviously, you basically just set up the case for Lacan's departure or critique of Husserl. So then, my big question would be Heidegger's, right? And then we can work backwards and kind of bring it back around to Freud and Husserl with Brentano. Because for me, it's just always been kind of like, I know I have like this sense for what's going on, but when I read them, it's really hard to track because they're all interpreted or translated into, it is an interpretation, but they're all translated into English, how I'm reading them, and they're translated by different people, and so it's like it's hard. It's like, okay, are we talking about the same things? And also, how charitable of a reader was each of them to the other, and how inspired are they by how much actual fidelity do they have to these original projects? These are all kind of like the big questions for me. But before we dive into that, just for a note of clarification for anybody who's watching, who's like, imaginary, what do you mean everything's imaginary? Like, well, how does it all start at the imaginary? I know it's like the language of the three registers can be confusing at first, so let's at least just kind of staple down what we mean by the imaginary, as in respect to the symbolic and the real. Would you basically say that the imaginary is not just things that you imagine, but also everything and how it appears?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad starting point. I think the imaginary, it has a relationship to consciousness, though you don't want to equate the two. It is also reflected in what we see in animals. So when we talk about animal nature, animal relationships, this seems to be part of what the imaginary is. It is the source of understanding and identifications and meaning. So, for example, right now I'm talking to you. I'm Brian Becker, right? I'm talking to Dave on Theory Underground. I have some beliefs about what I think that means about my own name and what you and who you are and who you're about. And I think I'm talking to you right now, and I think so. I'm the one choosing the words I'm saying, and that there's a meaning behind them that I'm intending. All of that is imaginary. Okay. And so it is the world of experience, really. Experience that pretends it's unmediated often, that it doesn't, that there's no intersecting invisible structures or phenomena that are guiding this process in ways that deviate from, I'm one subject talking to another subject, and
right,
with meanings behind it.
Right, which is we atomize individuals into personalities that express identities or belong to identity categories, and that's about the extent of the, I guess, normie consciousness of the default setting that we operate in. There with things like identity politics and social justice, people have a window or a doorway into beginning to think a little bit more about symbolic relations, but it usually doesn't go very deep. It's usually kind of just like, oh, who gets to speak, versus actually thinking about like things at a more elaborate or sophisticated level of, structurally what's going on at the level of, the reproduction of society on a day-to-day basis, and our functions in that reproduction, in both terms of production and ideology, right? And so this is, and that's kind of the more Marxist approach, and so that's kind of, especially for the Marxist Lacanians, That's going to be of course there will be this emphasis on the symbolic and how it relates to the real. But your point is basically that without really interrogating what we take for granted at the level of appearances in a rigorous manner, we almost like stay inside of Plato's cave, right? Like you're not getting out of the first stage of appearances if you've not done a phenomenological deconstruction of appearance itself. Would you agree to that?
I would say there's a lot of truth to that. I would say that I would almost reverse if it was taking the metaphor. I would almost reverse the relationship where the brightness of the light of that shining, giving us this clear access to things, is the imaginary, and going into the darkness of the cave is actually the direction we need to go. That we are the illusion is that we believe we're seeing truth for what it truly is, and maybe that's what you're doing when you're seeing the shadows on the wall. But we do have to. The metaphor works better in my mind from a psychoanalytic perspective if we reverse the directionality of where we're going, where we gotta see how it is that we construct these shadows in the first place, and dig deep. The one thing I want to go back to is, I think you, in talking about identity politics and other kinds of different ways of thinking about the imaginary, I think is useful here, because there is the imaginary idea of unity, wholeness, that I picture myself, right? But, and as we see, what Lacan shows is that there's that the unity of the imaginary is very tenuous, and there's a fundamental fragmentation that's undergirding it that can come apart at any point. We can see this in dreams, and I think in Seminar 2, Lacan does a good analysis of Irma's injection and how there's this decomposition of the imaginary. What I think you see in some popularized forms of maybe identity politics, or what sometimes goes under the word postmodernism, is this recognition of the fragmentation and the celebration of it. And so you see a lot of forms of social constructionism, like, for example, Kenneth Gergen, who's a psychologist, who talks a lot about the multiplicity of selves, the saturated self and the multiple self, and wants to celebrate this as an achievement of our contemporary scene. And to me, what I hear in this is not a recognition of the symbolic, which has a universal component to it, actually, but a recognition of the decomposition and the inherent fragmentation of the imaginary, and then a seeking to want to recognize a recognition of the fragmentation. So here's some fragments that aren't recognized. Here's some that are. We want to celebrate the fragmentation, and I identify with a particular fragment of this situation, and so I think that's it. For me, it's a good illustration how the imaginary is still rich with analysis, in terms of the different ways we hold it, and how it expresses itself in different groups.
So this idea of wholeness and unity, would you say that that's part of the ideology of average everydayness, the sort of what we take for granted at the level of appearances, and that this is why you're saying that it's almost like the reversal of Plato's cave? It's like everyone always feels like when they go outside, when they go to work, when they go to the grocery store, they go to the park, oh, I've left the shadows, I'm in the real world now, right? And I'm having genuine, authentic encounters with other people, and other people are being authentically themselves, and this is the sort of unified wholeness ideal, yeah. And you're saying that relates to the identity politics exactly how again? I just want to hear it in another way, perhaps.
because when we recognize, because there is an attempt to want to, a standard way of thinking about things is looking at them in integrated, holistic ways. That we are all the same underneath. We have a sense of what our humanity is and what it means to be human, and
Right,
these
right,
are
right.
imaginary constructions, and that there is but if you dig just below the surface of our imaginary constructions, we find that they're fragmented. So if you take a deconstructivist attitude toward our imaginary, you can pick apart the inconsistencies and the fragmentations that are always there.
Right, right.
And so that's sort of what I'm saying, is that there's an attempt to celebrate the fragmentation of this thing we call the imaginary, that that is at least traditionally been thought of as this, providing us the sense of a predictable, unified experience of reality. That there's a meaning to life, that there is that I have a soul or an identity, that you have one too, and even if you think differently than me, as long as I recognize you as human, I see that you have certain similarities as I do inherently, and that there's this emphasis on that. And really, in the rise of the post-structuralist, postmodern thought is an attempt to poke holes into that framework, and you can see a politics. I think you can see a politics that sort of corresponds with that philosophical movement.
Yeah, and this is kind of like one of the contradictions within movements for social justice, as well as movements that say, oh, well, those aren't really for social justice, those are performative. And so like the more anti-woke tendencies on the left, or even the right sometimes, it seems like there's a contradiction on both sides between one that says, no, you're a singular whole individual, you're not your identity group category, you're part of humanity in this sort of holistic sense that doesn't see difference, right? And so that one, that can like erase obviously like a person where they're coming from, as opposed to, oh no, you are authentically and holistically this identity group category. You're the representative of that, and you're an unsplit subject able to speak on behalf of everybody else in this unsplit grouping, right? So it seems like both sides have an issue between people who've kind of come to a consciousness of the split, as opposed to people who are that's not something that they've really worked through yet.
Yeah, I mean, I just was listening to Y Theory this morning. You know, they had a recent discussion on Twitter, right? And why the left celebrates Twitter as being a voice of, in some ways it celebrates the diversity of voices. It gets people out. It gives people ability to express themselves and get their message out there. And the idea is that there is this sort of space of multiplicity that we can sort of uphold. And up until recently, there were a lot on the left who sort of celebrated Twitter as that sort of thing. Not recognizing, as I think the Y Theory points out really nicely, is how there's a form to this content. There's a structure that's guiding this process of multiplicity, as there is with the idea of a unified voice of the conservative movement. And so I think there's in that example is a good way of thinking that both groups are still operating at the imaginary, rather than and focused on content. And that's a good way of thinking about imaginary as content, right? Symbolic is form. And what we often, and we see different ways in which groups relate to the content and celebrate it or reject it because it's a threat to the traditions that we hold dear that unify us.
I'm gonna have to check out that conversation. Yeah, we had Todd on yesterday to do a sort of tribute conversation that we did about Michael Downs and the Dangerous Maybe blog, because Mikey can't attend this 2-day marathon and he can't attend the LAC conference, which is kicking off today. So I'm guessing you're not attending either.
No, unfortunately, I'm not there today.
Hopefully we can all make it to the next one, but no, Mikey's obviously just destined to work himself to death unless hopefully we can make the impossible possible. And so that's what the hashtag Free Mikey campaign has been about. And so we brought on Todd to talk about that. And I didn't even realize, like, he actually organizes the whole thing, like the whole LAC conference. And so hats off to him for coming on stream in the middle of organizing a conference. But so you're saying he and Ryan had this whole conversation about Twitter and how the Twitter had been celebrated as a space of diversity, but the people representing groups in the discourse were always assuming this holistic kind of unified side in the duopoly of the culture war that they were representing or speaking on behalf of or following, right? And they were basically trying to shatter that illusion.
Well, there was a part of it that they were emphasizing that the right is sort of a sort of, this is where I disagreed with them somewhat, that the right is sort of the celebration of the particular, of the multiple in a sense, and that the left is sort of representative of this attempt at the universal. But not recognizing that in celebrating Twitter, they are inadvertently sort of reinforcing the right and the sort of capitalist machine that is undergirding it. So I think I was confused by that point in the show, because for me, I've always seen the left as the sort of origin of the attempt at look at multiplicity as of celebrating fragmentation and difference, and the right as being, at least since while I was growing up, was always the voice of promoting the unity, even if it was fundamentally based in particularist ideologies. It was always this attempt to suggest the universal, to speak to the universal. And then what happened is the right co-opted that, and then has now, in a sense, is now currently expressing this sort of this attitude, or that sort of multiplicity and celebration of particularity against what is now, interestingly, the left call for unity and universality. So I think there's a very interesting reversal, and maybe they were speaking to the current context, whereas I was sort of looking at it from a historical perspective. But either way,
fascinating. No, yeah. I by either way, we should get back to kind of there's a sort of backlog of questions we're going to get to here that were already kind of brought up, but being proper Zizikians, we can't be dialectical without trying to take contradictions and flesh them out and bring them to light, and irreconcilable as they might be. So I at least want to, maybe there's this 2-day marathon is a sort of like, here's a portal, here's a portal, here's a portal. These are portals into conversations and lines of thought and fields of discourse. And so there's a lot of stuff opening over the last 17 hours of streaming for this. And like one of those was the contradiction between Nina Power and Daniel Tutt. One of those is the potential the contradiction between Christine Louidi Soli and the Swolitariat. And these are all related to various issues that are ones that you can't really even talk about in most existing institutions, but that regular people want to think about, and anybody who's got a sense of intellectual integrity and wants to try to understand the world is going to want to be able to talk about. And so in part, Theory Underground does hope to be able to kind of make some of those things possible. So this disagreement then that you're proposing with Todd, this is fascinating to me because I did read his book Enjoyment, Right and Left, and he definitely has a historical case to be made. I think that the thing I would like to do is leave it to him to clarify this. I'd love to bring you both into conversation someday. That would be like a dream come true. Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Cool. Well, for now, I'll just say that I think that there's the struggle for recognition starts out as a struggle to be included, to stop being excluded on the basis of identity, to stop being excluded on the basis of laws that force people into prison if their identity is gay, if their identity, or, oh, you can't drink from this water fountain or live in this neighborhood if you're black. So it starts with as W.E.B. Du Bois says, the struggle to abolish the color line. But then once those gains are achieved in the legal system, then the institutionalized representation of these groups continue on, need funding, and become advocates for the return of the color line by having that enshrined in law. So it starts out as a call to be included in the universal, and then once in the universal, it becomes, no, let's actually make law particularist, right? Mm-hmm. I hope I'm doing Todd justice. I'll definitely send him this clip and be like, Todd, watch this, and let me know what you think. But I think that's basically where he's coming from.
I would agree. I mean, I would agree with. Yes, if the idea that there is this that the original call, that this original impetus to inclusion, that if you go back far enough, is sort of the starting point, and then you have this, as you talk about, the graining in law, this particularity that actually reestablishes the segregations. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think where my thinking or my comments on this are more philosophical in my thinking, where I see, for example, individuals like Derrida, Deleuze, others who are sort of on the side of the multiple, who want to celebrate multiplicity as a fundamental starting point, and that this was something that was strongly reacted to in the more conservative American philosophy scene, who didn't like this idea of this kind of what seemed to them to be incoherent chaos and mysticism sort of way of thinking. Well, and so I go ahead.
My background, it would be more Emmanuel Levinas, but he's exactly the same in that. Well, Derrida is a Levinasian in his ethics, right? And so this is the ethics of the other, the radically singular, irreducible other that is an infinity that escapes our totalizations, right? And so it's like, totality, infinity, being in time, Das Kapital. That's the three seminal priority texts that I'm teaching in the first year and a half of Theory Underground. And so I just had to kind of get the plug for Emmanuel Levinas in there. He's kind of the vanishing mediator as well, because he's the one who first translated Husserl into French in the first place. So, anyway,
he translated the Cartesian Meditations. He translated it into French, and then it got translated into English from there.
Exactly. I visited his grave in France in November.
Nice.
It was. And it was I did like a graveside lecture that hasn't been published yet, but I did a whole tour of Europe, And I was only able to get to a few people because we had to make decisions. And so it's kind of crazy making a decision to see Levinas and not be able to see Sartre, not be able to see Simone de Beauvoir. So anyway, that's why I thought I would bring him in here. But I think that there's a case to be made that Levinas, Deleuze, and Derrida, as well as these other thinkers of difference, are all in their own singular, irreducible ways, dealing with seeing the institutionalization that Todd is talking about, right? And this idea that X, Y, or Z representative speaks for the whole. Like we saw this in Bernie versus Biden when it came to South Carolina, and everybody referred to Clyburn and Senator Clyburn and his position endorsement for Biden. They saw that as the definitive conclusion that the black community likes Biden. And it's like, this is erasing Jesse Jackson. This is erasing Nina Turner. This is erasing Killer Mike, Cornel West, right? So it was like, a way of gaslighting everybody about, there's this unified whole and Clyburn speaks for it. And so it's weird then how, there's a contradiction here, and it feels like it would be fruitful to kind of bring you and Todd together, but also for you to be drawing on these thinkers, and then maybe we can take our historical accounts and try to see what comes of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it might be just where you draw the line historically and what you mean by these terms, right? That can also be part of the disagreement. Could be more semantic than anything. But it'd be a great conversation, and we look forward to that and learning from Todd, because I have a lot of respect for his thought and his body of work.
Like I said, I see you both as the true renegade academics in a sense. Like you've both got your feet in these worlds. You're making this accessible to everybody, and it's one of the coolest things that has come about in the last 10 years. So bringing it back around though, are there any questions or threads that come to, because I have my notes and I can bring them up, but is there anything that you want to start off with, bringing it back around to these questions?
Yeah, so I think one thing I haven't really connected the dots yet is with Husserl and Heidegger and what Heidegger does with intentionality. Is that something you want to talk to?
Well, so we basically talked about Lacan's critique of Husserl is that he doesn't get out of the imaginary. He's not really able to get into the symbolic. There are these serious limitations. Then we also critique Lacanians who think they don't need phenomenology because they think they can just kind of skip the deconstruction of immediacy. So I guess my question then, a segue into this one, would be, is that kind of where Heidegger's coming from? Does he also think that? And if not, then what's his major departure?
I think it would be different if we talked about early versus late Heidegger here. I focus on early Heidegger because that's I'm more knowledgeable about that phase. And I think what Heidegger does with Husserl, who in many ways his thought is a continuation of Husserl's, but I think he sees it as a radicalization of it. And even though the word intentionality doesn't come up a lot, the word care does. And care is not the same as intentionality, but it functions somewhat similarly, except that it is more primordial than intentionality. So in care, there is this directedness towards things, a directedness toward beings in the world, and there's different ways in which we take care of things, or we have concern for others, and we, through this process, bring into actuality certain possibilities. And of course, the most fundamental mode of care is care toward the ultimate possibility, which is one's death. Right. But it's the kind of care that is involved with relating to one's death is one that doesn't actually make it actual, but actually, so when you bring something from possibility into actuality, you reduce possibility in most things you do. But when it comes to taking care and being ahead of oneself toward death, you actually enlarge possibility itself. You magnify it, and in your life, in the life of Dasein. So I think this care is the totality of Dasein and its being in the world. So in many ways, you can see how it has this sort of similar structure to intentionality, except that care is pre-reflective first off. So whereas for Husserl you had to go through a method of bracketing and reduction to arrive at pure consciousness, to describe and do a taxonomy of the various intentional acts and the relationship to content. For Heidegger, we're always already involved in the world. And so, and another way of saying that, we always already care about our being. And so this status of care is more fundamental than intentionality, which is sort of a derivative way of looking at the world. It would be more turning the world present to hand rather than ready to hand. And it's
Right.
so that derivative mode of being is Heidegger is trying to get at something even more fundamental than that. And so that's how I conceive of their relationship. And in fact, in general, the way you see a lot of philosophers relate to their those who precede them is they often don't outright reject them. What they're always saying is that you see this a lot of phenomenology, and I'm trying to get at something more primordial, more fundamental, not in terms of not in terms of like literal time or in terms of causality, but logically prior. Like that's something that has to be there in order for you to then do this. So intentionality presupposes care, and that's why Heidegger goes into this deeper place. And so that's how I think of the relationship between the two, or at least the Heidegger of being and time.
And are you using care and comportment synonymously here?
I would say comportment is a way of is a mode of care, a way of being in the world, often in reference to
Readiness to hand.
taking care of things.
Okay.
What's that?
It's often in relation to readiness to hand.
I would say it's more of a readiness to hand.
Right.
I think Merleau-Ponty does a lot more with this than Heidegger. But yeah, I think that would be the way of thinking of it for Heidegger, at least in being and time.
Right. So like comportment, like that's kind of like the way you go about your day and the things that you do throughout your week, and circumspection, which is like your kind of awareness in that mode of comportment, is part of average everydayness, and so this is the point of departure for Heidegger, because he says like, okay, but we're not really thinking about we're trying to get to pure consciousness, but we're not really. What is the being of pure consciousness as opposed to the being of its objects and what the being of its intentionality? Well, what's the being of the being who's asking the question about all these kinds of beings? We have to inquire into the being of the being asking the questions before we can ever get to bigger questions about being themselves. Like because ultimately his big driving force is this question, what is being? People have lost that question. But first, we can't even talk about that because people aren't even really taking a step back from this split between the humanities and the natural sciences and saying, well, what is the being of the being for whose issue, or for whom being is an issue for it, right? So it's like, and so this starting from that point is like starting at the level of, okay, well, let's start describing how humans actually operate. How do they actually think? How do they go about things? But then doing deductions from this to get to care and being unto death and right
the existentials.
Is this right so far?
Yeah, I would say that's correct. That you're arriving at the existentials, these sort of what are sort of like Husserl's categorical intuitions, except that they are again more fundamental. And the one of the key things for Heidegger is doing this deduction without any reference to consciousness, any reference to subjectivity. Dasein is not a subject. Dasein is a being in the world. It is, you don't go internal with Heidegger. You're not looking at things like, with Husserl, you get this feeling of you're looking at this sort of, this virtual screen of integrated reality that you want to describe. And so you're almost looking at it from an inside perspective, whereas Heidegger really wants to look at things not as an internal subjective experience, but as an ontological reality, as an ontological fact that presupposes our ability to have consciousness, of our ability to have subjectivity. And in a sense, this would make Lacan closer to Heidegger than to Husserl, because I think that movement of what precedes consciousness is a movement that has a good influence on Lacan.
Absolutely. Adam Mad in the chat just said, he's one of our moderators in the Zoom side as well. He said, by the way, Brian's channel is a profoundly useful resource. And then he shared the link. And honestly, I think it was because we were kind of in a hurry switching gears. Things were kind of rushed getting set up. I didn't actually say that, Brian, that your channel is called Singularity as Sublimity, and that it's how we all know of you. And so, first of all, let me put it up on the screen. Thanks for sharing that, Adam. It's up on the screen now. And so that was perfect, though. That was really good. And so, yeah, getting out to those existentials, I used to kind of define, when I'm trying to explain what an existential is, I think I might have said this in my thesis, that an existential, really, like, Heidegger doesn't want to call it a category, but because of that, we can also just say it's an existential category. So there are, natural, like the objects that exist in the mode of natural consciousness, or the kinds of objects that exist that we try to analyze scientifically, like these are we can develop categories for thinking about them and how we think about them, how they're represented to consciousness or whatever. Those are categories, though, that deal with rocks and trees and potentially animals. But as soon as you start taking the categories that we've used to develop to think about geological rock formations, for instance, and then you start applying that shit onto consciousness, it's like, okay, so we're doing some kind of a reductionism here. And so what he wants to do is completely say, all right, we're going to let the categories exist, but let's develop these existentials. But instead of calling them existential categories, I've been thinking, no, they're just existential structures of our being in the world, right? Is that do you prefer that language, or do you have another way that you prefer to describe what an existential is as opposed to a natural category?
I think I'm fine with categories. I think he even sort of uses it on occasion. He talks about them as being a prioris. So he's except that these, again, a prioris are not mental. They're part of existence itself. I think if taking a categorical intuition with Husserl, you're like, I'm gonna look at the mental content in light of my mental acts, and I'm going to find some fundamental features of the object. So always the example of the three-dimensional physical object, you can talk about its extension in space, and then no matter how I move it, what the technical word adumbrations, these outlines of the thing and perspectives, it's still, space is an essential component of this object of a pen. So there we have this sort of universal category we've just identified. Now let's look at it from Heidegger's perspective. Heidegger wants to take a step back. It's like, okay, what is making all that possible? Well, One is that I was thrown into a world. I'm in a world that my facticity, right? That the fact I'm interested in even describing this suggests that I'm oriented toward a future, that I'm projecting possibilities that I want to actualize. And so that's another existential, right? So
Right.
there's, and that I could even, why would I even want to describe this in the first place? Because I care, because I have some sort of concern or care for something that actually makes me want to describe its essential features. So
Right.
everything I do from from Husserl's perspective is just capture within a wider lens. Just like Newtonian mechanics wasn't rejected for the Einstein theory of relativity, it was contextualized within a wider spectrum of thinking. And I see that kind of way of that movement you see in physics, you see, I think, in the movement from Husserl to Heidegger.
Right. This is why I think towards the end of chapter 2 of History of the Concept of Time, he says that he says in a lot of ways I am still a student of Husserl or something along those lines that kind of gets at that basic. Maybe he doesn't quite put it in that way, but I do believe that's what he's getting at. But like all thinkers worth reading and rereading, he isn't just critiquing on the basis of, oh, I disagree with this and that and the other thing, and that's it. Mm-hmm. No, he wants to do an immanent critique, which is to say, taking most seriously the values, principles, and methodology of his master, and taking it to its logical conclusion, showing how this was a great first attempt, right? But also what he says is that Husserl has read some of my critiques, and we've been in dialogue, and he knows what I'm saying at this lecture, and so I'm not current with his thought because he's still working on his project, and so, and that's ultimately the most interesting thing about thinking about the ways that Sartre, Emmanuel Levinas, Merleau-Ponty, Heidegger, they all, supersede Husserl, but he didn't stop existing. He was kind of living through it all, and these were his students, and he kept writing, he kept thinking, and so he I guess that's kind of my question then would be, what so in the way that you're more familiar with early Heidegger, are you only really familiar with early Husserl, or are you able to have you really gone into like his later work, and can you kind of say how his work develops as a response to these kinds of critiques?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, the Cartesian Meditations, I think, was written after Being in Time, I believe, and certainly even his early work, in like the logical investigations, he's making a lot of revisions and comments in light of Heidegger. But really, the Crisis, one of his final books that was published after he passed, really was an attempt to think his phenomenology broader and more of a contextualist approach to phenomenology. And so I think it's very hard to say Husserl thinks this when there's so many different Husserls across the periods of his career. He was every work is an introduction to phenomenology, but it's always done from a different vantage point. And in the Crisis, you see this attempt to take into account, I think, more seriously the notion of horizons and something that actually Heidegger picks up a lot on, the notion of horizon. And so I think you see that response. I'm not familiar enough to say specifically how he develops it there. I'd have to take a look at that work again.
For sure.
But we're always finding new stuff in Husserl, like in all the unpublished manuscripts, finding lots of very nuanced and developed ideas that diverge from the standard story of what Husserl thought. Right. Like, for example, in some of these manuscripts, you find some writings on this notion of drive intentionality, the idea that there was more recognition of a pre-conscious reality. I mean, he already has some of this in this idea of this pathogenesis and the idea of hyletic data, the sensory materiality of data that and habits of the self that precede the emergence of consciousness. And he develops this a little bit more in his notion of drive intentionality. And certainly it was not the full-blown development of an unconscious, but it opened the door for more potential intersections with psychoanalysis than you would think, given the standard telling of Husserl in his most famous text.
That's fascinating. Yeah, I did not know that. And so that just means that he was at least thinking along these lines somewhat, that these lines that Freud's sort of departure or expansion pack on Brentano, right? The expansion pack being it's not all conscious, man. It's not all conscious. There's this preconscious element, and so obviously for Freud, he's exploring the frontier of the unconscious, and so he's still. And this, I feel like that's a natural segue into bringing it back around then to the Husserl and Freudian debt and then deviations from Brentano, right? So then I guess my basic question from earlier that I'd raised, hoping we'd get to it. Husserl versus Freud in relation to Brentano, do they keep the same, or do you think that they are inheriting the same inspiration, attitude, sort of attitude as far as like a methodological approach to psychical phenomenon? Do they all inherit that stuff but then go in different directions in other ways, or do they inherit different things?
Yeah. Well, first off, Brentano, I guess, was a very seductive professor. He really drew Freud in. Freud got convinced he wanted to do philosophy after studying a little bit with Brentano. I think and Husserl had similar experiences. But I think that they both reject different aspects of Brentano and go in different directions with it. I mean, think about Husserl is very, he's thinking about the logic and mathematics, and so some of his earliest work was on geometry. So he's very interested in these, in establishing the truth claims concerning mathematics early on. Whereas Freud's concerns are much more and related to the natural sciences, medicine, neurology. He ends up becoming, I think, a neurologist. And so wanting to take what Brentano developed or reacting to it and thinking about it in naturalistic terms rather than purely philosophical. So I think they both reject his formulation of intentionality, and seemingly both reject his view of the unconscious, though it's less explicit in Husserl. But then they go on what seems to be very different directions under very different influences and different questions they're asking.
This is awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate that you're able to kind of speak to this, because the discovery on my part that Freud was also there, like maybe not shoulder to shoulder with Husserl, like maybe they weren't, going for coffee afterwards, or looking at each other's notes, but they were, they were kind of around in the same time, and they were influenced by the same professor. And psychoanalysis and phenomenology are so fundamental to Slavoj Žižek and the Slovenian circle, so fundamental to really any kind of push towards a more sophisticated theory of what it is to be a human in the world, what's going on in the world, and how we might want to change it. And so kind of to that end, in the beginning, I think I had kind of touched on the first thing I'd said was you know, philosophy of science and scientism and like how is intentionality itself, just in Husserl, but also obviously in these other thinkers in their various ways, a fundamental intervention in the way that we think about science. Yeah, that's the main kind of question is like, because I think that you said like today we take this subject object dichotomy a lot less seriously. We don't take a hard dualism so seriously, but also at the level of just how we act and tend to assume things, we do though. Yeah. And at the level of science and its role in understanding, even though people know it develops specific tools for specific fields for understanding specific types of entities, there's still a lot of scientism, which is to say that people will take those singular tools for specific projects and then just totalize those into explaining everything, right? Mm-hmm. And so, maybe you could speak to the historical crisis of the European sciences that they're responding to, and how this carries forward to today.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like what Zizek says about, it doesn't really matter if you don't believe in money as a inherent value, or if you don't believe in I like the example of you don't believe in Santa Claus. If your children, you act as if Santa Claus is real because you are expected to for your children, and you do go through the whole thing. So really there's no difference. It doesn't matter whether you believe in dualism or not. Most of us are dualists because we're living in and breathing in science, which imbibes in this understanding. And so anytime there's an appeal to science as the arbiter of truth, and I've been a scientist, I've conducted scientific research before in my various lives, and I have a lot of good things to say about it, but it's not fundamental. There are limits to it, and it often doesn't recognize those limits, and it imputes this dualism into our thinking in ways that we don't recognize. So, and I think Husserl saw that. Husserl saw that there was this crisis in science, and here's the thing: is that because science has this philosophical problem that it doesn't recognize because it thinks it's not philosophical. It is vulnerable to being discredited in various ways, and I think we're seeing this right now, where scientists are no longer really taken seriously because you can point out the philosophical inadequacies and the biases and all those things that are that are involved in science, and for that reason, it's hard for many now to take seriously scientists, which is too bad because the truths they discover are still valid, even if their philosophical methods or the philosophical foundation is faulty, as long as you keep it contained within the limits of what science can say. So I think Husserl is concerned about science. Of course, his meaning of science was broader than just the natural sciences, the empirical sciences. But I think he included that as wanting to rescue these fields by placing them on some firmer basis. And I think that problem that he faced then, the crisis of European science, is the sort of the fruition of that we're seeing today.
I guess the critical question I want to raise then is the one that people coming into this stream, because I do have Marxists on as well, and because Marx is an essential thinker for me, is going to be the question of materialism versus idealism, as well as folks who might be coming in who are more like, oh, they got into intellectual things because they watched Neil deGrasse Tyson on Joe Rogan, and like they understand that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that as Adam Mad just shared in the chat, Neil deGrasse, quote, philosophy is useless, and that's an objective fact, right? Stephen Hawking said something similar about, nothing he's ever done relied on philosophy of science, or maybe that was Lawrence Krauss. They've both said negative things about philosophy, and I really can't blame them. I've been to a lot of philosophy conferences, and so I don't blame them for going there and being like, well, this is useless. But, they're not engaging with the primary text themselves like Einstein was, right? Like Einstein was critical of Bertrand Russell for not being metaphysical enough, right? And I read a bunch of his private journal notes and stuff like that one time in a library. Just pulled it off the shelf and was reading, and there he was talking about how Bertrand Russell's he throws out Kant too quick. He doesn't take seriously enough philosophy in this broader sense. So basically that's not so much materialism versus idealism, but it's kind of related because it's a bit more kind of rationalism versus empiricism, like these kind of classical debates that some people feel have been settled by the advances of the sciences. And so I don't know if you'll want to deal with them both at the same time or kind of separately, but it's one of the things that I'm always wondering about. So if you can shed any illumination on that, that would be awesome.
So shed light on, say, the Marxist critique of idealism that's in phenomenology, and how is that the question specifically?
Well, for that question, then I should add, Lukács in The Destruction of Reason thinks that these are all fundamentally irrational, petty bourgeois or bourgeois in general, reflective ideologies that have no real interest in world change and don't think about the productive base in society that sets the parameters for the superstructure ideology, the stuff that we take for granted when we just go about our normal lives, right? And so this kind of material emphasis is one that has, through people like Lukács, today, through people like Daniel Tutt at Zero Books, or Chris Catrone at Platypus Affiliated Society, they think that these are they think phenomenology and psychoanalysis are derivative, mostly idealist, petty bourgeois tendencies. And
Yeah, I think I would agree with them in part. I mean, I think there's these fields definitely have that tendency to become idealist. And Husserl claimed himself as an idealist, and that was his most critiqued, as usually his most critiqued facet. I think it's not so neat of a division in some thinkers when you think about idealism versus the realism or the materialist perspective. I think there's been movements in both phenomenology and as we've seen in psychoanalysis a materialist move to show how we start off. There is this materialism that's sort of a base, and the philosophizing tries to start from that point. But if the issue is, I don't think that most of these people are thinking that theory itself is problematic, but more so the mode of theorizing, that it's not grounded in a materialism. But I guess the one thing I would say to this issue is that I would want to respect the dialectical relationship between thinking and action, theoria and praxis, right?
Yeah.
That if you cut those off from each other, then you're in trouble. you're going to undermine your own aims ultimately, and so a praxis without reflective theory is going to repeat the ideologies that it thinks is resisting, And theories that do not see themselves grounded in some kind of materialist way of thinking will often be their own forms of ideology. So rather than seeing them at odds, I see them in a dialectical tension. But that also means sometimes you can't always address. You have to sometimes sort of bracket one to look at another, and it's not just you have to look at both at the same time, or and you do have to understand that. I think I'm a very big believer in an appreciation and familiarity with the history of thought. Because what you see is that a lot of times people are creating these theories or promoting perspectives that have been already put out there in the history of philosophy, but because we're so present oriented, we don't really recognize the context in which these thoughts emerge. And it can so if it comes to political action and revolutionary change, I think those movements are enlivened by a more reflective stance, a more critical stance towards themselves, towards the movement. And so I guess that would be a sort of tentative sort of way of thinking about it. That's not going to satisfy any Marxists who reject psychoanalysis and philosophy in general, but that would be my approach to it.
Yeah, my tendency is to say I don't want to satisfy or generally try to orchestrate everything, assuming an audience of people who don't see the value of philosophy. But what is quite common is that someone coming into it from that background still has this oversimplified worldview Marxist big other that they want to be able to still answer to it on behalf of their interest in philosophy. So they're interested in philosophy, but this big other, so that it's never like reaching out to me and saying, Dave, just like, why do you do this? I think that this person's a petty bourgeois idealist. It's always like, people say, and people aren't confused, people aren't convinced, and here's some articles that some people made somewhere, and like it's like those articles are written for a predetermined marketing demographic of people whose identities are curated around being subscribers to this specific hashtag or whatever. And for me, it's like I hope that we will always be able to bring in people who come from this background, but at the same time, I said it yesterday. I want to have some token worldview Marxists. I don't want to have. I don't want to have be overrepresented by anybody from any like hardline ideology. It's like I like the ideological diversity. And so as far as the young atheist. Or the new atheist, I should say. That was a slip. The new atheist, as far as the new atheists, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Richard Dawkins, Lawrence Krauss, even to some degree Hawkins, Hitchens, whatever, your answer would be the same? Or might it be something a little different for them?
Well, my response to that perspective is to be more. I would ask them to be more scientific, to be more consistent within their own methods, because they're constantly violating the scientific method and the limits of science by saying the things they say, by turning it into a worldview, a philosophical system, so that would be one thing is I want them, I want the scientists to be more scientific. And then the other thing is, and this would never go well with them, but if you want to, I don't know, if you want to reduce truth to facts, right, to empirical facts, there are the example that I often would think of when I watch these things. I was like, what would I say? It's like for example, when I'm in a relationship with my wife, I was first dating her. At some point, I didn't know if we were gonna get married. I didn't know if she loved me. I didn't know. I didn't. We were learning that, right? One thing I had to do to discover that truth was to, in a sense, like make the Kierkegaardian leap of faith to proclaim love, to be able to discover what is lovable. That there was a truth there that had more meaning in my life than a lot of other things that I've encountered, that I cannot simply reduce to the empirical sciences. And they might be said, that's fine, that's not truth, that's just subjective, good old-fashioned love, and that's fine. But to me, that is central to our human experience, and I operate out of that world, and I approach data from that world in which I love and I hate, and truth reveals itself to me in all sorts of ways that cannot be accessible through empirical measurement. And I'm living and imbibing in that world, and then I come to data from that, and I can't there's no way you can truly suspend all that. So I think there are truths that have to be recognized that are so central that we that we can't reduce to those things. And again, I don't think that would go over well, but that's an example for me of the limits of science and the question of truth. You can also apply it to literature, right? So, I mean, there are truths in literature and the ways of arriving at and a lot of this is questions of meaning, right? And this is where science thinks they can go from facts to meaning, and in this sort of nice, neat way. Like, it's like, when I discovered the universe is so infinite, and that my cells will be eternal, they'll be there for billions of years, and I get some consolidation out of that. Like, I feel warm and fuzzy inside. And I was like, why the hell would you what does the one have to do with the other? Like, how are you deriving that meaning out of that data of physics? And so it's always a strange thing to see scientists try to invent narratives of meaningful narratives out of the data in ways that are quite creative, but demonstrates the limits of their methods.
Do you think that this is kind of it seems like it's ideology in a sense, right? And it seems like a lot of philosophical positions, determinism versus free will, materialism versus idealism, empiricism versus rationalism, are often like rooted in a very strong desire for it to be a certain way. Like for Sam Harris, he really needs determinism to be true. Psychologically speaking, this guy is really trying to hold it together, and he can only really hold it together if the universe is like a big clock. Like it comes through in his affect, even with his spiritual turn about meditation and waking up and being mindful. But it seems if you read his book about determinism through that mindfulness, kind of like his therapism approach, it's like, yeah, it's all been copeology for him, right? It's ideology to help him cope with a terrifying universe with a lot of unknowns and a lot of, we would say, room for radical freedom created by the split in subjectivity, created by the split between our rational ego and drive.
Yeah, and I think that's where I find something useful in listening to him or other thinkers, and because there's a truth there that's being revealed beneath their words, right? It's like this is where yeah, you look for the symbolic, you look for the literal language and try to bypass the meanings of what they intend to say, and you get at this deeper structure that's underneath it, that's very fascinating and very I think gives us and sort of access to something even truer than what they're actually saying. And so I can appreciate it for their accidental stumbling upon a deep, a profound truth that they're not intending to communicate, but they are. And so I think it's a good example. And we're all doing. I mean, this is where like we're all doing this. I have my own ideologies and I have my own copologies, right? And I try to be reflective towards them. I try to be dialectical with them and engaging them with other ways of thinking and questioning and critique. But at the end of the day, we're all still fundamentally in the imaginary, and we operate in a world where, you know, in the openness and indeterminateness of thought, it ultimately does collapse into action and to activity, and that action and activity is surrounded by a halo of imaginary constructions and meanings that we have to rely on to get by. And again, I don't even think that means they're false or true. I don't think those categories mean a lot. They have to see how they do function for us. But they're inevitable. This is why I always think the imaginary is inescapable. But we also have to find a way of recognizing that we are caught up in imaginary identifications, whether imaginary narratives, right? Whether it's this narrative based in science, based in religion, based on Marxism, and try to see how that is functioning for us and how that is functioning in relationship to other ideologies, other symbolic networks that are at play within the larger societal context we find ourselves in.
That seems to me like a perfect quilting point, really, for the whole conversation, because I had started out by saying it's about a scientific attitude that is against scientism. And really, you've hit on so much. You've brought so much together. And I've got your channel back up here, and we'll keep it up for the duration of the conversation. People, really, I hope that you go subscribe. I will share the link in the chat. And then I guess my final question is I'll never have a final question. But for now, I'd originally said we'd talk for 45 minutes and then go to Q&A. Instead, I think we talked for probably an hour and a half. So I'm at this point now where it's like I feel obligated to open the door here so you can get back to your life. But also, there are a couple of people on the Zoom chat side here. I think we've got Adam and Nance. They've been moderators in the live chat, so they've been following any conversation in there, and they can relay questions if you have time to hear any.
I do. I have a lecture prep I have to do for a class at 1:15, but I can stay for another 15, 20 minutes to address some of the questions.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Okay, Adam, Nance, if you're both there, go ahead and reveal yourselves, introduce yourselves, and yeah, if you have personal questions or stuff from the chat that you would like to share out, or just get his response to, welcome.
First of all, thank you so much for this amazing conversation, both of you. Fantastic conversation. Not so much movement in the chats by way of questions, but I did want to call out, we got the Dangerous Maybe hanging out, pointing out as well how cool this discussion is, and he's a huge fan of Brian's channel, as I believe most of us are.
And I'm a huge fan of his work. I'm been very grateful for his support throughout the time I've been having this channel.
It's amazing to have this convergence of minds in one place. kind of out of nowhere for me. I do have a personal question. Probably make our man Dave roll his eyes a little bit because I harp on this particular thinker a bit. I don't know if you're familiar with a professor out of Utah, T. Nguyen, works in aesthetics, social epistemology, and he's got a paper that I'm really interested in. Twitter, the gamification of Twitter, how Twitter gamifies communication, and I kind of wanted to get a kind of a, I don't know, your Lacanian perspective on the, impact on discourse when we have a society which largely conducts its discourse through an inherently, I don't know, a gamified medium where the true purpose of conversation seems to have been usurped by maybe optimization for likes and exposure and such. I kind of wanted to get your perspective on that.
Mm-hmm. So I had a question on one of my videos one time about ChatGPT and how I thought Lacan's notions of symbolic and imaginary relate to that. And I think I might have a similar response to this question. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can speak to gamification too much, but I can say that I mean, Twitter is a good example of the overlapping dialectical relationship between symbolic and imaginary, right? We have this algorithm that is guiding how the content is produced, and even though we think that's done sort of autonomously, and there is a degree of autonomy, Lacan speaks of the symbolic as being like a machine, right, in Seminar 2, and I think that's a good that actually applies well to the way in which the algorithm works. In fact, Lacan works through some algorithms in his in that seminar to illustrate the symbolic. But yet there is also this big other, and the big other is, in a sense, part of the symbolic, but also has its foot in the real. and I think this is where you have people, concrete people, who are just making decisions about what data to feed the algorithm, what are some of the weights and weights is going to give certain content, and so it directs the symbolic in a certain way to structure the content. So I think that's all. So I think that's one level of thinking about Twitter on a Lacanian perspective. And then there's the imaginary content, right? Is everything that we think Twitter is about, both in terms of the content it produces and what we get focused on and fixated on, as well as what we think Twitter is doing in its function within society and all the meanings we impute upon that. So I think and we tend to be very fixated on the content. It's like, oh, someone let out this tweet, and we get constantly like little like dogs chasing squirrels trying to find the next bit of meaning, and getting attached to it, getting agitated. The imaginary is a place of love and hate is where that gets expressed often, and so that's all happening on the surface level, and we miss this underlying symbolic algorithm and the big other who is sort of whose law is governing this process.
Do you think that this impacts or precludes it from being true or genuine discourse, or is this just what we must accept as our episteme, or our situation? This is discourse now. We are stuck with either gamified communication or nothing, or say algorithmically curated communication or nothing.
I would say I'm not so sure it's different. I'm not so sure it's different than how our communication has been. I think we get into sometimes we can fall into this lament of some past history where there was true discourse, and now it's been sabotaged by this technology, and I'm not quite sure. even when even when I was a teenager, I always had trouble with conversation because I saw it as too superficial and so artificial. And we have these sort of predetermined ways of talking to people, and our brain, and we can even think about the brains as sort of wired toward elevating certain information and downplaying certain information like an algorithm, and then there's a whole symbolic world going on underneath. So I if anything, Twitter in my eyes makes explicit what is been the implicit expression of discourse predating the rise of social media. I'm sure there are other things we could talk about in terms of changes. So it's not exactly the same, but I actually would want to. My first move is to point out the similarities between now and then, um, and then maybe work from there to look at some of the differences.
Awesome, thank you.
I want to just throw in that I don't roll my eyes at you for that reason, Adam. I roll my eyes at you because you're funny looking. No, it's not that at all. It's that I want to experiment with gamification, so I'm going to. That's not to say it's not harmful. As far as I think the more important thing that Brian's getting to is that this is a part of our reality prior to its rise on Twitter, but I want to speak to your facticity, your singularity of being basically like a feral child. You are not institutionalized, right? And so the gamification of platforms that we appear on through the internet mirrors the gamification of institutionalized incentive structures that a lot of people were subjectivized into as children, right? And so that was I've been thinking a lot about that, and anyway, I just that was my thing. But Nance, you got anything?
So I trying to nail down intentionality, as opposed to care. Does intentionality rest on agency, or does it give rise to agency?
I guess the way I would say it's agency in relationship to what is being acted on. So it is agency, but it's always agency in relationship to something. And you can have different ways of relating to objects. I can treat someone as a commercial transaction. I can treat someone as a lover. I can treat someone as there's all, I can care for them. I can desire them. I can hate them. There's all these intentionalities that or intentional acts that I engage in. But it's always in relationship to a content. And so I think if you mean agent as somehow separate from the thing it's acting on, then no, I don't think that is what Husserl means by intentionality. But so long as you think of the inextricable relationship, the object for subject relationship that cannot be broken up any further, that's intentionality.
Thank you.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey Brian, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good. I don't know how much I missed as far as who asked what, but yeah, Dave mentioned in the beginning that I had a question last night during the post talk about being in time and history, the concept of time. My question was in relation to Heidegger, and whenever he has any criticisms of Kant, is it always within Kant's framework of a transcendental critique and transcendental idealism itself, or is it sort of the appropriation of Kant by the Marburg school, which uses Kant as not back to the not trying to get at the thing in itself, but more about the conditions of possibility of scientific knowledge and scientific experience.
Mhm. I would say that it's definitely both. I think from what I'm trying to recall now, because there are critiques that Heidegger levels against Kant, and I'll try to recall them off as best I can. But um, in many ways, I would see Heidegger as agreeing with Husserl in terms of his critique of Kant. I believe that Kant in the separation of the noumenal and the phenomenal, right? That this idea that you have to make this distinction, that's problematic. That in going back to the things themselves in phenomenology, which is something that I think Heidegger provides one of the best descriptions of in the introduction. Phenomenology is it. There's no thing behind it. And so in going back to the things themselves, we go back to the phenomena. Now, for Heidegger, this means ontology, means hermeneutics, looking at things in those lights. But fundamentally, there is no dichotomy, and that the existentials, even though they're considered they're almost on par with Kantian a prioris, they are not internal to any subject. Heidegger wants to get rid of any notion of a transcendental subject, of a transcendental ego, whether it's the variant of Kant or the variant of Husserl, that all those are derivative of a more fundamental situation. And I think this is something I haven't talked about yet, but Kant is very much focused on sort of the intellectual processing of information, right? So affectivity is there, but it's not. I think it's relegated to the aesthetic or sensibility, and it's not a primary existential. It's not a primary category for Kant. Whereas for Heidegger, moods are fundamental. Moods are a fundamental way of relating to the world, and that's something you don't see in Kant at all. So not that there's an explicit critique of Kant there, but I think there's an implicit one.
No, that makes sense. And I like how you pointed out mood, because I was thinking the same thing of or like modes of being, right? Which is like authenticity and inauthenticity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Kant doesn't do much to recognize the in the embeddedness of our being in the world. There's none of that recognition, that we start off in that and then we emerge out of that to reflect upon our possibilities. So none of those are, or at least they're not explicit in Kant, and as far as the critique of pure reason. I'm sure if there's a Kantian scholar, I'm sure I'm going to get something about, actually in this work he says that. But for the most part, the standard telling of Kant, and that's the one I'm going off of, lacks a lot of those features. And I really want to underscore affectivity that's one of the major contributions of Heidegger over Husserl. Husserl still preserves that sort of rationalistic dimension of knowledge that Kant had. And I think this is, to me, this is why I actually talked about the example of love and talking about how love opens up something about that's lovable in my wife that I can discover. That's, right out of Heidegger. Heidegger, the moods, even though Heidegger doesn't talk about love, he talks about moods that they're not just feelings, they're ways of opening up possibilities of existence. They're fundamental ways of opening up possibilities of existence. And that's a form of knowledge that so few thinkers had really considered up to that point. Maybe Pascal was like one of the first.
Mikey wrote an article called, actually I should pull it up because I don't remember exactly what it's called, but The Dangerous Maybe Ben Shapiro Heidegger. Basically, it's called Facts and Feelings. Yeah. And so I'll put that up on the screen. It's called Facts and Feelings, a Heideggerian critique of Ben Shapiro, where basically, I mean, and the fact is we can give the devil his due and say, yeah, there are facts and people do have to, face up to facts sometimes. But there is an enjoyment in sharing certain facts to certain people in certain situations in certain ways, right? And the enjoyment to be had, it can be a vile one. And sometimes the Shapiro mode is definitely one of a kind of jouissance that's getting an enjoyment at another person's expense, just giving facts. But what he focuses on in this piece is moods, the fundamental orientation that we have towards the world through mood, and how it's the mood that brings those facts to light for us, right? Not just those facts to light, right, in terms of appearance, but also the way that we organize them, the way that they are structured symbolically via like our master signifier and all of these other things when we get into ideology critique. So I guess the question that I've been dying to ask you though, and by the way, everybody else, this is your time. I'm asking a question to fill time here, but I do want you all to kind of be a part of this conversation if you want to, so you don't have to turn off your cameras or anything like that. But my question is basically about the gaze and mood and how they are related. Because to me, it seems like the only way I can make sense of Lacanian gaze is through Heideggerian mood. But if that's an analogy that is going to cause me more confusion down the road, then you should correct me right now.
Yeah. Well, the notion of a gaze is very interesting, and actually I had it written down somewhere. I was thinking about bringing it up because when we're talking about intentionality, the gaze is a unique kind of phenomenon because it's not something we have. It's not a mental content. It doesn't give itself in any way, but it's maybe Levinas, but definitely Jean-Luc Marion talk about as a reverse intentionality, a counter intentionality, where I become the phenomenon, the mental content of someone else's mental act. And this is a fundamental reorientation of the notion of intentionality to be on the other end of it, and so in that you see this. You see that notion in Sartre. You see this in the face in Levinas, and so that's a very go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but like I almost, are we confusing kinds of gaze here? Because I understand that the phenomenological idea of gaze, with where Sartre is talking about the person who kind of interpolates you because you feel like you're being watched when you get caught being a voyeur or whatever. That makes sense as a reverse intentionality, you finding yourself as the object. But I took gaze in the Lacanian sense to be like a radical departure from that, where I'll use McGowan talking about the cinema, right? He talks about how everything that works in what is being shown to you, it actually works because it's you. It's pointing you out in like this way that like it shows you something about your unconscious and what it's seeking or something like that. But I have a really hard time articulating it. But it seems like I do think that this is supposed to be radically different from the Sartrean, Levinasian, Merleau-Pontian type of gaze. So, okay, you were already probably going to clarify this. So,
yeah, so that was sort of a parenthetical comment that I got provoked because I was thinking about this beforehand. But yeah, so I meant to transition from that parenthetical. Sorry about that. Sometimes my thoughts go tangential like that. Yeah. But that's why I need a script when I talk because I often have trouble being linear in my presentation otherwise. But but then you're absolutely right. The Lacanian gaze is something very different, right? And this is I actually working through Zizek's The Parallax View. It's actually been very helpful for me to think about the notion of gaze because right now my next video is going to be on chapter 1 of The Parallax View, and he talks a lot about the subject-object relation and how and thinks about it in terms of the parallax view and the minimal difference, and the way in which the object, the sublime object, it both is other than me, but also contains something in me. There's a blind spot, there's a stain in the object that is something that is, in a sense, looking back at me, and that it is the gaze, the internal gaze. The way I understood it is sort of like we internalize like the eagle ideal and the superego and all that, and that gaze that we have internalized is then discovered in the things that we see out there in the world, and that we find it looking back at us. And this is and I'm correct me if there's you think that that's not representing it well, but I think that is a very that's another way of thinking about the relationship between subject to object that's different. I think this is very different from the phenomenological point of view. I'd have to think about how to reconcile.
Yeah, that's I guess the connection then from Heidegger's mood, which is I think mood's like a little downstream from the fundamental term that gets translated poorly as state of mind, right? Which is like there's those three primary I don't want to call them registers, but they're kind of like registers, which is like there's state of mind, is it discourse and understanding, right? Like, and that's kind of Kantian understanding, but basically what Heidegger does in Being and Time is he takes that Kantian understanding and he puts it on an equiprimordial basis with discourse and state of mind. And so, you know, like, and then obviously like we have like these are like existentials. These are like existential structures of being in the world. But then like there's the derivative existential ontic manifestations of these things, right? And so the derivative average everyday existential of discourse is idle chatter, right? But just because you as a teenager were well aware idle chatter is annoying doesn't mean that it's useless. And more importantly, it shows us something. It shows us that there is the possibility of another kind of discourse, a higher order discourse. And so that's the kind of structure he's trying to get at. Anyway, putting those all on an equiprimordial basis is, I think, one of his greatest innovations. But so anyway, state of mind, mood, various moods as a sort of existential, ontic manifestation of the fundamental state of mind. Point being that what is revealed, what we see, is coming from that, right? But this isn't for individuals who are feeling anxious today. This is just as much for how everyone felt going through COVID. There was a feeling in the air and something that everyone was going through. Now, different people had their different existential, ontic modifications of that, but the overall state of mind was a zeitgeist that people were going through, right? And so I am only unpacking this all to hopefully see to see if I'm doing a good job or not, and then finally to see. So bringing it back to gaze, my question is if it's like that's showing us something about like our libidinal economy, and it seems like mood. It's the same thing. Like the things that we're caring about, the things that we're seeing, that we're dealing with. It's also telling us something about what's lighting up the world, what's at the basis of that. So that's I guess the similarity there. But yeah, it seems complicated.
I thank you for clarifying. It clicked when you were talking. I'm trying to. it seems like there's something there. I haven't actually thought about this, so it's actually a very interesting and unique idea about mood and the Lacanian gaze. And it would make sense, the connections you're making, that the way a mood sort of reveals things, discloses things to me, would parallel the way in which the gaze in I encounter the gaze in the Lacanian sense. I feel like there's something doesn't sit right with me on this comparison,
Right.
and I think if I'm thinking from Heidegger's perspective, there's a discomfort here with because I think and perhaps my discomfort is around the notions of the subject, that
Okay.
Heidegger is so uncomfortable with the idea of subjectivity. He's so allergic to that term, and yet that it's hard to think about these Lacanian ideas without
I see.
evoking the subject.
Good.
That we'd have to think through that part, because that is because there's the idea of the unconscious too, which doesn't play the same role in Heidegger and being in time. So I think it's an idea worth exploring. I hadn't really considered it. I think there are some complications that would have to be worked through. So I guess that's all I could say without over talking it.
No, that's great. Yeah, Andrew.
I was gonna say, can I add on something about the gaze? Because like one thing, if there is a mood, it would probably be anxiety, if anything, with the encounter of the gaze. But I was thinking about it. It's like Samuel McCormick of Lectures on Lacan talks about how like with the gaze, because like in Seminar 1, he'll he'll overcome like the Sartrean notion of the gaze because it falls too much in the dichotomy, or not dichotomy, but it falls too much in the imaginary register of like, as you were saying, Dave, about like being interpolated, like, oh, I'm being seen, like I'm this peeping Tom, right? Like it's not that I see the person and the person sees me, but I see them seeing me, right? That's the sort of imaginary narcissistic relationship. With the gaze, it has to do with the real, and if there's a mood, it's an anxiety. And how the real applies is that when we look at the subject, or the split subject, it is always trying to account for itself in the symbolic and imaginary dichotomy, right? In this dialectic. And we look at this in Freud's dream urban subjection, where when he looks down at her throat, he can't account for what he sees, him being the subject, the split subject. There is no mirror that has a mirroring back for an ego to instantiate an imaginary relationship. So you're left with a void, less than nothing, pretty much. And so that's where the gaze of the real is encountering, because it's like the object that stares back at you, you can't develop that mirror stage or that ego ideal. You're left with just pretty much for lack of a better term, the real, the void. I don't know if that helps.
I'd like to hear it.
Pretty much the lack. You're encountering your lack, which is just a structure without content.
So, Todd in the cinema book, which is basically about gaze, talks about how when I think it's the lack in your desire specifically, right?
Yes.
Because
if desire is structured like a language, there's no content. The ego ideal to be able to kind of ground that, right? Because what is the ego but a mirroring? So the way we relate are our ego ideals, but in an encounter with your traumatic real, or the trauma, it does not have. You're encountering the subject, the split subject of the unconscious encounters its own lack. There's no ego for it to identify with, and that's what's so frightening, because it's like this empty gaze that is of your desire.
Okay. So, and I apologize for constantly bringing up Todd's book. The only reason I'm doing this right now, and obviously everybody loves Todd here, but the reason I just keep bringing it up is because I've been profoundly confused about gaze, and Mikey complicated it for me by sharing his confusion about it. And so then I read the introduction to Todd's book, and I've been confused ever since. I was like, but I think it's kind of through these conversations and stuff gelling a little bit for me, to where the basic idea is that as far as using Lacanian gaze for film analysis as opposed to the feminist gaze and that kind of tradition, which obviously is the most prominent in American cinema theory, it's about instead of just looking like, oh, see, every woman as well as every desirable object, because women are being reduced to desirable objects portrayed on the screen, is portrayed in such a way so as to prop up the ego of the primarily like male viewership in this kind of superior consumer role, which is like obviously valid and a useful way of thinking about things. But this Lacanian gaze approach, which Joan Kopchak is so important for bringing into things, in I think it's in Read My Desire, right? Applied to cinema, the way McGowan does it, it's like there are like four fundamental kind of categories. He draws like a grid of classification here for different kinds of movies or films. Ones that frustrate desire in a specific way, ones that try to fulfill, ones that don't, they try to ingratiate it in a certain way, but they're all, insofar as they work or whatever, like how they might work, it's gonna fill that out. And I have to read the rest of the book and then reread it and then have a real conversation with Todd. And my question about gaze was hoping for some clarification on if it has a relation to phenomenology and what that might be. I think that what we have here is like why there might be some kind of similarity, but also more importantly, why that similarity would lead us astray if we took it too seriously. And now I want to get away from Lacan and bring it right back to phenomenology and kind of let Brian close this thing out, because I know we've kept him about the length that he had agreed to when he said he had about 15 to 20 minutes for Q&A. So I guess I would just ask you to share any final thoughts and kind of make your plugs for your books and your channel and all of that.
Yeah, so first off, I appreciate this, Dave. I really, I'm excited to do this, to get involved in these conversations. I really like what I'm seeing here on YouTube. When I'm working on an essay that actually, in light of our conversation about that special work that you're putting together, Dave, with different authors, trying to put together an essay where I'm really reflecting on what we're doing here and what this means in light of the history of philosophy, because it's just so, I think we are really getting back to an age in which there was philosophy without schools, and that prior to the institutionalization of philosophy. So there's something really about getting back to the roots of philosophy that is happening, and thinking this work that you're facilitating here. So I think everyone knows my channel is Singularity as Sublimity, and I'm not sure what else I want to plug, but I think this notion of intentionality has a lot of fruitful directions that we can consider. I think we hadn't even gotten to. I sort of alluded to it, intentionality in Levinas, Sartre, right, Merleau-Ponty, and who really takes up intentionality as comportment a great deal. I think there's a lot. I think that one way of reading the history of phenomenology is the history of interpretations of intentionality and what they do with it.
Yes.
And I think it was Paul Ricoeur who said that phenomenology is the series of heresies of Husserl, and that I think is true. It's a series of deviations from Husserl's interpretation of intentionality into all sorts of realms, all the way to Michel Henry, whose notion of flesh and materiality is an attempt to show the derivativeness of intentionality in a very different way than Heidegger did. So, and then of course the more recent phenomenologists, and Levinas would be included in sort of this group of those who've been very interested in the notion of the reverse intentionality. So, and how Levinas develops an ethics in relationship to this. So I think there's a lot of fruitful directions to keep considering with that idea.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to future dialogue. And I really hope to see, what you're coming up with here. So,
Thank you all.
take care.
Good to see you again, Brian. Have a good
Good to
day.
see you, Andrew. You too. Bye, Nance. Bye, Adam.
Awesome.
That was dope. That was dope.
Yeah.
You know, for anybody who doesn't get the referent there, whenever I play this sound clip,
Yeah.
I just have to say that is one of the most terrifying characters from television history. Like, he actually, I could have nightmares about this fucking guy. And speaking of nightmares, now we've got Adam just came on. So not only does Adam operate with an alias, but now he's got an avatar standing there in it looked like Freud, you know, it's like Freud hanging out in the clinic. Oh, you're muted.
It's my homunculus. It's,
You know, I want to actually say something about that. So, I was kind of bashing on aliases and avatars. The reason is because I just, I feel like it's important to be hyperbolic about certain things to get the point across, because I had an influx of people signing up to Theory Underground using anime avatars and using aliases like Drip Magnet and shit like that. And it's like, I'm sorry. I look, I don't want a bunch of fucking like anime avatars named Drip Magnet and shit cluttering up the conversations with their hot takes, because it's like, I don't want to get to know your personality unless I have a face to map to it, because the whole goal of the Theory Underground platform is that it's not going to be over dominated by primarily online people, but the kinds of people who actually show up to IRL events, right? The goal is hybridity between online and real life events. And I'm okay to have a token alias person. And by the way, Adam explained off line, it's not even so much for, hiding out from the kinds of, the bullshit harassment campaigns that happen if you are trying to be part of the Ascendant PMC. No, it's
Right.
It's just because you use different nicknames in different spaces, and that's just normal, and that's okay. But the point was more about the people who they live in fear. They live in fear of the institutional frameworks that they are trying to climb. And I sympathize to them, but I don't want to cater to them, and I don't want to center them. Right? And so that's all. That's
Right.
all.
I'm stoked to be the token Drip Magnet,
That's the new achievement I'm going to give you on the site. Drip Magnet. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man.
But with that, in about 10 minutes, we will be joined by Samuel Loncar. That's not like spelled like a lawn with grass and a car that's parked on the lawn with grass. That would be funny, but it's actually spelled Loncar. And we're going to be talking about Heidegger's Being in Time, but we're also, more importantly, talking about philosophy as a form of psychotherapy. He has made videos on this topic. He talks about Plato as a form of psychotherapy. And I think that his general approach to philosophy, public philosophy as well, because he does stuff on the internet, not just in Yale, is something that I find inspiration from. And he's honestly just like, look, everyone on here is a beautiful person, is really cool. We get these kind of comments in the chat, and then Nance is like, don't be weird, which is great because I do get creepy shit sometimes from people. And so
Yeah, I saw that one yesterday. It was so odd. Like, what the hell?
No, I know that person wasn't being creepy, but the point is like, if you do that, then when more creepy people say the exact same thing, it passes. And so the whole issue is the break between subject of enunciation and enunciated subject. The enunciated subject in that case was not creepy because the subject of enunciation did not mean it in a creepy way. But
Right.
when it comes to a YouTube live chat, there's certain precedents that need to be established. So, thanks for pointing that out, Nance. But anyway, no, it's true. We got a lot of beautiful people. But no, I actually think Samuel Loncar, I think you're all in for a treat. As far as like his he's got like a soulful kind of presence and stuff that tends to come through. Hopefully it won't be a bad day. No, I don't want to put too much pressure on him. No, I just think he's got like a personality that isn't normally represented in philosophy that I'm really excited to introduce you all to. And with that, I'm about to switch over to the PSA that we've been playing. The point of playing this PSA between every segment is so that people joining at different times throughout the day, people watching this in the past, present, or future, I want everyone to get the goddamn memo. And so this PSA is the goddamn memo. And if you're a fellow traveler of mine, then you'll have gotten this fucking memo by the end of the next month, because I'm going to republish every one of these conversations as a standalone video with this shit at the end of it. And if you only watch one of my things in the next month and a half, you will know what's going on. And so if you and also psychology, they say in marketing that you got to see shit on like 10 times on average before it really clicks. And so
Right.
if you watch this multiple times kind of passively in the background while multitasking, hell yeah, I'm looking forward to it clicking for you, because it's way cooler than you realize. So this upcoming tour is way cooler than you might have realized. So far we've raised $50 thanks to Dan. Just type in !TU tour fund in the chat and you'll get the link to donate. And I hope some people will donate more than $50 in the next how much more time do we have here? Probably like 10 hours.
9 hours?
9 hours. Yeah.
Jeez.
So dude, it's easy. This is fun. This is the best time I've ever had. But with that, we're going to turn it over to the PSA. See y'all on the other side.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the U.S., where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which for the hardcore punk scene in the US meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https://theory-underground.com/US-tour-2023.
In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being and Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the Recovery Group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions, and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEarlyBirdYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BeingInTimeEarlyBirdYT before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation, including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency, like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residences of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah.
Thanks.
We look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
Go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. Couple things I want to say right before introducing our guest here. This stream has been going on now for almost 4 hours. Yesterday it was almost 14 hours, and I think we got about another 9 hours left. Our current guest is going to be joining us for an hour and a half, I think is about the time, right? Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, 1:15 I got available, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and then we've got the whole lineup that I'll put up on the screen so people can check that out. But basically, I wanted to welcome everybody to the stream and say, I just wanted to say that the stream's going on. It's been going on. That's the context of this conversation. Before I click this record button and actually begin introducing you, Samuel, I kind of wanted to say the things about the stream separate from the context of our the entirety of our conversation, which will be kind of also published after the fact as its own standalone thing. So now that that's been kind of set, welcome everybody. Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McCarricker, and today we are joined by Samuel Loncar. How's it going, Samuel?
Good. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have you. I see your publications going up on academia.com all of the time. I'm really excited to read your dissertation. I think I found out about your work because of a YouTube video that was getting shared around on social media last year, where you were talking about how people have historically misinterpreted Heidegger's most important, or at least most well-known work, Being in Time. And so I think that that's probably should be our jumping off point. Self and what you do both academic.
I'm a philosopher and a scholar of religion, and my work has largely had to do with the fact that I couldn't end up pulling those two threads apart. So I always thought, even just as a historian of philosophy, I needed to know the history of religion, but I was also interested in questions of religion. So I did my PhD in Yale at philosophy of religion, and I discovered a lot of important material that's changed my life, the most important of which is that in the ancient world, the modern category of religion didn't exist. And in fact, the closest analog to what we call religion in the modern world was the word philosophy. So in reality, I'm based out of an attempt to very self-consciously renew what I think of as the greatest Mediterranean revolution, which was this community of basically what we would think of as poets, scientists, spiritual leaders, teachers, entrepreneurs, and consultants who founded the philosophical school. And Plato's, of course, the most famous because we have his prose writings, but the philosophical schools of antiquity were really this very cool combination of something kind of like, Dave, what you're doing, like a real kind of underground university. They also had a kind of consulting dimension. They would bring in experts. So out of that came the history of mathematics, ultimately the scientific revolution, but also the history of religion and Christianity and even atheism. So I began to recognize that in order to interpret the most important works in the history of philosophy, particularly kind of my jam, which is German philosophy from the 19th and 20th centuries, I really needed to understand how philosophy itself was a spiritual tradition. And that led me kind of into my academic work. So I focus on the relationship between philosophy, religion, and science. And I do a lot of public philosophy as an editor, an institution builder, and as just a teacher.
That's amazing. Yeah, and you've kind of, I think in my memory of something I might have seen on your channel, you say something about the importance of public philosophy and how you see this as a renaissance of what you're talking about, this origins of this. And we just had this guest on, Brian Becker. He's also a professor. He's really into phenomenology, but he also studies Lacan and other areas of continental philosophy. And I told him I really wanted the two of you to meet someday. But he was saying similar things, and I was kind of saying that I see the work that you do, the work that Todd McGowan does, and the work that Brian Becker does as like the most important. Obviously, there's also like, Gregory Sadler, as well as like Wes Cecil, and before that, Rick Roderick, the Hubert Dreyfus, and David Harvey. These are all professors who, for some reason, decided to put their stuff onto YouTube and make it so that we can watch and rewatch the lecture course, in the case of someone like Dreyfus or David Harvey, that was developed over the course of a lifetime of reading the same text over and over and over again with other people and being in dialogue academically, publicly, and with graduate students and introductory students. So really speaking to every level from a text. And I take such inspiration from Hubert Dreyfus and from David Harvey. David Harvey obviously does that with Capital, whereas Dreyfus is doing that with Being in Time. He was doing that at UC Berkeley until he passed away a couple of years ago. And we've had one of his prize students, Dr. Ian Thompson, on the channel a couple of times. But that's kind of just like the historicity of this conversation, because really Dreyfus is someone who I think you are critiquing in a sort of sense, and it also Johannes Neisenhauser, I think is his name. He's also a Heideggerian. He's critiquing the Dreyfusinian interpretation or appropriation of Heidegger's work. And so I guess I'm curious how you see yourself in this milieu. What is your intervention into the field? And then after that, we'll talk a bit more broadly about philosophy as a way of life, as a form of psychotherapy, your appreciation of the ancients, et cetera, et cetera. But first, let's just talk about Dreyfus and the American scene and how you see yourself in it.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm glad to acknowledge a debt to Dreyfus and to hear about your own debt. I mean, he is an amazing writer and teacher. I love everything I've read by him. You're right. So I want to be clear. My critique of Dreyfus is kind of just within the narrow world of like academic kind of American Heidegger scholarship, which is, Dreyfus accomplished essentially a miracle, which is he got the broadly analytic world to at least take his reading of Heidegger seriously. And I would compare it to Hegel, right? Basically, the history of German idealism's reception in America is very young. It's about, if you go back to Josiah Royce, you can tell a 100-year story, but I'm talking about modern analytic philosophy since it's kind of run the elite universities. It's really two generations. It starts with Strawson's Kant. And right, Strawson's Kant is a Kant without metaphysics. So the first thing you have to do to get any German metaphysical thinker into the American tradition is you have to demetaphysicalize them. So that is already a big advantage for Dreyfus, because Dreyfus is part of this fascinating kind of existential pragmatism tradition that he kind of creates and develops at Berkeley, with Searle and all these other people. Brilliant kind of combination of speech act theory, the best of, the reading of Merleau-Ponty. So I see Dreyfus as a kind of amazing continuer of a kind of American phenomenological tradition in a very pragmatic key. And so he reads Heidegger in a way that's, one, unquestionably interesting and useful conceptually. I would never critique it. I just don't think it has anything to do historically with what Heidegger's book is about. And that's why Dreyfus, like most Heideggerian interpreters, they can't really deal with the rest of the book. Because he's so brilliant, he can get this great reading out of book one. And he's able to read this sort of Vorhandenheit and Zuhandenheit stuff in this really interesting way. But I don't think that's Heidegger's project, is to kind of destroy and refound the metaphysical tradition of the past 2,400 years. And so my interpretation emerged because I'm not a Heideggerian. I don't actually like Heidegger a lot, but I think he's really important. And I discovered an argument when I was working with Design and Sight in grad school, where I realized, oh my God, the central concept of this book really shouldn't be rendered as being. I don't think the book is being in time. And I realized the book is really existence in time. And that's how I translate it. And then I wrote my dissertation about that argument. And part of what was missing was the metaphysical religious background to Heidegger and his text. So my interpretation of Heidegger combines all of the work in Heidegger that's done in the history of religion and theology. And that work is just ignored by philosophers, even though it's philosophical, with the sort of German tradition that I'm part of in German idealism, where my context, like people like Cassirer, is I really work on historically contextualizing a thinker in their milieu before I bring my own sort of conceptual program to it. I don't have a problem that people do that, but that's the main way people read these figures in the American academy, is they basically bring what's respectable in their version of philosophy today, and they impose that on the text as the sort of price of that thinker's admission into the community of academic conversation. But for me, that's backwards. These are the thinkers we're still reading 100 years later. We shouldn't assume someone's going to read us in 100 years. So I think we have to put them in context. And when you put Heidegger in context, what is he? He's a devout Roman Catholic kid who for the first 20 years of his life thinks he's going to be a priest. He's trained as a poor Catholic student on scholarships in the name of Thomas Aquinas, the model for the sort of critique of modern philosophy in the post-1870s Vatican I Catholic Church. He's incredibly religious. He's very obsessed with the idea of eternity. He hates modernity. He hates temporality. He's going to be a priest. He studies mathematical logic. He's in the same tradition that Frege's in. He's in the same tradition Husserl's in, coming from a background really of very rigorous interest in kind of the eternal science of math. And then what happens? How do we get the Heidegger that we know? That's part of the interest in my work. And I think you have to have the whole origin of Heidegger, as he himself famously says in his interview, the Japanese interview, where he says, Herkunft aber bleibt stets Zukunft, but my origin always remains destiny. Origin always remains our destiny, in that famous quote. So Heidegger's origin is in the deepest roots of the Christian theological tradition, in the deepest roots of Roman Catholic metaphysics, and in the deepest roots of German philosophy. And I think to recover the real spectacular power of Sein und Zeit, or existence in time, you have to lay bare the mystical, the repressed religious and spiritual dimension of his project. And that's how I see what I'm doing. And I recognize it's very heretical, but I'm already a heretic because I take religion seriously. As a scholar, I think you must take it seriously, right? But if you take it seriously in the mainstream philosophical community, there is just a sort of still kind of frankly ridiculous but very powerful professional bias against religious subject matter, which I think leaves philosophers impoverished intellectually and culturally, but it exists. So but I figure, look, I'm already all in. So yeah. I bring it to Heidegger. That's sort of how I position myself, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. You know, this is, are you familiar with the book After Virtue?
Yes, Alistair McIntyre.
Right. The first couple pages of it, right? How many people actually read the entirety of it? Reading the entirety of it is a goal, and it's because those first few pages, I have read the first 5 chapters, but those first few pages, when I was reading them last year, I couldn't think about it in any way but a Heideggerian way. And those pages are dealing with this analogy. Imagine you go to a future where he basically does a thought experiment where, it's post-apocalyptic. There's no science, there's no technology, but people start finding artifacts from when the periodic table was being taught in schools, from other kinds of, ways of classifying things from the sciences. And then so these get taught as oh, we're going to teach you these things. But people have no context for the world where those came from. And so people are just regurgitating rote and sort of worshiping these as oh, this is knowledge, right? But nobody has the context for it. And then he's like, plot twist, that's actually what's going on with virtue. That's actually what's going on with all of the conversations in, he says, both phenomenology and analytic philosophy, which is kind of like the early division for really analytic and continental. And he's saying both sides are making this mistake of not thinking seriously enough about the world that someone like Aristotle or Plato was writing in. The audience, the author, the world, they're not thinking those conditions. And so when we're having debates over metaethics or, thinking, let's talk about, virtue ethics from a sort of pragmatist standpoint, what's being lost is that context. And so I'm like, it's kind of weird that he thinks that applies to phenomenology just as much, because if he's using phenomenology as a catch-all for continental philosophy, I don't think that critique would apply to Heidegger, because I think Heidegger's entire project is to understand the context of the original experiences that give rise to the concepts that get handed down over time. So first of all, does that make sense? Are you tracking, and would you agree with that, or would you modify it?
No, I think it's honestly, I think it's a brilliant, perfect analogy. It's funny because I actually love that book. I've taught it. I've read it 3 times. I think it's very problematic as an argument, but honestly, it's just one of the most, first of all, it's an amazing work of philosophy because it's a great work of literature. Right. And I think, McIntyre is in this kind of wonderful tradition of like Hume, of being a pretty, even when he was, I don't know if you read his early Marxist stuff, McIntyre starts off as a hardcore Marxist. Then he transitions out of Marxism. I don't think he ever really transitions out of Marxism, but he's Marxist in a way always, I think, take what's best, which is the kind of Marxist historicism. I think, and he becomes interested in kind of Catholic thought, and then Aristotle. But that opening image you use, that's exactly, I think, the right framework, which is we're in a framework philosophically where I think, and a lot of my work, like I'm teaching a course in Germany this summer on apocalyptic philosophy, I think of my work is very apocalyptic because the McIntyre analogy is exactly right. We don't live in a single world. We live in a world which is a bunch of like ruins competing for who can like claim to be the most put together heir of some real reality that we don't remember anymore. And academic philosophers are kind of invested in thinking that they're real philosophers because they have the title and they get paid for it, which by Plato's definition, unfortunately, makes them only a sophist. Because if you have to get paid to do philosophy, Plato says that's the definition of a sophist. But there are real philosophers everywhere, including in academic philosophy. And those of them, I think, who get really interested in the question of where we are, they realize the question of when we are is the real question we don't agree on. We don't agree when we are in time and space, and therefore we don't agree what kind of work needs to happen to make ourselves intelligible. But I think that since at least Heidegger's era, we've been completely kind of lost in space-time, including in our ability to culturally orient ourselves. And so people like Heidegger are actually the essential conditions to gaining a genuine orientation existentially. I mean, I could talk about the Heidegger part. I think Heidegger isn't actually a historicist. So I don't know how much he helps us historically, but Heidegger does help us in a more, you could say, philosophical, metaphysical level than he does. But Heidegger, I think, was always afraid of real history. I think the Catholic part of him never stopped kind of not liking the idea that we're affected by our cultural conditions. And you can tell he deeply resisted that in his own life. Heidegger did not like to see himself as part of his own context of Germany, Catholic Bavaria. So, but yes, I agree that I think that McIntyre is exactly kind of the right image. Even if you don't agree with McIntyre, that scenario, I think, is true, is we've lost the context that makes our practices intelligible. And therefore, all philosophy that's serious has to involve a type of historical therapy where you have to deal with a kind of traumatic repression that's at the heart of the way in which we're currently psychotically rendering reality as if it's normal or as if we don't need some fundamental critique.
Okay, that's a lot. And it raises a lot of questions. It raises a lot of questions, and I guess the one I want to just dive into that's nearest, because I think I'm a filthy atheist from the standpoint of most religious people, and from the standpoint of most atheists, they would see me as someone who sits on a bridge or on a bench, right? I think my philosophical ideal, or what I feel like perhaps is my role, at least in this phase of my life, is to be to help try to bring fundamental contradictions into the light, to flesh them out, to dig in deeper, and to challenge ourselves with the greatest texts, and that I've been obstructed from being able to do that in a lot of ways because of wage labor, because of wage labor before college, and then throughout college, and then after college. So I never had my time and my energy, which is why my thesis project, I use Heidegger and Marx to develop the concept of time energy as an existential a structure of being in the world. It's prior to the division of time from energy, is from the compartmentalization of these things. So all we have left is energy without time, that is repeatable in large blocks of time, or time without energy at the end of the day, at the end of the weekend when you're exhausted. And so that's my basic kind of orientation and way of bringing Heidegger and Marx and into a not a framework that makes them reconcilable, not a framework that makes them something that can be synthesized, because ultimately it's an immanent critique of both. And I draw just as much off of other thinkers. At this point, I've been focusing mostly on Lacan and Zizek, and I'm still like, I'm a very torn Levinasian, because I feel like in a sort of way, Levinas ruined my life. And I think that it's because I take ideas very seriously. And so taking his worldview to heart actually ruined my life. It made me a floor mat for the other. And
Wow.
that's it. It actually did that for a good, 6 years of my life. And so, but that you can never, after you've been impacted that strongly by a thinker, you don't leave them. You have to still think with them because you're wrestling with them every day. And so that's, I think, the situation we're probably both in with Heidegger. But as that's my context and facticity as far as I think it's relevant to what I'm about to ask you, which is, I think that the commonsensical atheist response is just that you're doing Heidegger an injustice because of the fact that he left the church. He was radically disillusioned with it, and I've even heard that he thought, actually, where did this Catholicism thing really come from? It's not an authentically German idea, and it wasn't a very Greek idea. And so, like, his disillusionment with the church was also a disillusionment with Rome and the Latinization of Greek philosophy and the import of these ideas into Germany that all water down and create, orders of removal from these primary human experiences that people ostensibly had before the kinds of fracturing and classifications and modernization projects that come after the Enlightenment. So I guess that's the sort of devil's advocate in this situation. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the common atheists would have a hard time explaining what their atheism amounts to. This is, first of all, a philosophical historical claim. I start off my podcast with the first series, which is like a development of my dissertation, by saying I'm a religious atheist. So I think maybe I'm very sympathetic to what I hear you describing as your own view about kind of basically leaning very much into the reality of immanent contradictions and seeking to understand how they play out. So I also am very atheistic in many contexts, and then appear quite religious or spiritual depending on the valence of other contexts. So this kind of atheistic reading it's naive. So I think I respect it, but it's basically it's like an introductory student complaining about having to watch a show they don't want to watch, which is like, your preferences matter for entertainment. That's not the same thing as scholarship. Yeah. Okay, so what we prefer is very different from what is the case to do something properly, right? A person may not prefer to, have to wear a boring suit if they want to work on Wall Street. I don't want to work on Wall Street. But if you do want to work on Wall Street, you have to wear the clothes. It's just like, when you make $100 million, maybe you can wear a T-shirt, and they do, right? But it's funny. A T-shirt's expensive in business.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just like suits are cheap when you have to wear them. So the economy of our context determines the real symbolic valence of what the goods are that are circulating. And so what's really going on with Heidegger is actually he was the first person to pull off this kind of really brilliant con, which is, you take your religious background, you cannibalize it in a way that's pretty obvious to everyone who has or knows your religious background, but then you pawn it off as your own original secular stuff. Everyone does this now. Sam Harris is nothing without Buddhism, for example. Sam Harris has gone from being a militant atheist who made his brand on atheism to being like every like smart mom's like guru for spiritual meditation. He doesn't have to deal with the fact that all of the stuff he uses comes from the traditions that he makes fun of. Nor can he explain why atheism didn't produce a multi-thousand-year tradition of wellness that he can benefit from. But he gets to commercially capitalize on East Asian philosophies and religions, bring in guests and speakers because he's the famous Western white patriarch who can normalize for a secular audience the actual content that comes from a context of gurus, of mantras, of discipline, of obedience, of secrecy, stuff that he doesn't want anything to do with. He can't sell that. No offense, and this is, I'm not picking on Sam Harris. I like him in the sense that as a communicator, I admire his gifts. He's not a philosopher, and if you call him that, then unfortunately you have to say unkind things about him. But as a communicator, he's very gifted. So I think this common atheist has a point, because they could say, well, Sam Harris would agree with me about Heidegger. And I would tell them, that's your problem, my friend. You don't want to go to Sam Harris for anything that isn't about like what you could read about Buddhism on Wikipedia or neuroscience from 30 years ago. So, you know, that's his literal expertise. And now his expertise is he's a cultural commentator. Good for him.
Right.
But you know what? Heidegger's a lot more difficult than that. Heidegger, when he said that my origins always remain future, he was talking in that context about his theological training. So, but Heidegger also makes this radical claim, which is it's in one of his lectures that I think unfortunately has never been translated. I have a translation of it in my dissertation, which I should put online because the book isn't going to have all the German anyway. But Heidegger says, my work is so important that you can interpret the entire history of philosophy in terms of it. But in terms of the entire history of philosophy, you cannot place or contextualize my work. That's Heidegger's own claim. Now, I don't think that's true. But the point is, Heidegger isn't positioning himself as one more academic philosopher, right? Heidegger is a German messianist. So this is a huge part of what you were mentioning about his historical context. You're exactly right. And all of those comments are correct. The rejection of Latinity, the rejection of Rome. But this is the worst of Heidegger. This is the most non-individual. This is not Heidegger and Martin Heidegger. This is just, unfortunately, a 19th century sexually repressed South German who is deeply attracted to totalitarian and authoritarian psychology, just like Horkheimer and Adorno analyzed when they wrote The Authoritarian Personality in Exile in the 40s. They're writing about Heidegger. I mean, he's on their mind. Heidegger, Schmidt. Why are the Germans so attracted to authoritarian figures? Because the stereotype is that the German is intellect and not will. And so will, which embodies pure patriarchal force, it's the sort of, if you want to put it in a really, I think, not fair way, will by itself, voluntarism is a type of like rape-oriented dimension of like human personality, right? It's not the mind that violates or the mind that accomplishes. And so I think there's a deep insecurity in the part of intellectuals that German culture, this is now to kind of engage in a side of cultural psychoanalysis, but that I think Horkheimer and Adorno were interested in this. There's a kind of cultural tendency in which you really need authority. But if your freedom is your freedom of intellect, then you become a kind of radical, almost romantic individualist. So Heidegger's self-image is this hilariously German romantic image of the lone genius who stands outside of time and history. Meanwhile, he's writing metaphysical garble for Hitler, and he's excited about it. So Heidegger cannot acknowledge his own human limitations. He can't acknowledge his own personality. He can't acknowledge his own cultural conditioning. And that's the actual problem, is what his readers feel that. And I think psychotherapeutically, Heidegger is like a person who basically makes people resist therapy rather than go, if you want to put it really kind of controversial.
Well, that's funny because like part of one of the threads at Theory Underground has been the critique of therapism, and you know, especially the Lacanian critique of ego psychology and of this. I think Christina Hoff Sommers puts in her book One Nation Under Therapy. She says therapism is a pathologization of everyday life, right? And she talks about, she and Frank Ferretti, who wrote the book Therapy Culture, they talk about how like this introspective tradition of attributing, fundamental kinds of alienation and disenfranchisement onto your relationship with yourself and its relationship with your parents. It's a form of privatizing social situations onto the ego, and it puts you into a lifelong subscription service to something that's going to make you hypersensitive instead of anti-fragile, which will make you instead of helping you overcome your anxieties, it actually increases your anxiety. So this line of the critique of therapism is something that you can't talk about without people then thinking, oh, well, then you're against therapy. And we're not against therapy. We're actually, I think, as far as I am aware, everybody who's opened their mouths about these terms on this platform is well aware of the values of therapy and is clear about that. Like, I had a conversation with my friends. We call ourselves young Jijikians as a tongue-in-cheek kind of term. It's not tongue-in-cheek for a couple of them who are like the most Jijikian. But the basic, we have conversations from the Jijikian perspective talking about various things. And one of the ones we did was a conversation on Jonah Hill's recent movie Stutz, about Phil Stutz. Did you see that?
I haven't seen that yet, no.
Okay, so then that's a whole can of worms in a direction we don't need to get into. I only bring this up as a way of tying you into the broader thread of what's been going on here, so that you can kind of clarify your position. And then, because really the part I'm really excited to get into is your conception of psychotherapy and the value of this, because I think we spend too much time being critical and not enough time talking about the actual value here. And so it's funny that Lacan, who is a Heideggerian, has this kind of anti-therapeutic approach, and that you're saying that, yeah, Heidegger is almost like, don't go to therapy, right? And so can you expand on this and also kind of get to what you mean by, can you kind of distinguish what you would see as a harmful form of therapy versus what you would see as a good kind of therapy?
Yeah, well, that is a fair but big question, and I appreciate the context too. I think from what you've told me, I'm very broadly in agreement with the kind of anti-therapism, right? I haven't read those books yet, although I know of them, but I assume they're interacting with and very aware of the kind of, there was an early generation of that. Philip Reeve famously wrote a book called The Triumph of the Therapeutic, which is the most devastating critique of therapeutic culture at its birth. He critiques Wilhelm Reich, for example, basically the Erich Fromm. So let me start with the historical context, right? So because I am very much indebted as a philosopher to what I would consider the kind of Marxist psychodynamic therapy traditions, but not because I read these thinkers. I find very difficult to get into, to be honest, to get into Lacan, even though I recognize the insight. I listen to Zizek and I think he makes Lacan make sense, but I'm always a little just like suspicious of aspects of it. Maybe your own experience maybe speaks to that. But so first of all, the critique of therapism, I agree with. In other words, there are modes of therapy that construct the human subject in a way that completely alienates, and this is how I would put it, because this is very important to me about therapy critiques. All talk of therapy is normative metaphilosophy, unavoidably normative metaphilosophy. And to me, it's extremely important to signal responsibly when we can't avoid being normative. When you're talking about competing descriptions of human nature, you are implicitly engaged in a kind of a normative project, even if you yourself don't want to be asserting anything because you don't know what's going on, right? I'm not saying, for example, I know what human nature is, but I have some ideas and they conflict with other people. So insofar as we've had a therapeutic tradition, which does come out of this bastardization and kind of domesticization of psychoanalysis, that basically is for really rich white kids whose parents don't like what they're doing on the weekends. And so you send your kid to therapy, or you go into your midlife crisis, and therapy is basically about your personal life, your personal meaning. And if you have any problems, then you should figure out how you can personally change that. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not against a lot of the protocols people are given to help them. I'm not against cognitive behavioral therapy per se, right? But these aren't forms of like deep therapy. They're not forms of therapy that assume concepts like inwardness. So when you get this kind of egocentric psychology, it's true that it's like a kind of capitalist paradise. From the Marxist standpoint, it completely alienates the subject from the way in which a lot of their neuroses are simply structural symptoms in their psyche of a kind of form of class domination by their actual material infrastructure, right? So it's like maybe you're depressed because of the fact that you have to work a shitty job, right? It's like that could be really depressing. But so I agree totally with that as the therapism. I also think therapy for me is just if it helps you, right? So I'm not like I don't make it complicated. I think there's a ton of like stuff today that is really trying to help people, but I think what we don't have is a kind of, how do we think of therapy not as, like you said, an indefinite subscription model where you become a kind of capitalist subject to the nth degree? Like the more you run away from capital's domination, the more you end up literally becoming like a funder of it. You know, you just pay for ever more expensive forms of therapy. So the first thing I would start with that is that there is a really strong class dimension to therapy that it's worth really flagging up front, especially in a context like this where you're welcoming that. It's like, right, this is the hierarchy of therapy is this. Social work is for lower class and problem class people, okay? Therapists are for middle class professionals, and analysts, psychoanalysis has historically been for the upper class elite. So if you look at the demography of the consumers of therapy, you also have to correlate it with the modes of therapy are very economically connected. We have a very like kind of just massively idiotic leisure class today in the capitalist ruling class. So they're not as interested as they used to be in going even to Freudian psychoanalysis. But, you know, the sort of housewife or rich hedge fund guy of 70 years ago, when he had a nervous breakdown, he might have actually had one of his friends say, you should see my analyst. And he might have actually gone to a Freudian analyst or a Reichian analyst or a Jungian analyst. Right. 70 years in, you're just going to want to sort of get yourself fixed. So those people, I think, aren't doing therapy. They're doing pills.
Okay.
So one of the reasons I think we need therapy is, what is therapy an alternate to? To me, therapy is an alternate to a lifetime dependence on pharmaceuticals, if you can avoid it. Not that, right, I'm not against drugs, but it's like, I would rather have people think I could spend 1 year talking to someone and I might not have to take mind-altering psychotropic drugs that no one quite understands and that can hurt a lot of people. If it helps people, of course I support that, right? But there is a kind of very unhappy, obvious, just economic conspiracy in the most literal sense between pharmaceutical companies and the psychiatric community. So I'm for therapy as opposed to permanent dependence on overly convenient drugs. If therapy helps people and it can help them even maybe reduce their dosages, I'm part of a movement. It's just like, great, right? But I don't believe we should be always in therapy, except insofar as my view of philosophy is we as humans are somehow out of joint in a fundamental sense. So therapy to me is not a modality. Like, it's not something you go to. That's what we've been talking about. But what I mean by it, which we can transition, you know, this is what I mean by it is we need to be healed. So to me, a good human life is a human life that, first of all, embraces that need. It doesn't fight it. And that to me is what being pro-therapy for me personally means. It means I'm pro-healing. I'm for any tradition or thinker or person who basically wants to normalize asking for help.
Okay.
I'm for people who want to affirm that it's okay to be dependent, right? If we get to be dominated by class structure, can't we also acknowledge it's good to have a community, right? I think it's like important that we feel free to say that, because this kind of egocentric capitalism you describe in therapism, it makes it seem pathological to need people. It makes it seem pathological, as you said, to have everyday feelings. It's true. A lot of depression is just you're sad. Maybe you need to take something for that, but maybe the sadness is an invitation to what? And then you get into what? An existential theory of emotions, right? What are emotions? I believe emotions are semantically salient dimensions of the human body. So I think any approach to life takes the information the body gives us as a great gift, particularly from a diagnostic standpoint. And, you know, I could connect that with a lot of doctors and traditions, but that's already a lot of, you know, probably too long of an answer. But that's the kind of where I sit vis-a-vis therapism, a kind of really potted history of kind of why I take the critique seriously in terms of the Marxist background. But then personally, for me, therapy is being a lot bigger than just whether you go to a person we currently professionally label as a therapist. It's more an openness towards healing as a great good and a great need of us as a species and as individuals.
And that's a wrap, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I almost I like the idea of the Lacanian variable length session because like it's almost like if I just cut it off right there, I would prefer that people sit with that for the next week than listen to the rest of this marathon stream. But yeah, that was really good. Now I want you to clarify. You said emotions are semantically salient. What?
I think the semantically salient communications of the human body.
Okay, communication.
In other words, like I have a view which I call spiritual physicalism, which is it's a philosophical joke. It's like a position which is a joke, right? The dominant position in the philosophy of mind amongst analytic philosophers is physicalism, or the idea that the mind can't ultimately be anything other than somehow the physical human body. Let's ignore the fact that no one can define the word physical. Let's ignore the fact that no one can define the word material, right? That's how dogmatic our modern metaphysics is. It's the most dogmatic metaphysics. So anyway, I like to say as a good kind of, Feuerbachian, okay, let's say we are just bodies. Du bist, was du isst. You are what you eat, right? If we're just bodies, everything we experience, including all of our emotional and psychological states, must be something physical. Okay, so here's an application of this as a kind of scientific hypothesis. Okay, we know based on a lot of work, like Antonio Damasio, for example, very influential on me and a lot of people, right? Scientists of the emotions. We know that emotions are a form of intelligence, right? So what kind of intelligence are they? Well, they're information carrying, obviously. And what do they tell us? They tell us about literally things that we can't just think and know. It's kind of amazing. So if you ask a person, okay, in terms of knowledge in the world, what's one set of information no one else can give you? One answer is knowledge about your own body and its states, right? I can look at your body as a doctor, maybe learn a lot, but if I want to know about my body, I literally have just the one context where I have kind of not privileged access, but I have a privileged source. It's me. So then if I say, well, why do I have emotions? And again, let's be rigorous spiritual physicalists. Well, let's assume we evolved them because we're evolutionary psychologists. There's no other reason. There's no teleology. Everything is adaptive function. Well, then you have a very rigorous meaning. But apparently, it's super important for my survival that I have these emotions. Well, okay, this is just based on the most minimalist modern science then. Okay, we know our emotions must be essential for our survival or we wouldn't have them. We know that they're physical, which means we know there's states of the body. So it means if we're having a lot of unpleasant emotions, we have to ask the question, what, based on our science and this minimal hypothesis, are we being told? And it clearly, for example, let's say I feel numb, which, right, I'm one of many people who has a somewhat kind of, I have a background of harm in my childhood, including physical harm as a young person, which I didn't understand. But that kind of thing can make a lot of people numb, where you think you're always okay because you actually have a very limited bandwidth of emotional experience, right? You're never really happy. So I wasn't like a manic depressive. I was kind of just always depressed, but I thought it was like reality, Right. And so when I did experience peak emotional states, like when I would irrationally, but suddenly get very angry, for example, it led me on a journey to be like, what does this mean? Why, if I'm happy, am I so able to get so angry so suddenly for apparently no reason? And obviously, besides the fact that it was like hurting people in my life, it was also hurting me. And as a philosopher, I really do think philosophy is a way of life. It starts with me or it's all bullshit. Right. So I started to figure out, like, look, my emotions are part of the great story of my body. And here's a great thing about the body, right? Whitehead, who I'm influenced by, Whitehead basically gave a way of thinking about the body where you could plot the body as the unconscious relative to the mind as the conscious. And this is so brilliant, honestly. It's incredible, even just as an idea. But imagine your body is your unconscious. Your unconscious is not some hidden Freudian substrate of all your pervy desires about mom and dad. Right. Your unconscious is your body as the unremembered history of your physical being in the world. So the kind of, you could say the body as the sort of history of Dasein as a process, the body as the existential locus for everything that we need to know, but we can't just know because we will it, because we want it. The body severs us from the tyranny of the mind, which thinks I can impose myself on the world and get the outcomes I want, but that I isn't really us. It's an I that destroys the body. It's an I that gets career success and then gets cancer. It's an I that sacrifices children and family for the sake of what? A penthouse with no one in it? expensive hookers. It's like movies about Hollywood are like this because storytellers circle around the drain of our psyche.
Right. And I like this. This is sort of the move. I mean, I don't want to reduce to what you're saying to the Lacanian thing, but the unconscious is for structured like a language. No, but it's also not a dark well. It's not like this. It's not the Nietzschean cellar of dogs, right? Like it's on the surface of things. It's here with us. It's not something that it might be obvious to other people, right? It's not obvious to us usually because you're in the middle of it, right? We're always already there, thrown into it, right? And so part of the goal then of philosophy is living the examined life. And I think this is the segue then into philosophy as psychotherapy. What do you mean when you say that you think about philosophy as a form of psychotherapy?
Well, I mean by it, you could say a claim at least two distinct levels. The historical claim is that put into the context of modern history and scholarship, the most accurate way to categorize ancient philosophical movements would have been much closer to today what we would call psychotherapy, religion, and science than academic philosophy. So the first claim is that when I say philosophy is psychotherapeutic, what I'm saying is philosophy in the ancient world was psychotherapeutic, literally and explicitly. It was oriented towards the therapeutic or healing art of human life or soul, the psyche. So if you just translate soul as life, and I have like a little intro course to my philosophy called The Soul, the World, and the Gods, and my episode on the soul is about what does the soul mean even if you don't believe in the soul. One of my missions as a philosopher is to show people that every concept is useful even if you don't believe in it, right? If an atheist is like, I don't believe in God, I'd be like, yeah, neither do a lot of believers. That's okay. We're talking about the idea and why it's so important to understand. It's like, you may not believe in God, but lots of other people do. And apparently there's something human about that. So the soul is the same, I think. So from the historical fact, which is just a kind of teaser claim, but it's not original to me. I think I bring it out in, I hope, an original way. But Carl Jung, for example, who, unlike Freud, really knew the history of philosophy incredibly well, particularly ancient philosophy. Jung explicitly said in his work, he knew his work was what ancient philosophy was doing. So that's a major person of continuity for this claim in modern psychology. The second claim is therefore an existential claim, which is my practice and interpretation of philosophy is, to put it very cuttingly, if philosophy doesn't heal your body, it will corrupt your mind. And by corrupting your mind, it'll eventually harm your body. So I don't think we have a choice about what philosophy is. Even academic philosophy, think about it, for so many young people, I was one of them, academic philosophy for a professor, a lot of academic philosophers are wonderful people who want to teach this stuff because they care. And of course, it's not bad that they get paid. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but often it's a person's introduction to just a way of thinking about their existence that is completely liberating and transformative. But then if they try to pursue the academic path, you lose touch with that. So I think philosophy is existential, and the existentiality of philosophy means it concerns our life. And our life is not a static object. It is a process that we are both ecstatically outside of and somehow mysteriously inside of. It's a process in which we don't know where the center is, but it's not our ego or consciousness. But our ego and consciousness proves to us we're living life, right? We're alive even when we're asleep. We're alive even when we're acting badly and unconsciously. So life is some very strange kind of above and below, inside and out. That's like the soul. So if you say, do you have a view of the soul? Yes, I would say the soul is the extended body, the body extended through space and time. I don't believe we have individual souls as just in our bodies. I think our body is a projection into space and time, backwards and around us, of all of the sort of life history we collect. And the fact that we can collect that history means we collect damage, and we collect patterns of accumulating and accommodating that damage. When the damage is deeply somatic, it'll register quickly. Like if you cut the skin, you'll bleed. But if the damage is internal, like emotional, it does damage us. So I practice philosophy in a way in which body work, and I do martial arts as a healing practice. I've done it for 20 years. It's an essential part of my philosophy. Because to me, once you do real philosophical work with a person, they will find their own life implicated. And if they find their own life implicated, they'll realize, boy, there's things about myself I wish were different, or I wish I could change, or I wish I felt differently about. And if you try to address those things, you're essentially trying to heal yourself, or you're trying to help another person heal. So I think basically as philosophers, we need the whole toolkit of what our culture offers us. But philosophy names the place where you bring it all together in order to love your own life. And so care of the soul is, to me, why philosophy is psychotherapy. Socrates defines philosophy as care of the soul. He says, we're the shepherd of your own soul. And you could say, again, I don't believe in the soul. Forget the word. Your life is your responsibility. You're the shepherd of your life. And to care for your life means you're in the soul care business. You're in the therapy business. So that's kind of, for me, it's kind of cheekily is to tell every person, whether you want to go to therapy, you need to be your own therapist. Whatever else you do with your life, you have to become a person who takes, I'm worth investing in my own healing. Like, my healing is worth my material resources. My healing is worth new relationships. My healing is worth challenging myself. Like, my healing is worth that. Because I think we're taught that our life is invaluable, especially in our culture and economy. We're taught that everything is more important than our well-being. Our
Right.
relationships are more important. Our jobs are more important. Our material status and dignity in the economy is more important. What other madness could you define than that, right? Erich Fromm says that's the pathology of normalcy. Fromm wrote a brilliant book showing how the psychological adoption of normalcy as a psychometric was a disaster. And he argued that psychotherapeutically, people who are comfortable in being normal are much more likely to be psychologically pathological than the people who are sensitive, and they find adaptation to a totally dysfunctional, oppressive, slave normalcy to be difficult. So the problem people in a society like ours are generally just really sensitive people who, for whatever reason, don't evolve the coping mechanisms that make normalcy seem bearable.
Whoa, that's a lot, and I need to think about it for a couple days, and then we need to have another conversation. Maybe for a few weeks. It'll probably take a few weeks just to recover from this stream, let's be honest. But I guess it raises a lot of questions for me. I know that you have your critique of Fromm and Reich, and at the same time, there is also the way that the student movement that they were writing for, that they were assuming, that they were kind of trying to feed the fires of, has now evolved into not people who are anti-normalcy because normalcy has excluded them and now they're going to go do their own thing. So it's not just fringe subculture, but specifically social change movements, and Kill All Normies talks about this. Angela Nagel develops this idea. Transgression for transgression's own sake, being fringe for fringe's own sake. Like, it becomes a consumer category, it becomes its own thing. Politics gets understood as this, and then the weird thing about normalcy, tying that into what you're saying, I guess this is just what I'm thinking about, is like how trying to enforce normalcy from the fringe, or trying to represent the fringe or whatever, has become like this. So now we perform being hypersensitive because normalcy has been insensitive. So now we perform being more hypersensitive, so as to impose a new normalcy that is very sensitive. But this is one that seeks to establish a new status quo, usually by means of coercive measures. And so I'm just curious how that might relate to what you're talking about, because it seems like a complication or a contradiction.
Well, I agree it's an evolution. I think it's a good point, right? That one of the problems with sensitization as a normalized practice is it's impossible. Like, physiologically, you would define normalcy as a relative state of neutrality of the nervous system so that it's not irritable, right? In other words, from a physiologist standpoint, if your nervous system is in homeostasis, and so it's it has equilibrium. If you're overly sensitive, it'll mean something that shouldn't disturb your physical state of homeostasis is going to actually disrupt your nervous system. So the interesting thing about the movement you're describing, or the pattern of capital, in which capital essentially capital can do anything that is conceptual. That's part of my view of capital. Capital is the ultimate sort of concept So anything that's conceptual, and all market ways of life are concepts. They have to be invented by rich kids in marketing rooms. They have to at least be able to be packaged by those kids and their bosses. And if they can't be, there's nothing for like the Ivy League, person in Madison Avenue to work with. So what you're describing exactly is this elite performativity, where if you have enough social capital, to use Bourdieu's term, if you have a lot of social capital, but you're guilty, historically you performed your guilt over your social capital and your wealth by becoming like a Marxist socialist, right? And that's why that historically is drawn overwhelmingly from the class that you wouldn't have thought it would come from based on Marxism. But of course, right, the revolutionary class is always the seditious child of the aristocrat. That's the typical feeder class for revolutionary sedition. Just like the Amazon, there was an article about the Amazon unionizers, right? The people who would actually come in. And of course, they're these really rich kids. Good for them. They're real activists. But I mean, they didn't need to work the Amazon job. They did it in order to unionize. And that's the sort of history, which is this kind of descent from heaven, from the class heaven of the upper class. The rescuers come parachuting into the working class. So there is this unquestionably, I find ironic, cloying dimension of like activism in general, which is that activism is generally a way of the upper class performing its moral superiority to the spectacle of the onlooking oppressed class that can do nothing but applaud or be further shut down. So what you're describing, I think, is exactly the way we're seeing that mechanism today. And I don't think it has anything to do with the movements per se you might throw out, each of which and all of which have legitimate concerns and legitimate philosophical, positions. But resentment is an agent not of normalization, but simply of shifting power. And we currently have a very strategically savvy power class that knows they can use a certain set of ideologies I don't think they personally care about just to leverage power over their parents and the boards and partners, right? So if you're a young person trying to break into power in the upper class, you've kind of had a bit of a hard time. For a kid who went to Harvard, you're a little disappointed things aren't easier for you right now. And so you grab whatever tool you have if you're really intellectual, and the best tool you have is moral delegitimization of your parents. Right? So this is typically what the 60s, it's like, so they're not interested in dropping out, right? This new class of resentment. They're interested in normalizing so-called sensitivity simply as an apparatus to power. I mean, they come out of a Lenin playbook. I mean, so that isn't like, I think revolutionary infrastructural change is a science. It's non-ideological. It is the case that Lenin and others kind of pioneered really lucid descriptions of it, just like Mao did. But really, we just see here a type of just like coup d'etat. There's a great book on the coup d'etat by Edward Luttwak. He's the kind of father of strategy in modern military courses. Everyone in every military academy in the world will have to read Luttwak's book, Strategy. But his book, Coup d'etat, has been used by a bunch of people in coups. At least that's what he claims for his marketing. And coups aren't about morality. Coups are just about the technology of power. And so I think what you're describing is the use of normalization through sensitivity or morality to renormalize a new power order. But I think it's fundamentally not oriented towards activists trying to free people. I think this is just one more self-iteration of an internal upper class struggle for a new group of young people to gain power over people whose ideologies they would prefer not to have. And of course, they cannibalize genuine social activist movements in the process, making it confusing for everyone who's kind of good-hearted but also wanting to think through stuff.
That was, you keep surprising me in this conversation, right? At the beginning of this conversation, I was like, okay, so this is basically just going to be like Heidegger's a Catholic and we all need religion. And I didn't expect that you would have this sort of like basis in these Marxist tendencies, a sort of understanding of class power today, how it has developed, right? For a lot of Marxists, it doesn't develop. And I'll put up on the screen. You can't see it. I'll share the link to you in the chat. But basically, there's a whole conversation that I've had here. It's been a lecture series with Elton LK of the Working Class Intelligentsia, where he's basically representing the leftist position. I'm basically the socialist position. I'm basically representing the more post-leftist position, and the goal was to create a dialogue to show people through our lecture series and the exegetical readings I was doing of essential excerpts that the idea of the professional managerial class is a fundamental class category development that is being pioneered by people who are, I mean, Mao is in a sense developing it as a critique of the Soviet Union. James Burnham is developing it as a critique of Trotskyism and Stalinism. Barbara Ehrenreich is developing it as a critique of the New Left and the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, but she's still a socialist. Thomas Frank develops it as a critique of the Democratic Party. And you just go down the list of all of these different thinkers who have contributed to it. And the point is that they're all from different tendencies. They're all trying to talk about what you're talking about right now, whether we like the term or not, whether it's a real class or not, whether these are less important than the phenomenon and the dynamic with its mechanisms that we want to understand. So like people get caught up on the semantics of a dictionary word as opposed to what is the phenomenon with its dynamics and mechanisms. And so I think you basically just, you get an honorary certificate. I don't give such things, but we give street cred, and you get some street cred here for basically having done a lot of research that I don't think people from your milieu typically do. I don't care if you have this rich kid background or if you have it doesn't matter. I think do you teach at Yale right now?
I have taught there. I don't teach there currently. I graduated. I taught there when I was there, and I didn't come from that background. So Yale was my education in class because I came from my dad was from a working class background, and I was one of those, kind of generation to do grad school and all that. So Yale made me glad I had Marx as a background resource for understanding my life.
Yeah, right. It's important in a way. So that's a perfect transition then into my final question, because we really don't have the time for all of the questions. And so the most important question then, I think, is to expand on religion, what you mean by this term, because you obviously don't think that most, I'm guessing you don't think most institutions that call themselves religious today are religious in the sort of sense that you have, or if they are, how are they approximating it and how are they failing, is going to be something that I'm interested to hear. But more importantly, just religion, like, how does it come about historically? And since you do have this Marxist kind of background, obviously we have to touch on the idea that what's the classic quote, opium of the people, right? And so another way of saying it is that, and obviously I like Slavoj's kind of comeback, which is that we need painkillers today because life's so hard. And so, but then that's the danger, right? We could talk about this as being copology, the ideology of coping that ultimately keeps things running smoothly from the level of capital accumulation for a handful of people, whatever. But I think that, I get the definite sense from everything you've said so far that it's more than that. It's more than just coping. It's more than just healing in the sense of, now you can keep going to work and have a good life. It's something more. So what is it in your own words?
I mean, we heal in order to be free. Illness of the body. I've suffered for almost a decade from a severe autoimmune illness, which is a big part of my life. And when you're trapped physically in your body, for example, by pain, you're very aware that illness in that visceral, literal, physical sense is it's like a destruction of your wellness. When you realize life being impinged is what you mean when you're not free, you begin to have a very deep understanding about why it's worth investing everything we can in our own lives, because freedom is why we're here, right? This is why, for me, philosophy of psychotherapy is an intrinsically emancipatory outcome of a proper understanding of the human condition. The human condition is a condition in need of emancipation. The human condition is a condition in need of liberation from oppression. And so let me start with religion. So series 1 of my show, Origins, is about this category of religion. And one of the claims I make is there's 2 great atheistic revolutions. The first is Christianity, and the second is Marxism. So if you want to kind of teaser, this is coming out of a context, so I've argued this at length. So I think Marxism is the second great iteration of Christianity, which is to say Marxism, and this is part of a historiographical tradition. Famously, Karl Löwit wrote Meaning in History Leszek Kolakowski, of course, wrote a very brilliant, learned, critical tome about Marxism. But it's unquestionable to a scholar of the history of religion that Marxism, like German idealist philosophy in general, is a profoundly religious movement, right? Marxism is what you could just simply call a form of transmuted messianism. So Marxism has this very Jewish Christian, completely uncommon in the pagan world, that is a very Jewish Christian apocalyptic messianism, where it divides all of the prior and past moments of history into their meaning in relationship to a future imminent apocalyptic world-changing event. So this is the clearly apocalyptic imagination that, Marx and any German would have just by being raised in the 19th century in Germany. And the messianism is, of course, you could connect it to Judaism specifically, but it's also part of just Christianity as a kind of Jewish messianic movement that eventually became dominated by Gentiles, which is a big part of the history of specified class oppression in our culture. Has to do with always the way particular groups evolve their historical relationships. So Christianity is an oppressor class relative to Judaism in the same way that every laboring class depends on and is oppressed by a class that exploits them. So Christianity takes Jewish texts and ideas, it eventually converts them, weaponizes them against the Jewish people, literally makes the source of their own religion, Judaism, illegal. Marx is living in the 20 to 30 years after German emancipation. He's coming of age in Germany during the Jewish emancipation debates that are happening in the early 19th century in Germany. And so he himself is this very complicated figure, like all German Jewish intellectuals have to go through this very unique issue of navigating their German or Jewish identity. So there's a lot of stuff written about that in terms of the biography of Marx, but it's like the messianic dimension of Marxism is to me very important. So if you look at the Frankfurt School, which is how I got into Marxism, Frankfurt School to me is Marxism without messianism. They don't believe in the class utopia. They really don't believe in the revolution. And I think sober Marxists stop believing in the end times. That's like one of the first things you lose if you're a Marxist, is you're like, nothing went the way Marx said it did. Every specific prediction ends up being weirdly wrong. And yet Marx is so clearly important. Why is that? Well, think about Judaism and Christianity. Can you understand Christianity ultimately if you are pig-headedly ignorant about the Jewish sources? Just as a scholar, of course not. The Old Testament is a Jewish text. What are you going to do? The New Testament's a Jewish text. So Marxism, can you understand Marxism and its logic without understanding its religious background? Of course not. But if you understand the religious background, then for me, we can take Marx's idea of religion and recognize what he's doing is he's taking a concept that is oppressive. So here I agree. And Fromm has a brilliant essay about this in his early work about, Fromm kind of pioneered the melding of Marxist class analysis with Freudian psychoanalysis. So he brought the individual Freudian psycho into conversation with Marxist class analysis, and that was kind of Fromm's structural great contribution to kind of psychoanalysis and social theory. And I'm very influenced by that. I believe that if you separate class oppression from individual suffering, you always perpetuate one of them in the name of the other, inadvertently. So I do believe a lot of what people call religion is an opiate that is unconscious alienation, in which you have to delude yourself with fantasies. My question then is, what is religion today? Religion for a Freudian is Freud and Freudianism. Religion for an atheistic psychoanalyst from the upper class, from a very wealthy background, who looks down on all those moron Bible believers in middle America, their religion is just their psychology. That's their opium. They couldn't justify their categories before a tribunal of philosophers doing a Kantian level critique. They're just imposing categories useful for social power and their personal aesthetic pleasure onto the world as a way of legitimating their professional security into an existential validation of their identity. Okay? So their religion is that, just like the religion of a person who manages a finance firm. Not saying they have to have one, but if they have one, it's probably finance. And I don't mean that in just this typical annoying religion scholar way. I mean the Marxist dimension of what's their opium. I think that's a way of using the category today that is useful.
I hate to interject, but we basically have to close this thing out. And I guess I want to bring you back on to ask you in a space that will give us the room to really unpack it. But basically, well, what's the harm of believing in, say, psychoanalysis, in comparison to the harm of believing in a vengeful God who tells people to smash the heads of babies against rocks, and then that's scripture, and we're supposed to treat that like that is something that was deep wisdom that's been preserved over the centuries?
Okay, that is a big question. Well, first of all, there's a reason Freudianism comes out of the Jewish tradition, because the religious tradition which would keep such abominable texts is obviously, whatever their problems, they're not afraid of the darkness of the human psyche. So actually, that to me would where that conversation would need to go. I completely agree if you sort of ethically normalize that. But if you ask, why would any group of people preserve songs about this level of vengeance, then you would say, well, this must have something to do with like how damaged and hurt these people are. Of course, that's a psalm after the Babylonian exile in which that happened to their babies, in which mothers watched their babies' heads be smashed by foreign soldiers as their daughters were being raped. Is that irrelevant to our culture? Do we have cultures in which people are currently dealing with the trauma of rape and genocide? Yes, we do. Have we asked those people what you might feel like doing to the innocent members if you could have a revenge fantasy? So what you're really talking about, which is fair, but you're actually talking about how religion documents some of our deepest and darkest revenge fantasies, for example, which is a very interesting. Now, why would you call it scripture? There's so much there, but unfortunately, I don't think I can do any justice to it other than to just accept the validity of the ethical critique you're making, but then also to note at a deeper documentary level, well, how interesting is it really an accident that some of the greatest psychologists have come out of this same religious tradition, but as atheists?
Man, all right. Well, seriously, that you just said you can't do it justice, and the fact is, it's an injustice that we only have this much time. But I have another guest coming on in a moment. You've got a meeting you've got to run to. I just have to say that this was an absolute pleasure. What we did was we opened like 50 cans of worms that are each their own portal into their own universes, and so, but they all seem to collide, and you've integrated them in your own life, and that's the most impressive part for me. And so Nance just shared your channel in the chat. Everybody make sure to subscribe. The chat was blowing up with supportive comments. My fiance in the chat actually was just like, this is so many really deep insights here. This is really great. And so thank you so much for being here and for visiting us and getting to meet you for real. It just feels like, meeting. I imagine like normal people, how they want to meet like a Ryan Gosling or some shit. Like this is how I feel meeting you. So thank you.
Well, Dave, this is the kindest praise you could give. I think what you're doing is incredible. I'm so honored to be part of it, and I really look forward to coming back. Thanks so much for your brilliance and conversational rigor and love.
Awesome. Yeah, take care. Have a good rest of your day. And with that, everybody, I'm going to roll the PSA, and then we'll be back with Ted Reese to talk about capitalism, the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, the government's reaction to it, but more importantly, the left's reaction to it, and how critique of political economy seems to have gotten lost from the sauce. Be right back.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the US, where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which for the hardcore punk scene in the US meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https://theoryunderground.com/US-tour-2023. In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being and Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the recovery group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEARLYBIRDYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BEINGINTIME before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation, including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency, like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residents of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you, on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah.
Thanks.
We look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
Yo, welcome to the stream, everybody. How's it going? I'm sitting here with a banana, trying to stay healthy. It's been 5 hours and 13 minutes. That conversation was lit. Samuel Loncar is like this enigma to me now. I did not. He had wheelhouses going that I did not know about, and so I was happily surprised. Because it's one thing to find somebody with a foot in multiple worlds. It's another when it's so integrated and so prescient. With the moment. And I was just telling Nance in the background while that PSA was rolling. I feel like that conversation made me feel like he read everything I've ever written, public and private, watched all of the video streams I've ever done, and then went to Yale and studied this shit just so he could to have this conversation with me. It's like, oh my God, wow. But it's a lot. It's just a lot. I mean, I don't feel like, oh, I found my guru, he's figured it all out. I just mean wow, what a great dialogic partner. I really think we have a lot to learn from him. And I actually just purchased his lecture course on being in time a few days ago. It's like $100. And it's just it's basically the podcast form of it. And I plan on listening to that over the next few days, hopefully. As a way of recovering from all this shit. My brain will still be racing, but instead of obsessing over every little conversation I had on the stream, I was thinking I'll just dive into some course, because that's the best thing about courses. They're another thing to obsess over, right? And it's good to have multiple competing objects of obsession to move between, because sometimes you need a freaking break. And once you get going, people are like, well, you just meditate. Maybe meditation's worked out for half the planet for a long time. for a lot of reasons that aren't just because it's good for power. But also, like, you know, it also seemed to have worked out for the other half of the planet that wasn't doing it. And so maybe it doesn't work for everybody, but like, I feel like I'm just gonna, I just don't like it, you know? And it's not because I don't like to sit with myself. I feel like I've reclaimed a relationship with sitting with myself thanks to philosophy, not one that's just purely belly button, you know, not purely self-congratulatory. Like, I do work with myself. I write, you know, and I work through things. It's Hannah Arendt's responsibility and judgment when she talks about in solitude, the space can be opened between a dialogue with myself, between me and myself, she says. And philosophy kind of being a tool for the development of that space and that conversation, which she says is the basis of morality itself. And, you know, there's a breakdown in ethics when people don't have that space to be able to cultivate that. And there's a breakdown in politics and freedom as well. You know, and this is part of her critique of totalitarianism, is because it tries to eradicate the conditions of possibility for having that space in the first place. I think there's something to that. And so, you know, a lot of people throughout history, when they've used the words meditate, they mean reflect on something deeply. Or they mean go for a hike in the woods. Or sit and chill with some birds around you and listen to a waterfall. This idea that it has to be so disciplined, that you have to be in the lotus position and all of this is... It's like a very specific side of the meditation history, like tradition, that was brought to us, imported by Alan Watts and Ram Dass and, you know, all of their compatriots. And that's great. Suzuki and all of them or whatever. Like, great. You know, I've got nothing against it. But I also like this whole, I mean, obviously the worst side of it's like Eckhart Tolle, you know what, you were happy, you were so sad and stressed out, and guess what? You can just let go of the future, let go of the past, and just be in the now. And it's like, just like they demonize being a historical person. They scapegoat having historical consciousness. They scapegoat intellect and thinking critically. Which, unlike meditation, where you just go for 15 minutes or 45 minutes and actually just try to chill, intellect actually requires a lot more sustained cultivation. And so anyway, all of that was to say, like, I'm all a big fan of unplugging and everything like that, but I don't think there's a problem with your mind racing. I think that your mind is racing because you want to go, right? This can be a form of escapism and flight from dealing with things, but also it's inherently worthwhile, and it's inherently worthwhile to take that and say, okay, my mind's been racing in a bunch of loops. Let's put it on some other tracks. And so the point of Fury Underground is to present a bunch of tracks. If you look on the screen here, actually, I'm going to show what's in the background here. We've got a bunch of tracks. You see all those tracks? These are lines of thought, right? These are lines that various trains go on, right? One is just philosophy proper. It's the history of philosophy. It's philosophy 101. It's the essential texts from the history of philosophy. And so that's its own line. The good life is also its own line. Thinking about, like, what is family? How has that changed? What's worth preserving? How do we have relationships nowadays? What is love? How do you have a relationship with other people when we don't have a common etiquette or ethics or sense of how to deal with devices in our lives that in a lot of cases are causing people to not be able to give attention to one another? You know, you can't follow a long train of thought with another person unless they're saying every little thing that's already interesting to you, right? Because we've been taught to always want the immediate feedback, always get on-demand confirmation of our biases, always get some kind of a sense of, oh yeah, this is me. So when people say, I watched this movie, I don't see me in it, I'm not in it, right? And thinking that's political, when in reality it's like, yeah, it's not supposed to be about you, right? You're supposed to be trying to get outside yourself sometimes. And I'm talking about different lines of flight or tracks for different kinds of conversations, different kinds of fields open to consciousness, different kinds of facets of being in the world that are ones that can be cultivated. And if your mind is racing and you've just been spinning on a couple of tracks, there's everything telling you that you just need to finish what you start. But the fact is like shit needs to be put on cooldown. You got to put that shit on the back burner and focus on something else that you're interested in that you can commit to for a while. Whether it's the Being in Time course, the Digital Literacy and Critical Media course, or courses that are rolling out on these other tracks, like What is Sex, which is a crossover between the Women Philosophers track, which is one of the tracks at Theory Underground, combined with the Psychoanalysis track, which is obviously kind of just like part and parcel to the Slovenian circle, the Zijikian school, the stuff that we're doing with For They Know Not What They Do. And so, I'm just telling you about the tracks that we see on the screen here, and I figure this is probably the moment to go ahead and also show you that people ask me, like, what's with this? Here, I'm going to let Adam into the chat. Because actually, I hope he was listening up to this point. Adam, are you here now?
Yeah, I am here. I've been listening in on YouTube, but
you're just
noticed,
catching up. There's like that 20-second gap where you're watching it and then you get on and then like you miss that 20 seconds. So all you missed was me saying that, I just explained the tracks or whatever. But as far as like people wonder about this David's Michelangelo's David, that's on here, and I think at least a couple of people have referred to it as like neo-fash imagery. And, that's part because people want to just see me as a red brown because I'll talk to someone like Nina Power or whatever. They're insane, those people, first of all, unglued from reality. Second of all, the issue is, I get the idea. Oh, it's nostalgic. You've got like some like Roman Greco art. Yeah, it's a play off of Vaporwave, first of all. Like, Vaporwave has always been about, like, using various disjointed historical things kind of over a sort of abstracted background or grid that feels like a non-human space with sort of nostalgic vibes and a bunch of... and usually those are, like, Gen X or millennial... like nostalgic vibes because they're plays off of various kinds of devices that people grew up with. And then like usually then a couple of other things like some palm trees or something that kind of represents paradise. And the point is that it's a representation of the internet itself, right? Mikey and I had a whole conversation on Vaporwave and why he thinks it's a genuine aesthetic movement, not something that's purely ironic, because it's been purely ironic all along in some people's minds. They say, oh, it was Vaporwave is dead was said before it was even a thing. And it's like, that's true. But for Mikey and I, there's something a lot more important going on. And for me, I liked the aesthetic, but I didn't really know why. My conversation with Mikey that has not been published up to this point taught me why, and I've been thinking about it for years since then. And for him, he's like actually nostalgic for a time when he had his time energy and when he had disposable income and he didn't have to think about money. He could just focus on the things that he wanted to do, like study philosophy. Yeah, that's something worth being nostalgic for. If we're not nostalgic for... I'm parasocially nostalgic for that because I never had it myself. But I think that everyone should be parasocially nostalgic for Mikey's time energy that he had for that period of his life. And that's the most radical thing we can be. And anybody who thinks that I just hate the word nostalgia and it just invokes all this stuff I don't like. Fuck off. Go read books. Stop it. And the image here though of the Michelangelo's David, it goes further though than hold on, I'm just gonna mute here because I hear a lot of rustling, but it goes further than just it's vaporwave, right? This is Dave wave. Okay, I've said it before. Most people haven't heard it, but this is Dave wave, which is Dave wave is usually looking at a city from the woods, because I'm a sort of feral child as well. Like I know Adam's in the chat right now. I kind of referenced the ferality earlier because I was talking about like part of our issue with these institutions is they don't make sense because we kind of come from outside of them, right? And so always feeling like an outsider in these institutions. And so seeing the way that the internet's a gamified mirror of actually existing institutions is it's interesting, but it's also like I don't know that I would see that or that Adam would take issue with it if not for the fact that we don't come from standard child subjectivization through the regular schooling system. And so Dave Wave looking at the city from the woods, because I come from the woods. That's basically the point. And then obviously we got the tracks for the train. That's the basic metaphor of the lines of flight with the various departing buses. All aboard, everybody! And then we've got the David. So this is the joke. So the joke is that I am just like me. I'm not me. Like what you see, the I here, it's a representation. What you have is a performance. I'm performing me. I'm performing me in a certain way. And I do it for my own reasons, and some of those reasons I don't actually know, right? And then it's all subject to interpretation, and those are all subject to being wrong in various ways. And so, it's an ideal ego projection in a sort of sense, and it's meant to be a reminder for people who might develop parasocial attachments, because the entire attention economy is kind of, the people selling the copology, the people selling the worldview, the watered down crap, the cut bullshit that is to be purely confirmation bias serving. These hustlers, they try to help you form your own identity. They try to give you a sense of belonging in the world. They try to tell you that they're your representative, that you're part of their community, that you're loved by them, and that they're accountable to you, and that they're trying to be authentic with you, and they expect the same from you. And it's just like, look, I mean, yeah, we can all kind of try to keep it real, but also fuck off. Like this is a digital oasis. It's not a substitute for a life. And it's a branded identity at the same time. Like we still participate in this whole thing. We can't not participate in it if we want to use these softwares just to exist on these platforms. Then being a little self-conscious of like what we're participating in is the goal. That's why we have these conversations about gamification, digital literacy, critical media theory, etc. So yeah, I'm not rolling my eyes at you, Adam. I genuinely think these are the fundamental problems. I just want to focus on what's already on the syllabus, and then we'll bring in your dude after we've got that as a basis. But your dude is not less important in any way, shape, or form. So having said all that to Adam, for everybody, the joke though is that this David's Michelangelo, it's a representation of my ideal ego in two senses. First of all, because this tattoo's not on my face. Why is this tattoo not on my face? I can't even get it to focus. There we go. Why is this tattoo not on my face? It's not on my face because I live in the real world. Second of all, this Michelangelo, it's like supposed to be like a perfect body. It's like this representation of like a noble looking body, right? I do not have one. I am not tall and lean and fucking fit. I'm not Andrew Flores over here, for God's sake. I'm not the Swolitariat, like these guys are like, jiu-jitsu fighting machines who like work out all day and they are fucking ripped and they do epic shit with their bodies. I'm not there. I'm just not there. And so this is an ideal ego, and I ain't it. And the real Here you go. This is the real. This is the real me. Welcome everybody to the real to the real me. So I don't know, Adam, Nance, do you guys want to say anything before I do the next thing? I've got something else in line. I just wanted to say a few things about the basic layout for people who are new.
First of all, I would love to see a list of the things that people can just fuck off about with respect to Theory Underground. That would be wonderful. We should have that list somewhere in the forums. But just as a note to the pretense of correspondence with Notion that's kind of inherent to people. Like they see your imagery of the David, and that must be neo-fascism. There's this assumption that they've got perfectly concrete definitions for every single word they use, and that's why irony is necessarily bad and nostalgia is necessarily bad. And try bringing that up to any individual to give them to have them actually settle on the actual definitions for these words they're using. And I got to start my video. You're not going to like it.
You don't have to.
So
but...
There we are. But we're in my living room now.
Cool.
The fact of the matter is that assertion says a lot more about the individual making the assertion than you, with respect to their perception of that imagery as neo-fascism. And it's kind of scarily telling what kind of thoughts you must have to assume that. Speaking of irony in aesthetics, it used to be there's this musical genre called chiptune that you might have heard of. It's a lot more popular these days. It started out as a kind of an ironic departure, playing around with old nostalgia with old school 8-bit and such video game music, and it is now like a super relevant genre in its own little place. And you might see it as ironic, but I'll tell you what, all the musicians working in that space don't. They're busting their ass just as hard as anyone else in their musical space. And maybe irony is a component.
What's it called?
And that's okay. Chiptune. It kind of works with your vaporwave, actually. You will find some convergence with vaporwave and chiptune aesthetics. It's people either simulating or even using like Game Boys and installing emulators that can generate the tones and sounds of the music that was. What's interesting about it aesthetically is it was something that was a total at the time of using Nintendos and Game Boys. They could only handle so much audio definition. Now it's no longer a necessity, so it's a useful constraint as an artist then to conform yourself into this maybe 8-bit or 16-bit thing. And sure, there's irony there, but that's what makes it beautiful.
Is this an example when we play the Internationale in 8-bit? Let's see if you can hear it.
Hard. I'm not quite getting it, but
you can't quite hear it.
Yeah. I'll send you some. I'll send you some examples on the back line about it. But I find it fascinating because it's one of those things where, so yeah, we have irony present, and we have nostalgia present, and thanks to those two things, we have a whole genre of music that wouldn't exist. And it's the human spirit that puts these things together and creates beauty from it. And how that can be bad is it's insanity to me. But lots of things are insanity to me because I'm apparently a feral individual.
It's all. I think nostalgia is one of the most.
Those are my thoughts.
No, that's great. Thank you. I think that there's a little bit of a lag. So if you felt like I'm cutting you off, I think there's a lag that might be going on that makes it so that there's a little talking over it. Were you experiencing that on your end?
I've got a subpar situation going on here. It's basically what's happening. So it's all right.
It might be because of the maybe it was best for the camera to be off because it seemed to be smoother at the time. So maybe your setup, your streaming setup there is just better than your phone or something. But also the internet just craps out sometimes. And so what I'm about to do is play a video so that I get to take a break. I'm really excited to take a break. And then I think by the time that it's over, will be perfect. We'll have Ted Reese on. And so basically, this is, it's called 3 Principles and Exegeticals. So actually, this is going to have some people who were on stream yesterday and today, as well as, let's see, Nikki wasn't able to participate so far with this event, but hey, now she gets to. So this is basically me going off about the 3 principles of study as a way of life and exegetical readings. For those who don't know about it, I guess all I'll say for you is I think you're in for a treat. I think if you're obsessive in nature and you're looking for a little bit of permission to let that side of you out off the leash and actually just dive into things for their own sake and see what comes of it, then you will appreciate an element of this, which is basically a way to potentially get more from the experience, right? Basically some ideals and some principles that are not laws, are not rules, are not serious, but at the same time, they're worth kind of treating like they are if you want to make the most out of your time spent in philosophy. And so the 3 principles combine with the idea of doing exegetical readings in ways that I think you'll see here. And so I'm going to turn it up, get it up on the screen. Why is this not working? Here we go. There we go. All right, everybody. Keep it real. I'll see you on the flip side. No one can hear that, huh? That's not really coming through, is it?
Yeah, it's very low.
Why is it so quiet? Is it actually that quiet? Why was YouTube so quiet when I was showing Adam? It's kind of concerning.
Let me listen to YouTube, but it'll be like 20 seconds.
All right. All right. Yeah, Nance will go back here. There's no reason it should be that quiet. I'm also going to share this into the chat so that either one of you, Adam or Nance, you can check it out. Tell me if it's quiet on your end when you play it back. Maybe the audio of the actual recording is just quiet.
Yeah, it was super quiet.
Can you check the link I just shared and see if it's the same kind of quiet? It's in the chat of the Zoom call.
That link is perfect.
Like it sounds louder?
Mm-hmm. Sounds great.
Okay, folks in the chat, but you can hear me fine, right? So, what the hell? Let's see. What could that be? What's causing that? Audio equipment issues are the bane of my existence. First of all.
I don't know if you're catching my chat window, Dave.
No, let me check. Oh, I knew the Zoom audio's on stream. Did you not know that, Adam? Or did you think that this was like a private call?
Well, I thought you were trying to show a video with audio on the stream.
Oh.
So.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll mute it once I get it going, if I could get it going. Actually, you know what? I have a way. I think I know exactly what to do. How about you two fill time here for a second? Either one of you, feel free to. I have, talk about your favorite part of the day.
So here, 3/4 of the way through ish. It's been a lot of really awesome stuff. It is cool to see that there's been like a pattern emerging, or maybe not a pattern, but common threads emerging. And I don't know if I'm projecting my baseline onto everything, or if it really truly is emerging, but it seems like we keep coming back to categorization and like resisting it because it's artificial, and trying to find a way to like access like actual authenticity rather than like the commoditized version of what we're all left with if we buy into ideology. And it's really cool because it really has been super diverse, from super humanities type people to really, really interesting, I guess, future oriented type thinkers. It's been really cool. It's been really awesome to sit back from my perspective and get to smell what everybody's stepping in.
Been great to have you. You've helped a lot. This has been kind of like basically like almost like a 3-person operation most of the time. You know, it's been mostly Nance, Adam, Ann, and everyone else is busy with their lives, flittering in and out, which is to be expected because that's obviously the situation that we're all in. I do look forward to finding out if anybody's binged this stuff. And I also look forward to finding out if anybody makes a time-stamped table of contents to these 2 streams. Let's see here. Maybe this is it.
Currently.
No, this ain't it. Well. I think I'm just not going to be able to find it. I thought I had it, but my filing system is pretty bad. The system usually is fine, and then my habits are bad. But that's the, because it's like you set up a folder system, and you're like, I'm going to put my stuff here and here and there. Oh, and then you don't actually follow through and put those things there and there and there. But because it takes 2 extra seconds, and 2 extra seconds really derails you when you're in the zone, So whatever, it's just modifications. But actually, I do have it. I just found it. I'm setting it up right now. All right, everybody, enjoy.
All right. Well, today I'm doing 2 things during halftime. First, a quick little rundown on the 3 principles piece and the exegesis that everyone's been doing, and some basically like how can we go about making more of this time that we are putting into the exegetical readings. I'm like, this is in part something that I'm trying to hold myself to. I want to do better during this time, and it's in some way something that you might all benefit from if you do these exegetical readings. If you don't do these exegetical readings, if you don't watch these exegetical readings and you don't really tune in for them, that's okay. And I'm sure you're getting plenty out of just reading, right? So there's no reason to do the exegetical reading unless it's something that you find beneficial. If you don't know if it's beneficial, you might want to try it out. Now, I think the people who are trying it out are getting something out of it. I think that they're enjoying it. And so the last half of halftime, I want to turn over to Jordan, Andrew, Nick, Nance, Adam, Nikki, anyone else who has been involved with exegetical readings to be able to just kind of share testimonies as to how it has been for you so far. Because I want people who are watching this class in the future to be able to hear from you all. What's this experience like for you so far, right? Why have some of you done more than one? Because if you've done more than one, presumably you're getting something out of it that you're not getting from your regular reading sessions, right? And not just people in the future, but also people who are currently in the course who maybe thought about doing one and haven't taken it on yet. So a couple of things. I'm going to do a screen share first so that you are able to see what I'm seeing. Is that good, everybody? Can you see what's on? Nod your head if yes. Perfect. So this is on Writer's Block and the Fuck It button. This is an article in the publications tech. I saw that. And this was just on my screen. It is something I published this week. If you have Writer's Block, you should read it. It also has a funny story at the end that I love to tell because it had a big impact on me. But if you have Writer's Block, that's kind of like being intellectually constipated. Okay. You want to break out of that. And the typical, oh, well, you just need to be disciplined and sit at a typewriter for so many hours per day. And even if you don't feel like writing, just sit there and do bullshit is wrong. It's wrong. That's not the solution. So I go into a bunch of things, and a bunch of people who've read it said, oh my God, I found that so helpful. Well, the other article I put up this week is called The 3 Principles of Study as a Way of Life. And as I said, you go to theory-underground.com /publications, or you just click on the header for publications, and then it's right there. Click on that. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm not going to really read much of it. I'm just going to kind of give you a sense for what it's about so that you can decide whether you're interested in actually reading it or not. But this is kind of canon for the rest of the Theory Underground experiment, right? If it's something that needs to be elaborated on or changed in the future, then there will be follow-ups, of course. But these principles have come out of over 10 years of trying to organize philosophy discussion and study groups at North Idaho College, Boise State University, outside of the university and academic system, just with regular people who aren't students as well, doing stuff online, doing stuff in person, doing hybrid events. I've done a lot of different various kinds of organizing, and these principles are ones that are meant to counteract my own worst tendencies. Because if I'm not getting better through all of this, then I'm not interested. And at the exact same time, a lot of people that gravitate towards my stuff are similar in various ways. Either they're renegade PMCs, they didn't see hope in the existing institutions, and so they are off doing something else, like Elton, who was going to be a philosophy professor, and now he's doing some other kind of a gig, and he's teaching part-time, just giving away his services for free in Boise, and with a podcast, or doing stuff with Theory Underground, right? Like Elton's a great example of that. But then you've got other people like Mikey, who just never went to college, who might have sat in on some classes or something, who might have had some conversations with some professors or whatever, but not as a real student, not as a person who actually went through the student stage of life. Some of us burnt out trying to become students. Others never even saw a window into that world, right? And so we need to hold ourselves to standards that are higher than what we imagine they're holding people to at the university. But guess what? They're not even holding people to those standards in a lot of cases, right? And so a lot of us went into a lot of debt to find out this is just a party scene. This is a party scene, And maybe you get to sit in on one or two good classes in a couple of semesters. But, the odds of having a lot of really good classes go down the further down the food chain your university system is. State universities being a lot lower, obviously, than some Ivy League shit. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I can't compare stuff to Harvard, but I do know that these principles aren't exactly ones that you can live out in your first 7 years of studying at Harvard either. And that is because it's always on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. Well, the cost of learning is repetition, not just passing an exam. And so these principles are impossible to achieve. They're impossible to achieve, but by thinking about them and reaching for them, the goal is to self-overcome in a way that kills us, that is difficult, that is a challenge, because difficult challenges that kill us sure beat other ones that might be more harmful and self-destructive, right? Taking on really difficult texts and having high standards for ourselves, my rationality is, well, it sure beats other drugs, because theory is a hell of a drug, right? That's why I always use yeah, because theory is a hell of a drug. That's a Breaking Bad soundbite, because crazy drug addict kingpin dude does meth, and then he says tight, yeah. But it's just a joke. But also, our jouissance is very much caught up in reading extremely difficult texts. So we want to get the most out of that. And that's why I've taken these 3 standards. The Bryan standard is simply this: thinking as opposed to playing out the scripts that echo through one's mind is based in a lifestyle committed to 3 fundamental practices: reading, writing, conversation. It's not actually in that order because we live in the world, but we say in that order heuristically, because the tendency with the attention economy is to always skip steps 1 and 2 to go straight to conversation, but conversation without a basis in the subject matter, without having tarried with the negative, without working through things and fleshing it out in reading and writing, is not real conversation. It's fun. We're having fun, but it's more like the bull sesh, I can't even talk, the bull sesh, right? The bull sesh is what you do at the bar, the bar or the pub, when you're just you're not going deep with somebody into their life story. No, you're shooting the shit, right? Which is great. Shooting the shit in academic spaces is a way of social signaling to climb through institutions. It's a way to build your network, right? And of course, you're going to name drop and you're going to reference and you're going to say the things that one says. We're not interested in that game. So how do we counter the tendencies? Well, one of them, the main one, is reading and writing preceding conversation, trying to think about it that way. And I say a bunch of stuff about that. Basically, the next 2 standards, the Burt standard and then the Mikey standard, are ways of going deeper into steps 2 and 3, steps 1 and 2. Since we always skip steps 1 and 2 to go to 3, the next 2 principles are ways of going deeper into steps 1 and 2. These are ways of counteracting the tendencies of the attention economy. Okay. Now I named this after Bryan because Bryan got this from he's a co-instructor at Theory Underground. He's a friend. He and I have done a lot of philosophy stuff over the last 8 years. And when he went to UW, one professor would always say, thinking is reading, writing, conversation, in that order. Now we could have named it after that professor, but I'm sorry. Bryan's the one who took it to heart, and he's the one I hear it from. So when I think of it, I think of Bryan. And for you all, it doesn't even matter if you know Bryan or not. It's just going to be called the Bryan standard. There's a dog, and I'm just so sad that dog is blurred out, Sean. But the Burt standard you might be familiar with if you've seen the advertisement at the end of any of the Theory Underground stuff, where he talks about being the first $50 patron to Theory Underground and why he does that. And he talks about why people who aren't students have an advantage over people who are in some cases. Obviously not if you're working 50 to 70 hours a week and you're exhausted, you have no time, energy. But if you're unemployed, or if you are financially independent in some way that frees up the time, or if you have the kind of job that allows you to read, the BERT standard is all about the fact that you shouldn't say you've read something if you've only read it once. Clarify, I passed over it, right? Now, BERT doesn't put it in such gatekeepy terms. I'm moralizing. This is my screed. I'm gatekeepy in that sense. So guilty is charged. But I'm trying to hold myself to this BERT standard. BERT's not judging me when he says this stuff. He's not judging any of us. He's like 67 years old, and he actually has the time for this first time in his life to really absorb texts. And so he's just sharing what he loves. Me, on the other hand, I feel called to my conscience is called to conscience when I think about the fact that you haven't really read something if you just read it once. Okay, so this is where he says that the first reading is to get the lay of the land. The second reading is to test your knowledge by seeing if you can rephrase the text in your own terms. And then the third reading is when we compare to everything else that we know. That's also when you critique. That's also when you contrast, though. So anytime you compare, you kind of owe yourself a debt and your audience a debt to then contrast 3 times as much. Right? Because comparison is easy, contrast is hard. And so I give a great example of contrast using Mikey down below for the Mikey standard, because the Mikey standard is kind of an addition to the rest of this, which is to say you're raising the bar even higher. You're trying to see if you can explain it to the uninitiated without using recourse to other concepts and other thinkers. You're trying to stick to one concept at a time and really flesh it out using a lot of examples. And this example here of contrast as opposed to comparison, some of us are familiar with from Theorygram, likes to make a lot of comparisons between Deleuze and Guattari and Lacan. And at one point said, oh yeah, well, Lacan actually invented the concept of the body without organs, because in seminar 1, he said that the self is an egg. And first of all, no, he said it's an empty egg. Which is and then so Mikey writes this whole piece here about how it's actually the opposite, ontologically the opposite, and not in some way that you could just synthesize, and actually you lose out on the richness of these theorists by trying to synthesize this. So anyway, that's the article in short, and I think that you should all read it on your own if this is interesting to you. But how this ties into exegetical readings is I also talk about those in this piece, and how exegetical readings kind of are between steps 1 and 2 in the BERT process, right? If the first reading is to get the lay of the land, the second reading is to put it in your own words. Now, to truly do the second reading, I mean, if I had all my time, energy, and I had no other obligations, and I could just live the life of leisure and be a scholar, I would do what Mikey just did, what you saw what he did with Hegel, where he had the original text in one color and then he adds his own and he's adding a paragraph to every sentence. That's the second reading. That's truly giving something its due if it deserves it. Not every text deserves a second reading in the first place. Let's be honest. But this standard it's a worthy fantasy because it's impossible under capitalism, first of all. It's a worthy fantasy, and it's one that we could all get pilled by. If we all get this desire to be able to really sink our teeth into the steak of a text, right? And to spend a long time wringing it out, well, then that's a hell of a desire. It's not going to be easy. And our drive is also going to get off running counter to that desire in ways that is less self-destructive, hopefully, than other things that we could be doing. So the exegetical reading, though, it's kind of between steps 1 and 2 of the BERT standard. And the robot reading, like listening to a robot reader while working out or working at Amazon or something like that, the robot reader, I would call that step 0. You're just getting the lay of the land, but it's not the same kind of lay of the land that you'd be getting if you were taking notes. Right. But guess what? If you can do all 5, If you can get the robot reader, get the lay of the land, and then you actually read it and take notes to get the lay of the land, and then you do an exegetical reading, and then you come back later and you add more flesh to those bones, guess what? You're going to be able to think to the page number of that text and incorporate that into things and draw from it in the way that Slavoj Žižek has his entire life ever since he really first got his teeth into Hegel and Lacan, or the way that Hubert Dreyfus did when he first really got his teeth into Heidegger, or like David Harvey does after he really got his teeth into Capital, right? These are all these people who have this basis in these fundamental great texts. Obviously, we can't do this with everything, and not everything we will want to, okay? But finding one or two companion thinkers or texts that become mainstays in your life that you return to frequently and you add on to, right? There's nothing better than it. There's nothing better than it besides like a real friend. Like real friends are really good too, but also, I mean, in a sort of sense, a text can become a friend in another sense, right? So that's that. And now I want to give you all opportunities to talk about your experiences so far with exegesis. We're not going to have time to do much, but I do want you to basically do testimonials to just say, for instance, I'm Andrew. I've done X amount of exegesis things in the last month for this course, and here's a couple of my takeaways so far, or why I might encourage somebody who's taking the course in the near future to do it. That's the basic model. And we'll just go from Andrew, if you want to Adam, do you want to? Nance, do you want to? Jordan, do you want to? Nikki, do you want to? If you do, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll just kind of do it in order.
Right. I guess I'll start it off.
Cool, man.
She already called me, so voluntold. Just like the Navy, never again volunteer yourself. So, that's the acronym, right? Marines is men are riding in Navy equipment, or Marine. But so yeah, as far as for this course, I only did one exegetical reading, and it was the one that I just posted for this chapter with Nick, my counterpart, the other vanishing mediator, and Nikki. So yeah, I would say that for those who have not done it or already have and wondering if they still want to do it, I would encourage them highly to, because I mean, you obviously have to read it, get the lay of the land before you go into it. I know I made the mistake of doing an exegetical reading, which I just have unlisted on my YouTubes for anybody who wants to link on the Heidegger one on history of the concept of time. And that's not the same thing as doing an exegetical. You have to read the chapter at least once, like, and take notes. And then, like Dave said, then can do the exegetical, which is, of course, filming yourself, reading it and discussing it with yourself or with others. However, besides this course, most of the Vanishing Mediator K-Void channel is based upon doing exegeticals on the seminars. So we have a basis in the text in the seminars. So we read it like, a week or two prior before we discuss it. And then we kind of read through the basic concepts and pages. And it's really helpful because you get to be in dialogue, not only with yourself in the text, but another person, if that being the case with it. And you get, a better understanding because you're talking out loud, reading it. Sometimes it could be a little boring or a little awkward to read out loud by yourself. But if you put a camera right there, it's like you're caught in the gaze of the virtual other. So there is like this virtual point in which you are conversing with the internet world. And it kind of brings out, a lot of flow of consciousness that you probably wouldn't have thought you had in a productive sense. It's not just, a freestyle or masturbatory exercise. I think the best way to put it is like when Zizek talks about in Pervert's Guide to Ideology about the improv. And I think he's talking about like a certain soap opera in which there's not a script, it's all improvised, and yet like they have an earpiece in which the director guides them and kind of brings out the best of them. So you're bringing out the best of your ideas through being in the virtual gaze of the big other by filming yourself doing the exegetical reading. And at least for this text, I already read this chapter once with the Zizek and so on group. However, just to kind of cap it off, because I'm talking too much, it gave me a better understanding just to talk about this with Nick, since he's my counterpart, and with Nikki, a new person who I've never done an exegetical reading with, and to get her perspective. So that's all I got to say.
Then we'll do Adam.
Well, one of the things that I've really benefited from here is the plurality of voices that I've been able to hear back. I've been doing a lot with Nance, but I've been doing a lot with a number of other people. And it's great to hear Nance's ideas, but it's also great to hear Lucas's ideas, for example, and they're going to be different. And I think the whole point of doing this in this kind of formal social way is to get other people's subjectivity in there, because I don't know about y'all, but I find myself very easily locked into a kind of a rut intellectually when I'm reading something. And this is definitely a way that forces me out of that rut and maybe even into someone else's for a minute. And that's good too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Jordan, Nikki, Nance.
I can share my experiences. Yeah, sorry, my dad's here with me too. I don't know what exactly I can share, but I personally, the way I learned the best is through trying to say it out loud and explain things out loud to someone else. And I've used to try to subject my friends to that. And sometimes they're not always down with my energy levels, or they don't always have the mind space for that. So it's actually really good to have another outlet to be able to do that. I'm not fully comfortable speaking to myself and recording myself just alone at this point yet. So I'm really glad to have people like the Vanishing Mediators, helping out with that as well, including me, as well as Dave, including me in the exegetical reading as well with Nance. That time for this chapter 2 Sundays ago, I believe, or like about 2 weeks ago now. For me, it's just the benefit really is just saying things out loud, because it slows me down. I find like when I read through chapters, and Mikey said this too, sometimes you read through a chapter and if you don't note things down, it kind of just seems like a blur at the end. And if I'm not actually saying things out loud, I tend to go towards that general tendency of just like reading through and like, oh yeah, I understand it. And then I'll get to the end, I'm like, oh, what did I just read? So it definitely slows me down and makes my time more efficient, and I'm actually getting something out of it. So I want to make a point of doing more exegetical readings. It just has to be a time thing, and I have to work on my comfort levels of doing it myself as well, solo. So hope that helps.
Oh yeah.
I'll just speak to maybe the process of I guess even preparing for an exegetical reading. I feel like it definitely helps motivate me to slow down when I'm reading the text and take notes. And if there's something I don't understand, then rather than just blowing past it, try to slowly, read it, reread it, so that when I do the exegetical reading, I at least feel a little more confident that I kind of know what I'm talking about. And then I also feel like it's important, if you're doing the exegetical reading and you don't understand something, just say you don't understand it, rather than trying to bullshit, I guess, which is not something you can always avoid, but I think it's a good goal to have. So I think definitely the reading, and then the taking the notes, and then doing the exegetical reading is kind of the steps you should do. It's probably not the best policy to try to do the exegetical reading the first time you've read through the chapter, because you're likely not going to understand a lot of it. So that's kind of my piece.
100%. Nance, did you have anything you want to add to the others?
Yeah, I think for me, it really helps not get lost. Like it helps have, it's almost like guardrails. Having other people hold my hand, and I like that.
Great. All right. And so Mikey's back, and I'm about to turn it back over, but just to kind of quilt everything with the exegetical readings, for everybody who is in this course now and in the future, I'm going to screen share and just scroll down here to show the forum. There is 2 exegetical related discussion forum posts right now. One is called Exegetical Readings Go Here, and that's where everybody has been pasting the ones that they record that they want to share. Not everything that you record do you decide to share, and some of these are done off just in Zoom calls that are not recorded because, hey, you know what? If you're not feeling like sharing it, that's okay. But also, you know, it's great if it can be something useful to other people that gives them the lay of the land, because it can kind of fill in for their first pass in a sort of sense. And then when they actually sit down and read it, they've kind of already thought about subject, predicate, universal, and they've thought about some of the questions that you all brought up this week, right? So it can be helpful to other people, but also if you think, nah, that was probably just more confusing than anything. I personally have several exegetical readings that I've done that I have not shared. Now, maybe I'm overly neurotic and doubting myself too much. I don't care. It's just the way it is. You just got to decide whether or not to share it on your own. Now, the group exegetical reading forum discussion post here is the one where the better title might have been like, who wants to do a group exegetical reading, right? Because sadly we can't go back and edit it because there's just things with the forum that aren't ideal just yet with the programming. There's a whole list of changes that need to be made, but we're getting to several things before we get to that. But the point is so the other one is where you share the exegetical reading if you want to share it. This is the one where you say, hey, I'm interested in it. And the other people who are in there might say, hey, jump in with me. Oh yeah, Lukasz also did it, by the way, from Poland. So shout out to Lukasz. He's in this course. I forgot that he did one as well. So congrats to Lukasz. Lastly, in terms of rules and impossible standards to hold ourselves to, because that was kind of the theme of this whole halftime, I will just say that when Nikki had asked Nance and myself, like, okay, so how do we go about this? We read it. How often do we read it? How often do we stop and break it down? I threw an arbitrary rule out there, but it's meant to be more extreme to counter the tendency to chat, which is like, look, we all love it. All right. But it's the 70-30 rule. We try to read 70% of the time, talk 30% of the time. And in that 30% of the time that we're talking, we're not saying, okay, I've got it all figured out. Here's how it worked. We're also saying, I think it's saying this, but it also might be saying that, and I'm not exactly sure. And you're saying those kind of things to get other people to think about it. You don't have to have it all figured out on this reading. Right. And so thank you, Jordan, for bringing that point up. But yeah, just kind of think of the 70-30 rule. If you fail to achieve the 70-30 rule, it doesn't fucking matter. You still did great, but just keep it in mind. It's a way of bending the bow, as Lenin would say, which was really something he took from Aristotle. But with all that said, let's bring it back around. Does anybody have a question for the point of the order that really needs to be raised before we turn it back to Mikey? Doesn't look like it. You can always add it to the chat if you do. But Mikey, welcome back. How you doing?
Good. Got another beer, so I'm ready to go.
How much of the stuff about exegeticals did you hear?
A little bit.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, and really, I owe it to you, first of all. Like, I think you really got me thinking about exegetical readings, not quite in this format, right? But it was a combination of your study style and then reading up about the medieval.
Hold on, let's go back. When I showed you what I did to Baudrillard's The Consumer Society, when I was in Boise for when you had me as a guest lecturer, I knew right then, you looking at that scroll, it had a major impact on you. You were pretty blown away. Like, I think how the fuck do you do this, man? Like,
Yeah,
So, yeah.
could you explain to people what it was you were doing back when you had time energy?
Yeah, I was writing line by line commentaries on as many philosophical books as I could. I've done, hold on. Okay. Okay, I've done 6 on Baudrillard books. I have 6 of his line by line. I have some Zizek ones that I haven't released. I have some Marx ones, some Heidegger ones. And I guess I don't know. I mean, look, as far as complete books go, primarily those are the Baudrillard ones. But yeah, like if I had my time energy, I'd write line by line commentaries. Like okay, what I did with the Hegel quote, I would do that for all of Sublime Object, all of For They Know Not What They Do. That's what I'm look like in my main book, like I'm not doing exegesis, I'm doing my own theorizing, yes, alongside Zizek and Lacan. But as far as me as a teacher goes, like I'm made to be an exegetical writer. Like I'm like, and it goes back to my days of being a Baptist. Like that's had such an impact on me, because back then I was like, I don't see any, why are the only books that get line by line commentaries religious texts? I mean, you can find them for Bhagavad Gita, you can find them for the Bible, you can find them for the Quran. Why aren't there texts like this for philosophy books, which really could use them? Yeah. And so I was like, well, I've got the time and energy, I'll start doing it. And no, like if I had it my way, especially the ones that I would love to do the most, I would love to do one on Seminar 11. I'd love to do one on Anti-Oedipus. Like I say, the Baudrillard ones, I probably would just go back and add some stuff to them because I wrote those years ago. But yeah, like I would just love to. That's how I learned this stuff. Like I'm constantly trying to do it as much as I can right now. I see you got your hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to interject that, yeah, when you were showing me this stuff when we first met in real life, the first time at the coffee shop, you're like, yeah, this is what I do. The stuff in black, that's the original text. The stuff in red, that's what I've added. I just want you all to know, if a book was 200 pages long, the document that he did this with is going to be like, I don't know, sometimes 7 times longer, because you saw the exegesis he did at the beginning of this lecture.
Well, for the Consumer Society, for example, like that's one that's really detailed because that's one of my favorite books. Sometimes I'm writing 3 or 4 paragraphs per every Baudrillard paragraph. So,
right.
Sometimes it's one or two, or sometimes it's just a short comment because certain paragraphs don't need a lot of unpacking, but it varies. But no, I mean, it's at least every one I've done makes the book at least twice as long, usually 3 times as long as what it already is.
And part of what this did for me was it broke me out of this world where I thought I'm going to read this book and then finish it, and then read this book and then finish it, and then read this book and then finish it. And it made me realize, no, I'm like speed dating a bunch of books and then choosing ones to selectively go out on longer dates with, and then go back on longer dates with them. And some of these I'm going to be married in polyamorous relationships with for the rest of my life. Now, I'm not polyamorous in my real life. I'm monogamous in my real life, but books don't get jealous the same way humans do. And also books, they demand something different from us in terms of time and energy than humans with emotional needs. Right. And so the essential texts on Theory Underground, if you go to the front page and look at that, like that's not all of the essential texts that I and a lot of the other people here have signed up to read and reread and reread and reread. But it's like, yeah, but those are some of them. And it's just to give people an idea. Right. And so anyway.
No, and what I want to add just real quick is I'm telling you what, everybody, if I can give you any like practical advice when it comes to reading theory, learning theory, it's this. It is quality over quantity. If you wrestle with this book and you get this one Zizek book down, I am promising you will talk circles. And I mean, I don't mean that like to just show off. I mean real, like you have developed your craftsmanship as a thinker that like something to be proud of. But you will talk circles around 95%, 99% of the people online who are talking about GJEC. You don't have to read every single book. You have to get one and truly nail it down where you really have it. And you know what? If you do it with one GJEC book, the next time you go to another one of his, you can do it in half the time, and then you can do it in half the time. And it just becomes easier because you already know him. You know what he's going to do. You know what he's up to. And so if you'll invest your time and energy, what you have of it, in one key text by one of these thinkers, you're so far ahead of everybody who just bullshits around that focusing on one pays off so much in the long run. That and I learned that early on in philosophy. Like, no, go to the main text, spend as much time on it as you have to make it click as much as it can. And doing that always seemed to give me an advantage whenever I was talking philosophy, especially in the old Facebook groups, right? Like, I knew my Heidegger, I knew my Kant, I knew my Sartre, right? And it was because I really wrestled with those primary texts. And you don't have to read everything by everybody. If you find it, read the primary text, and then if that thinker really resonates with you, then you can dive into what they're doing. But the point is not to have a little bit of familiarity with as much as you can of their writing. It's to nail down one text where you have it, and it usually unlocks the rest of their work from then on.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. The reason that the screen was black for a minute there is because we wanted to remind you all that this is an underground operation where we keep it real as fuck, which means that there's all kinds of problems that keep happening. If you want it perfectly polished, just go to MSNBC. You'll be very happy. Anyway. We're not polished, and more importantly, our ducks are not in a row here. There's been a profound confusion, I think, in my communication with everybody based in the London area, and that is because of imperialism. For the last couple hundred years, all clocks have been set in reference to Big Ben, the London fucking clock. I'm not kidding. And so basically, if you look here on the screen, I'm going to share it. Not at the real Dave as opposed to my imaginary ego Dave. Here, let's put that one behind everything. Hide it. Okay. Thanks, Anne, for coming and telling us that the screen had gone black. But basically, this is the event. I have it up. Okay, what are we looking at? You see that every one of these ends in CET? CET. I did the time zones: Pacific time, Eastern time, CET. I think my brain just thought, yeah, CET, everybody knows what CET is, because that's the time zone that Cadell Lass is using. And you know, like Michael in Poland, he can, I think he's in the same time zone as CET. Christine Louis de Sully, she's using CET because she's in Germany. But London time is an hour. Is it an hour behind or ahead? It's an hour behind CET. So basically, we thought that Ashley was late, and she was actually not late, or that she wasn't even coming, but she actually was coming. Now we think, oh no, Ted Reese, where's Ted Reese? Is he going to be here? And so I'm trying to get a hold of him on the back end, and actually no, I think he's fine, because I think he's going off of London time, which is a bit of a bummer in terms of it's a deviation from my ideal image for how things would go. But also, that last video would not have played to completion if this had not occurred. And so maybe that was necessary. We will only know retroactively, right? So something might come of that. Letting that last video finish might have been really good for somebody watching this in the future, or even currently. I don't know if anybody here actually watched it besides Secret Agent Dan in the chat, who said something about it earlier, saying sometimes you have to say a thing out loud to understand its truth or lack thereof, right? So anyway, yeah, sorry about the blankness, and I think that if my hunch is correct about him joining late, but it's not really late, then he would probably be here in about 30 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is roll the PSA now, because that gives us 8 minutes, and then we'll be back to talk about something exciting, because this is the best and most exciting thing that's ever happened on the internet. Obviously. See you all soon.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the U.S., where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which for the hardcore punk scene in the US meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https://theory-underground.com US-Tour-2023. In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being and Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the Recovery Group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions, and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEarlyBirdYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BEINGINTIMEEarlyBirdYT before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation, including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency. like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residents of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah.
Thanks.
We look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
I just wanted to raise people's attention to the clip and ship achievement that's on screen. I made this today. Like, look at this truck that's shipping. There's a clip on top of it. It says clip and ship. It's got a time energy on that truck. So, like, you know, I actually made it, which is sick. And, yeah, the clip and ship achievement. Clip, maybe edit, and then upload a section of a plebe stream that is so perfect for plebes purposes, it gets featured on the Theory Plebe channel. If your clip gets featured, you will be credited, your channel will be recommended, and you will be awarded the clip and ship achievement. So that's the first official achievement actually like made public so far. There's been other ones, but you know, the meme gang is doing good work, and delusional Bode Lacanian has already done a bunch of things that deserve achievements, but as far as things you can do right now, this is one of them. As far as how to do this clipping and shipping and everything like that, stay tuned. I'll do a special video on how to do that. All right. So that's my own little advertisement. So I guess that was the message brought to you by our sponsors.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that poster. Baudrillard in Boise, fucking Idaho. Are you kidding me? It was virtually an answer to an unspoken prayer, you know, it really was. And I just couldn't believe that somebody was interested in the things that I was interested in, that I had been interested in for years and had kind of given up on in futility. I'd labored in solitude for so long. I had no one to talk to about it, no one to bounce ideas off of. It just vastly accelerated my ability, I don't get too philosophical, to interrogate, to inquire, and to see connections between things.
And so the Theory Underground that Dave is developing in this mission is trying to reach an audience of people who aren't just doing philosophy in a university setting. Why is there an advantage to doing philosophy outside of an academic setting?
Well, the neat thing is that you can really drill down. You know, when you're in school, you know, you have to do 50 things, and you do them all partially. And it's like you're digging a well, and you're digging very shallow wells. When you can drill down deep and take your time and really get into something, especially with a company of fellows that you get into the slipstream of a great philosopher, and you just have to take the deep dive. But initially, a lot of these philosophers, they're speaking to a tradition, they're trying to resolve specific problems, and they just assume you know what those are, that you've had their life experience. So the first time you read them, you're just trying to get the lay of the land, and you may well have some insights. You may wrongly associate certain things you know with what they're saying, but then you'll maybe like look at a secondary text, and now, since you have something to bring to the table, all the lights start going off. And then when you read the philosopher the second time, you can read them more knowledgeably. And so you're looking for things, you're better able to follow along, you're not left behind so much. The third reading, though, and these are for profound books. I mean, you don't have to read everything like this. But for a profound text, the third reading is where you've learned enough that you relate it to everything else you know, that you begin to see the connectedness between what this philosopher is doing and the implicit, unstated situation that they were speaking to initially. You know something about that. And you see the connection between that and all sorts of other things. And you connect it to your life and the way you live and move through the world and the way you see things and interact with people. And you are not just absorbing, you're creating. You're a co-creator. When it's all said and done, you just have to put it into your own words. And there's a danger of reductionism there. But when you put it into your own words and you're bringing all these different strands together, it's really phenomenal. And that's what the third reading does.
So, a few years ago, Dave, running the Theory Clip channel, had a Patreon going and
Right.
discontinued accepting money from people. But since then, you have continued to make a donation monthly. And
Right.
It's obviously very meaningful to Dave, meaningful to me as well, being Dave's partner.
Right.
And so, why do you do that? Essentially.
Well, Dave brings people together. Whatever Dave is doing is valuable. And my life was completely changed. And I'm grateful. I can't afford to give Dave $50 a month, but I do because it brings me joy. Every time I get my Social Security, the first thing I do is send $50 to Dave. And my heart sings. And it's a sense of gratitude. I don't feel obligated to do it. I want to do it. And I want to do whatever I can to help Dave do for other people what he did for me. I want that to continue. And it's truly, I take great joy in it. It's the best $50 I spend a month. Really is. If you can plant a seed where a handful of people meet each other and they can all have the experience that we've had face to face with each other, that would be awesome.
What's up, everybody? I just want to make a quick little advertisement for some.
We interrupt this conversation for a quick message from our sponsors. All of Theory Plebe's content has been demonetized and self-funded for over a year. Plebe and Mikey work in warehouses while using what little time with energy that remains to do what they love, theory. Part of Plebe's goals for 2022 is to focus on getting Mikey freed from wage labor. To free his time-energy from its reduction to labor power. Why? Because Plebe has learned more from Mikey than almost any professor or book, and if Mikey can get his time energy, then he would be able to teach real online courses and publish video essays and that backlog of books he is always being obstructed from finishing. If you were unaware, Michael had a special kind of working living arrangement that made it possible for him to focus on nothing but the study of philosophy for 6 hours per day. Not just leisure reading, but struggling to articulate the hardest and most revolutionary concepts in the life of the mind. Mikey's standard was this: if he could not explain it to a guy on a bar stool at the pub, then he did not understand it. But by the time Michael was ready to begin making his wealth of knowledge accessible through courses and books, tragedy struck. Now he has to work full-time and support his mother. That is why we must #free Mikey before we can free ourselves. Towards the end of this video, when Todd McGowan and Andrew of Master Signified Bodies both leave to go to bed, Michael Downs explains why Deleuze is an absolute genius. And then he breaks down what Heidegger means by being in a way that is more accessible and clarifying than anything you will ever find on the subject anywhere else. Promise. If you think you have lots to learn from him, or that the world of theory would more generally benefit from freeing him from wage labor, then consider supporting at www.patreon.com. The dangerous may be. If you are one of the graduate students or professors in classrooms around the world who have found Michael's posts from the Dangerous Maybe blog helpful, then stop what you are doing and give a little back. He should have leisure time too. It will only help all of us. #free Mikey. Every dollar gets him closer to having his time-energy again. Thank you for listening to this message from our sponsors, by whom we of course mean you, once you have helped in the struggle to #free Mikey. P.S. When Mikey gets freed, he will solve the riddle of history, complete a system of German idealism.
Shelley couldn't do it. Victor couldn't do it. Ryan couldn't do it. My mom couldn't do it. No one could complete the system of German idealism.
Explain the body without organs without dumbing it down. Write the most important book on consumerism in America, and teach courses that are introductory and graduate level alike.
Welcome back, everybody. What's up? What's up? I've been like hurriedly eating in the background while trying to figure out a way to fix the scheduling issue, because it's not Ted Reese's fault that he was thinking of London time. And I want to get the full value of the conversation because I know that he has put a lot of thought into it. And so what I'm hoping is that the conversation that we'll be beginning in about 18 minutes will that it can basically, we can do the full thing. Basically everything just gets pushed forward a little bit, because I think the people on the East Coast, specifically One Dime and Andrew, are probably able to be a little bit more flexible than the people in Europe, who are joining at a much later hour. And Michael in Poland, I'm not going to push him back that far, but he's a bit of a night owl anyway. And so I think it should be okay. I think we'll be able to pull this all off. I've been communicating on the back end here with different people, trying to make sure that this will all work out. I think everything should be fine. But for the time being, I'm going to give you all a teaser of something, which is a video that you should all watch. It is this is Catherine Liu joining myself and Elton for a conversation after the Professional Managerial Class Consciousness and Ideology course. And she's just a total blast. I wish that she could have been here for this marathon. And now she is here for this marathon. So, I mean, with that, put your hands together. Please welcome Catherine Liu. You basically get to hear it until we're ready to begin. So, enjoy. Oh no, we've got the same audio issue though. You're not going to be able to hear that, are you, people? You're not. I take it back. I don't know what this audio issue is that makes it so quiet. I really don't know. And I can't figure it out today. So there's going to be a change of plans. I just did all this setup to talk about Catherine Liu. Look, you need to watch it. Just watch it. Trust me, it's really good. But since that's not going to work, what's the plan? I'm going to play instead something some of you may have seen, but which many of you have not seen. I'm going to throw you into a conversation. Let's see. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching all of this. No, not that one. Not that one. I'm sorry, everybody. Please bear with me. I couldn't just keep... I figured I should not just keep playing commercials in the background, right? Zizek. I'm going to play some Zizek and Mikey conversation. Classic shit. Which one, though? Which conversation? I'm going to go back to the beginning. I'm going to play the first one.
All right. Well, today I'm doing two.
Not that. Delete that. It's going to be this. Check it out.
Look, Chomsky says Zizek doesn't have a theory. And anybody who knows Zizek's theory at all finds that laughable. But to be charitable to Chomsky, it's very, very easy to think that on a first go through one of Zizek's books.
Right.
It seems like he's just kind of doing this free associative, connect the dots thing. And he's not. I mean, he is, but he's not. So here's what I had to say about it. So Zizek's style is both the condition of possibility and the condition of impossibility of his theory. His style is his Fichtean anstos, impetus and obstacle. That is, it's what enables him to make all of the systematic connections he makes, but what also prevents him from systematically connecting them. So, okay, and I owe this great insight to Todd McGowan, but Fichte, who, is one of the 4 German idealists, the one that people talk about the least, but Fichte came up with this idea of anstos, which, at least how Todd interprets it, it is both the impetus and the obstacle. It's the driving force of something, and yet the thing that also gets in the driving force's way. So it's its own engine, its own motor, and its own stumbling block. And so Zizek's style is that. His style enables him to do theory in a productive way, and yet it's also what prevents him from organizing it in a way, say, Kant or Hegel or Heidegger would have, right? Like, the reason he is original is precisely because he has this style, this way of thinking, yet it's also what has prevented him from being taken seriously by a lot of other kinds of philosophers who aren't steeped into the continental tradition that you and I are.
Right.
And so the funny thing, Dave, for those of us who know Heidegger, in Heideggerian terms, Zizek's style is what paradoxically makes his philosophical capability simultaneously ready to hand and unready to hand. It's both at the same time. Zizek has a philosophical ontological system, but one that he cannot have developed in a systematic way. Like it requires his system requires his unsystematic approach, and that's what's bizarre about it. And again,
is that kind of your argument? Is that the theme here?
Well, no, I mean, at first, what I'm trying to say is, one, he is a philosophical genius, a profoundly original thinker, and two, there's a justification, at least a superficial one, for why people don't see that in him. Okay. That you have to work really hard to get to see how this philosophical system works.
That makes
in a way that if you're familiar with Spinoza's ethics or Leibniz's monadology, right? Like if that's how you approach reading systematic philosophy, you're not going to get it like that at all from Zizek. And so, but I say, do not let this free associational, unsystematic style fool you. He is a systematic thinker. Zizek's theoretical vignettes build to a consistent overarching theory. Now I'm going to read a quote real quick. This is a quote from Jody Dean's great book, Zizek's Politics. And in this quote, Jody Dean is talking about Ernesto Laclau and what he said about Zizek. Jody Dean says, Zizek is not an analytically formal or traditional political philosopher. What Ernesto Laclau says of Zizek's early tour de force, the sublime object of ideology, also applies to Zizek's work more generally. Rather than a systematic structure in which an argument is developed according to a predetermined plan, Zizek provides a series of theoretical interventions which shed mutual light on each other, not in terms of the progression of the argument, but in terms of what we could call the reiteration of the latter in different discursive contexts. Zizek might begin an article or book chapter with a question or observation, something along the lines of, have you ever noticed the difference between French, German, and British toilets? He will offer an explanation for the difference, and then he might suggest a second explanation that is diametrically opposed to the first. He will likely conclude by observing how the first and second explanations are two sides of the same coin. This is the dialectical approach, and how these two seemingly opposed interpretations, we in fact encounter a certain unity, which we encounter a certain unity in these two opposed interpretations. Saying the opposite can be just another way of saying the same thing if we push the idea far enough. So I think Jody Dean and Ernesto Leclau do a great job of framing Zizek's style. And so here's the point, right? So, I wrote a line-by-line commentary of the first chapter of Sublime Objective Ideology on my blog. And what I tried to do there, to the best of my ability, is show the underlying overarching argument throughout that whole chapter. It took a lot of work to try to show the overarching argument. And so I think, here's what's strange. He can be read two ways, where one, you try to connect all of the sections into one overarching argument, or you read them as kind of philosophical vignettes or little standalones. Here's the point. The reason you can turn these into one overarching argument is because they all exist in a systematic connection. So all of these Lacanian Hegelian concepts, he's always refining how they all connect to each other. And so if you learn the system, you can see what he's doing in each of the sections of the book, and you can understand the background theory or the background context that gives them an overarching argument. So I just wanted to say that because I know a lot of people read Zizek because...
Look, Chomsky says Zizek, and I mean, it's funny, it's easy to contrast him to Adorno, who, is known for his hatred of the culture industry and everything. But Zizek, it's not merely that, I'm going to explain difficult concepts in relation to pop culture examples so people have a more, it's easier for them to comprehend what I'm saying. There's something else going on. So Jody Dean explains it like this. In For They Know Not What They Do, Zizek says that at the center of the theoretical space of that book and its predecessor, The Sublime Object of Ideology, is of course the author's, and as the author hopes, also the reader's, enjoyment in popular culture. At the center of his thinking, then, is enjoyment, or jouissance, his and others. Enjoyment, for Zizek, is a term of art, a technical Lacanian concept that denotes an intense, excessive pleasure and pain. Enjoyment by its very nature is excessive, something that can lure us into a kind of idiotic stupor or ecstatic state. Moreover, as I hope to make clear in this book...
Look, Chomsky says behind him in contemporary consumer-driven...
I'm sorry, everybody. I tried to speed it up so that we could get it finished on time, and then it changed the voice. And I had to, and it also started it over, and so then I had to go skip back. Okay, whatever. Welcome to the underground. I'm gonna keep playing it.
Entertainment society enjoy popular culture, and the way this enjoyment binds us into the ideological formation that supports global capital. So that's why there's a philosophy behind him using so much pop culture. He's trying to say the jouissance, or the enjoyment we get from pop culture, is what unconsciously gets us to willingly help reproduce the capitalist system, because God forbid we lose our preferred forms of entertainment.
And I see this as like a big overlap between the two of you, because you're a pop culture enjoyer to the extreme.
That's why I feel like he wrote it to me.
Right.
I mean, my God. So for my birthday, I went and bought a couple movies, and they're just some of the shittiest 80s movies. I'm part of my enjoyment is tapped into watching just the cheesiest, raunchiest, most obscene films from that era. Part of it is because so many of them I didn't get to watch, but I saw the covers of them in my local mom and pop video store. I've told you many times about it. Was called Video Biz. And so I have such an enjoyment in spending my hard-earned money on trash films. Like, it's pure jouissance, right? And they're movies I'll probably watch once, maybe twice. And so there's no real utility in me having them. But at the end of the day, it's a form of enjoyment I have that I kind of need to be able to do this once in a while to function. And so it's my way of being hooked on capital, even though obviously I'm an anti-capitalist. That's part of why I think Zizek's so great.
In an attempt to bring in new people to the world of philosophy and theory while building on relationships already established, we are doing a countrywide tour of the United States this fall.
What's up, guys? It's Ann and
Are we coming
Dave.
to a city or town near you? Do you think there is a venue or audience in your local region that would be interested in a lecture or facilitated discussion about existentialism, critiques of therapism, PMC ideology, self-help, introduction to philosophy, or the time-energy critique of any of those things? This speaking and discussion facilitation tour will include the Pacific Northwest in mid-August, the Kansas City, Missouri area late August or early September, Philadelphia at the beginning of October, and really we're going to be all over the area there, hopefully, so get in contact with us if you think that we should come visit your state. Phoenix, Arizona, mid-October, in SoCal, especially San Diego, late October. I say especially San Diego because we already have our guide for the San Diego region. What's the difference between a host, a guide, and a volunteer, you ask? Well, thanks for asking, actually. The volunteer role is for people who want to put up posters or in other ways promote the events that will be occurring in their town or city, whereas the host might have a guest bedroom, guest house, or a place that we can park our van so we can sleep in our van. We need to know if you would have like bathroom facilities or anything like that, and so the form on the website is where you can tell us what you have to offer. Guiding, on the other hand, though, people who love to guide take a lot of pride in their local knowledge. A good example of that would be Michael Downs when I visited him in Raytown, Missouri, and he took me into Kansas City and we had barbecue, and he took me to the mall and to all these other landmark places from his life growing up there. But a more recent example would be my friend Michael in Poland, who took us around Katowice, Poland, and basically gives a historical and sociological analysis of everything, and it was amazing. It was one of the coolest things we've ever experienced, and it made us realize some people just want to provide the space and privacy, whereas other people want to take you out and show you around. And so if you're interested in being a volunteer, host, or guide, we have a special form for that, so please fill out your information and get in contact with us as soon as possible so we can fit you into the schedule, because we'll love to meet you, touch base with the local community. And if you don't think anyone else in your area is interested in the things that you're interested in, if you don't think anyone else is into this stuff, well, we might be able to surprise you.
When I saw that poster, Boulder Art in Boise, fucking Idaho, are you kidding me? It was virtually an answer to an unspoken prayer, really was. And I just couldn't believe that somebody was interested in the things that I was interested in, that I had been interested in for years and had kind of given up on in futility. I'd labored in solitude for so long. I had no one to talk to about it, no one to bounce ideas off.
This tour is going to bring together a lot of people who want to be based in text with the people they're in conversation with. And yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic year. The only other thing that I want to say is that Michael Downs' first book is going to be published by Theory Underground really soon here. I've got another book coming out really soon here. These books will be spread throughout the United States on this tour. So I'm hoping to be able to do some actual book launch events at various bookstores. Outside of that, I guess the last thing that I would say is that Michael Downs is gearing up to teach For They Know Not What They Do by Slavoj Žižek. We're putting out all these introduction videos and other interviews related to the topic of Hegel, Lacan, Žižek, because we want to give people an accessible and sturdy basis in the discourse. The problem is that Michael Downs is very busy having to work at a wage slave job. And so if you want to help in freeing Mikey, make sure to go to his Patreon at patreon.com/thedangerousbaby and make a donation. Thank you. I would be remiss to close this out without a quick shout out to our patrons and our anonymous donors. Thank you so much for the donations already. We've only been around for a month. We already got over $3,000 in donations, and so thank you. And stay tuned for the app, which is on its way. There will be a Theory Underground app. So the current setup is that it is a social media site built around courses, where you can suppose that people who are involved in the discussions have a shared interest in the same or similar texts, and where you can assume in a lot of the discussions that, yeah, people have read the stuff that you're reading, that you're bringing into dialogue. And so, for instance, The Idea of the University by Carl Jaspers, dedicated for him. Slavoj Žižek's For They Know Not What They Do, dedicated for him. And then as people take the course over the years, new people will be coming into that forum. And so if you get in there early, you'll be able to see how the conversation evolves. And as new people add into the conversation, it'll bring back memories and like things that you want to work through, questions that you had with the first time that you read the text. And so I'm really excited for this. The reason I've built this website is because I think that this is what's lacking in so many other spaces, is that ability to return, to be able to communicate after the fact and in a sustained way on a platform that's not attention grabby and annoying like Discord. And so stay tuned, because there is an app on the way. Thank you to our donors. If you want to donate, go to theory-underground.com/support. Thank you.
And we'll get to this in much further detail in a little bit, but this connection between enjoyment, which briefly, and Jody Dean already defined it, but there's a distinction between pleasure and enjoyment. Enjoyment refers to the French technical term Lacan used called jouissance. And so there's the distinction is between pleasure on the one hand and enjoyment/jouissance on the other. Anytime you hear me talk about enjoyment, I am not talking about pleasure. They are not synonymous. They are diametrically opposed. Pleasure has to do with the moments of when we release built up excitation from our bodies. We're in a state of comfort, rational equilibrium, calm, cool, collected, lack of excitation. Jouissance is a buildup in the body of excitation to the point that it's actually uncomfortable, problematic, troubling, etc. And so pleasure is the lack of excitation in the body. Jouissance is excessive excitation in the body to the point of it being painful. So it's pleasure and pain is the basic way jouissance is often defined. But and you know this, the problem with talking about pleasure and pain is, for us in the English speaking world, it makes us think of like BDSM activities or something, and that is not it. So a basic example is like people get jouissance from all kinds of things in day-to-day life. And one of them is just driving in rush hour traffic. Now, there are people who are truly put out by it. And if they can avoid rush hour traffic, they really do so. It's just unpleasurable for them. It's not jouissance and it's not pleasure. It's displeasure, which is a third thing, right? So there's really pleasure, jouissance, displeasure. And so some people don't want to drive in rush hour traffic at all. And if they don't have to, they don't. But then there's other people, I don't think anybody finds pleasure in it, but there are people who get jouissance from it. Like they love screaming at people and flipping them off and banging on the steering wheel and screaming real loud, getting all worked up, right? And if you took this away from them, it would subtract from the enjoyment of their day-to-day life. Like they need their little jolt of jouissance on the way home, and it's part of their daily ritual. And so even though they would constantly tell you, no, I don't like driving in rush hour traffic, bullshit, they love it. And they, because here's the thing, right? There are the people that could take alternate routes home. They wouldn't have to take the highway, and yet they still take the highway. Why? Because they really are getting off on this activity that they claim to not like. And so, but it really, the distinction, and in jouissance, there's a Lacanian named Dorian Leader who just wrote a book called Jouissance, Sexuality, Suffering, and Satisfaction. And he shows how incredibly complex the concept of jouissance is, but it's also, I read the book, and at the end of it, I'm like, damn, this guy put some major scholarly work into this. But I still just walked away going, yeah, but there's still this basic distinction, despite all of these complicated and complicating analyses of the concept. It's pleasure is lack of excitation. Jouissance is excitation that is pleasurable, but to the point of pain or discomfort. And so I think the concept still holds, but I do got to give him credit. He wrote a really important book. Like it's a great book to go back to because it's just going to constantly clarify or challenge you in how you use the concept of jouissance. So, like, I mean, he did us all a favor by writing the book.
Right. And Deleuze and Guitars in the chat quoted you saying gripped by jouissance, and he says that's his mantra these days. And I'd just like to say that, or his mantra, I'd just like to say that that's been, I feel like you probably talked about this concept a lot before it started to click for me and before I actually started to see things through it. And quick meta commentary aside about our conversations, I think that's because, if you come through the analytic approach to philosophy, or if you are in a culture that's influenced by that, and you are, then it's normal for us to think, oh, I'm a critical thinker, so what I'm supposed to do is dissect this piece by piece and see if it makes sense immediately or whatever. And it's taken me a long time to kind of to realize it's not going to work to do that with theory stuff, because the point is a theorist is developing a set of fundamental concepts that reframes everything else, and that those are interrelated, and that you can't just get one at a time. They all kind of, it's like when Heidegger talks in chapter 1 of Being in Time about he's like, I'm going to be talking about being in the world. It's going to take the next 4 chapters to do it or whatever. It's like he's like, we're going to focus a chapter on each section of that, and then we're going to have to talk about those things all together. Being, then in, then the world. We'll have to talk about all the different ways that these are used, and then all the ways that these relate. And then he's like, but the thing is, you won't be able to have it until you've done all of that, and then you basically have to do it again. Because every one of his distinctions or developments, he doesn't even like the word concept, but is reliant on the other ones. And so anyway, the jouissance thing, when you put it into place alongside pleasure and displeasure or suffering, for me, I think that was like the real key. And then the other part is just, instead of just being like, does that make sense? Just be like, okay, try to think about it. Go live life and keep thinking about it. And so as you live life and you start thinking about it, you start to see jouissance everywhere, and you never saw it before. And you're like, wait a minute. Exactly. I'm in the grip of this thing.
Okay, let me give you an example, right? I mean, because look, and I mean, I'm sure listeners would go, those two really go to Heidegger a lot. Well, there's no way to not, for you and I, if we're having a conversation, not to go to Heidegger. And so I this dawned on me this week. And so this is another way to think about jouissance, right? Here's what Heidegger, as a phenomenologist, didn't see in being in time. This great distinction he has between ready to hand and unready to hand. Why don't you explain that for listeners?
Well, just for so, he's talking about the different modes that something can have meaning for us. And that the pen as an object can obviously be a pen of analysis that you sit here and you pick it apart and try to understand how it works. And then that would be kind of in the register of like science, right? And he calls that the present in hand. Readiness to hand is prior to that in our experience, because he doesn't talk about growing up as going from infancy to being an adult. But obviously, in your daily dealings with things, you learn how to use them before you understand them in like that analytic way. And so that sense of a thing as a useful thing is the ready to hand. It's handy, as who's the pragmatist? Dewey, who talks about that. So he would say it's handy. But yeah, something is useful, it's handy. Okay, so
and the key point, right, is that when you're using something effectively, it withdraws. You don't even notice it. If you're using a hammer and everything is functioning smoothly, the hammer, in a weird phenomenological sense, just is an extension of your arm. It's like part of you. You don't see a difference. You're just engaged in the act of hammering. And yet there's the other mode, which is unready to hand. So what happens when we kick from ready to hand to unready to hand?
Oh, there's a breakdown in whatever you're trying to do, right? And so I use the example in my book of riding a bicycle to work. The bicycle breaks down. That
wheel goes flat.
Yeah, the chain falls off. Instantly, you're thrown out of everything you were immersed in, and you've got a problem posed on you. It's been, a breakdown has been forced. Deleuze Guitar says, gripped by jouissance reminds me of thrownness, except for situations I unconsciously don't realize I need to be thrown in. I'm probably misusing the term, but I'm listening and learning Lacanian.
So, finish your thought, and then we'll talk about that. That's interesting.
Oh, I mean, yeah. So when you're thrown, when something becomes unready to hand, like for instance, the hammer is missing, like you've got a project. It's going to take a minute to get what you need done, and now you can't get it done, and so everything is like lit up, like you're looking around, seeing, okay, well, where is it, or what can I use instead of it, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that
so? Here's the dots I want to connect for you. Here's what Heidegger didn't see as a phenomenologist, because it requires psychoanalytic theory to even be able to perceive it.
Okay.
Readiness to hand is connected to pleasure. Unreadiness to hand is jouissance. And Heidegger wouldn't see. He would say, oh, human beings just want to keep things going. They want things to be ready to hand. What he wouldn't understand is, no, there are forms of unreadiness to hand that are our actual forms of jouissance that we are going to perpetuate. We are going to repeat forms of unreadiness to hand precisely because we enjoy them. And that's where the psychoanalytic framework can make phenomena jump out to you that you wouldn't see otherwise.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And I'm instantly connecting that to a bunch of, I'm thinking through my life. One example is a lot of dads, I'm not just talking about my dad, this is a common thing. A lot of dads are like, my tool went missing, but it's always like the kids did it. And I've seen firsthand when it's not the kids doing it, like they are putting things where they don't go. And it's like, you're not so orderly yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Remember, death drive is our actual forms of enjoyment. The ways in which we give ourselves too much trouble, or the ways that we self-sabotage that we actually get off on, right? And that's where you start to see, well, basically what he's saying is we get off on certain forms of unreadiness to hand, making things an obstacle, things going missing, things being not function smoothly. So
getting in our own way is a way you talk about it as well.
getting in our own way, right? So that's the dot, like, and I'm probably going to write something on this because I'd love to flesh out this connection between Heidegger and Lacan and Zizek. But that's as somebody as studied in Heidegger as you are, it helps to think, oh, wait, like Heidegger would think unreadiness to hand is just like, oh, something went wrong. We want to patch it up and get it up and running as smoothly as we can. Not necessarily. And to be able to see how we enjoy unreadiness to hand is really important, I think.
And then the last thing I would throw into that is just that, because like you said, so traffic hour can be something for one person's getting their jouissance from it, the other person's just miserable from it. And so I've started saying that one person's jouissance is the next person's misery. And that doesn't mean that your jouissance is necessarily at the other's expense, because there is obviously also that kind of jouissance where you're getting off on like actually giving other people a hard time. And obviously that gets in your own way because you're not going to be very successful in life if you get off on such things. But yeah, no, it happens a lot where you might have a friend who's always stressing about something, but it seems to you like a pretty easy thing to get past. Like they pretty much just, but then once you kind of get this concept, you go, oh, okay. Everyone I know gets stressed out about certain things all the time. And these are things that they could just, there's ways around it. But being a person's friend at the end of the day means being like, all right, well, I love you. And the fact is you just love rush hour. You like traffic.
But honestly, part of, love, it takes on a very special technical concept or meaning for Lacan and Zizek. But you could say that at least friendship is the embrace of the other's jouissance. And there's obviously forms of jouissance you're not going to embrace in other people, but typically it is embracing the other in their obscene underside, which is to say, you don't have to just be your sanitized, squeaky clean social self. You can show me some of your dirty secrets and I'll embrace them and I'm okay with it, right? And then you exchange yours for theirs, and they see your jouissance, you see their jouissance. Oftentimes, you see theirs better than they see it, and they see yours better than you see it. That's how it works because it's largely unconscious. So yeah, what I'll add to this is people can go, well, who gives a shit if we enjoy unreadiness to hand or breakdown or obstacles? Well, here's the whole point, right? Let's take a very specific example. Activism. Building leftist spaces. There are people who truly approach those from the position of pleasure, which is to say, we need to make very practical, strong connections and be able to affect things on a local level and even more so on a national level, and then you want global level, right? The problem is there are people who enjoy the dysfunctionality enjoy bringing dysfunctionality into those spaces. And that's the death drive element certain people bring to activism and why it's so hard to really successfully organize. And why? Because honestly, for us to truly get to live different lives, which means open up different libidinal possibilities for us, it would require new politics. And so that's why there's so much libidinal fighting and dysfunctionality in political spaces. And so, especially leftist spaces, because leftists are the ones who actually want to change shit, opposed to keep things the same. So, that's where, enjoying dysfunctionality, enjoying unreadiness to hand is a major problem.
Got it. So
okay, well, that's kind of the warm up. Let's get into it. So, anything you want to say before we dive in?
So basically, you're the real subject. Because the thumbnail says why Zizek is a genius or whatever. But what we're going to be getting into here is Zizek's theory of ideology, and there's ways that people talk about it, and I've heard it 1,000 times before, and I don't know how long we have to actually spend on it, but it's like let's get into let's get into the theory side of this. Let's get into let's get past the as one says or what one says about Zizek and get into it. So, I mean, okay, what are the key concepts? What's innovative here? What's he doing different? How does this transformed how you see things? Let's dive in.
Oh, I gotta turn on my microphone. Boomering out seems to be... I boomer out more the longer I stream. And so thanks for your patience, everybody. But welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McCarricker, and today we are joined by Ted Reese. How's it going, Ted?
Good, thanks for having me on again. How are you?
It's really... it is technically an again... I'm fine, by the way. It is technically an again, right? But technically, also, this is your first time in the sense that you've never been introduced on Theory Underground, the platform itself. You've only been introduced on Theory Plebe, which is has been sublated into Theory Underground. And so, the main difference being for the last couple of years, I've been realizing the issue with Theory Plebe was it was a self-deprecating nickname for a kind of influencer personality, and that what I'd much rather be doing is education, which is to say the conversations I find most educational that I already have with people that I know in real life that I want to somewhat formalize and bring out into the light of day for other people to also get that basis in that conversation. That needs to be set up, and it can't just be done on a regular YouTube channel or on a podcast. I actually have to build my own little framework with its own containers so that people can binge courses and do the whole thing. And so Theory Underground is its own website, app is on the way. It's a course-gated social media, I don't want to call it communities, but it's basically social media if courses were the gateways into various forums. And so the conversation about critique of political economy is the one we're not even really getting into until spring of next year. It's only really been scratched on the surface and touched on here and there. It is fundamental to the project, but it's been put off for some... I've got to prioritize some other stuff. Chris Catrone might do a course with Theory Underground before then, where he'll be teaching the platypus syllabus, the history of the left, etc., etc. But actual critique of political economy, which is one of the most important things in the world of theory, is sort of this like vanishing mediator that is kind of just in the background for everything that anyone new to this stuff probably isn't even consciously aware of just yet. And so I think you coming on here on the second day of the live stream marathon is really important, because I think the real point of what I hope we'll get into today is that people don't understand the relevance of the actual project that Marx had undertaken, and the significance of some of his discoveries, which have been strawmanned and dismissed on such flimsy bases as terrible characterizations, and as we've gotten into in the past, just the worst interpretations possible of his work. And so we'll get into all of that and your book on Grossman and everything like that. But first, I kind of want to just step back and say, like, okay, how are you doing? And would you like to introduce yourself to my audience?
I'm doing okay, thank you. Here in sunny Britain, sunny but cold and windy Britain. And yeah, so I'm Ted Reese. My last book was The The End of Capitalism, The Thought of Henrik Grossman. My first book was Socialism or Extinction, and there's a shorter one in between called Humanizing Production. And yeah, I uphold Henrik Grossman, who I believe was the best defender of Karl Marx's crisis and breakdown theory in the 20th century, and who I find particularly relevant again as capitalism ages and sort of lurches into a deeper and deeper sort of dominance of automation in the process of production, and that is kind of like the area of my work, trying to apply the developments in technology to the present economic system and trying to anticipate what that means and how it's playing out.
It's fantastic. Yeah, and I've read large portions of your Socialism or Extinction, which was enough to make me realize that this is a book I need to reread more carefully. And then I've read your book on Grossman that just came out. Was it last year, 2 years ago?
Nearly a year ago now, yeah.
Cool. And Nance, who you just met in the background, who's also the main moderator in the chat, he read it as well before I had met him even. And so,
great.
Yeah, so at least two people in this conversation who are not you have some basis in the subject matter. But basically, what we need to talk about is like, what is it that people are missing when they try to think critically about reality? But first, I want to say, I'm sorry for the miscommunication. For anybody who is joining in the next few hours thinking that we're going off of the schedule that's currently up on the screen, no, we're not anymore. The new plan is we're going to have a solid conversation, and then Michael, who's joining from Poland, is just going to join an hour late. And it's funny and weird that he actually couldn't have joined on time anyway, because right when I was letting him know about this backup, his power went out and he lost his internet. So then he got a hold of me on his phone to say that that was the case and maybe he wouldn't be able to do this, but his partner was getting in contact with the electrical grid people, and they said, and this was the crazy thing, oh no, it won't be up until I think it was like 11 p.m. CET, whatever an hour later is. So literally an hour later is the time that his electrical grid's coming back. So this must be so important that God has turned off his electrical grid. So
Kismet, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, but for future reference and just all time, I'm not going to use CET to the exclusion of London time on a schedule for people joining internationally, because I forgot in a moment of naivete that the world clock is the London clock. It sets time for the rest of the world. And I mentioned that to you, and you said what was it you said?
Something along the lines of bow to the British Empire.
Yeah, I think you said that's the one last thing we've got. Yeah,
we're keeping that. Yeah,
you might not have a queen, but at least you've got
they've got a royal family.
Yeah, it's true. So, people think that political economy is about as antiquated as the royal family. That'll be my segue here back into critique of political economy, because what's the point of critique of political economy if political economy in its classical sense is no longer relevant? And so I think that maybe that's a good place to begin. What do you tell a person who might say that? Like for instance, I saw a person at Platypus Affiliated Society attribute to Chris Catrone the statement that critique of political economy was as culturally relative at the time as like cinema critique could be today, that it's actually the only reason it really mattered for the revolutionary agenda was because that's what everybody was reading. And now because nobody reads that shit, it's less relevant than the political agenda. Why might you disagree with that?
Well, it's certainly not relevant to enough people, but it should be, and the crux of it is it's relevant because it gives us the best opportunity of anticipating the future. Obviously, we can't do that in a fully specific way, but by studying Marx and his theory of capitalism, we can better anticipate the general tendencies of capitalism, and we can explain that it is a crisis-prone system in not least in economic terms. Marx used to write about decennial crises, as in they tend to strike every 10 years on average, and that is still the case today. If you average out the years between every recession, it still more or less levels out as striking every 10 years. And then when you go back to Marx and Grossman, Grossman wrote, as Marx did, that an economic contraction will tend to be worse than the last one, and that's what we've seen. We had the dot-com bubble burst around the turn of the century, then we had the financial crisis and the so-called Great Recession, which shows how deep that recession must have been that it got that name and that reputation.
Right.
And then we had March 2020, which was the fastest, hardest US stock market crash on record. So something very, very important is happening economically. And no one else is explaining it in theoretical terms other than, Marx and Grossman, as far as I'm concerned. What we hear is human error or greed or incompetency, you name it, or we hear about crony capitalism, or we hear about neoliberal capitalism, and it's explained away fundamentally by policy choices, which might be motivated by other factors like greed or whatever.
Inflation defined by the more libertarian tendencies. They say that inflation is just an increase in the money supply, and that we saw a drastic increase in the money supply, and that's what was driving the supply chain issues, right?
Yeah, so they stop there and they don't ask, well, what drove the money supply, and their answer is the central bank. But why did the central bank do it now, and not 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Why did it wait to now? There's no explanation, and that is easy to that line of inquiry is easy to sort of expose, because they often just go back to, like I say, the central bank in 1913. So everything started to go wrong in 1913 when the central bank was founded. But the central bank was founded in response to 1907, when the US had its first national banking crisis, and which resulted in a big international recession. And so the central bank was founded in response to that, to try and prevent that from happening again. It created new efficiencies that that propped up the system in the best way it possibly could at the time.
Right. And so what they tend to see as a sort of conspiracy on the part of a band of elites is actually a very rational response to a crisis that is ongoing but periodically returns, and you're saying on average it returns every 10 years, and that's been going on since when Marx was taking notes and studying this stuff, right? And so this generally is called the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. It's a theory in the tradition of critique of political economy, and it's one that people in the Second International before the time of Lenin wrote off in most cases, right? They were seeing significant gains in Germany. They were seeing the developed world going in a more positive direction. Kautsky was losing his revolutionary fervor because he was seeing a sort of class conciliation, and workers were getting representation and rights. And Bernstein was like, you know what, maybe the whole thing's wrong. And then Bauer comes along and he goes, you know what, I tried to do like a projection and it shows that the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is like actually bullshit based on like my 4-year projection. And then Grossman comes along, as you show, and Grossman's like, yeah, but if you project it out like, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, that's wrong. And so is that an unfair summary of the inheritance of this on the part of Second International Marxism?
Only slightly. Like, so they didn't dispute that the rate of profit tended to fall, but they basically dismissed the importance of that and said, you know, it can continue to fall forever without ever tending all the way to zero, sort of thing. And so it's not a major concern, because in Bauer's schemas, it showed that despite the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, that accumulation continued uninterrupted. But as you say, it was only for 4 cycles or years.
Oh.
And for some reason, he just stopped there. I mean, it's hard to really say anything other than it was just intellectual laziness, or willful intellectual laziness, perhaps. But yeah, Grossman continues with the exact same schema, doesn't change anything. And it breaks down after 36 years. It's comes to a point where it can't reproduce itself, and that's where he shows that, you know, capitalism. So this is like an abstract schema, like a mathematical pattern, and you follow it through, and it shows that the system has to break down at some point. And even Bauer's schema was too generous in the sense that it had a 2-to-1 ratio of constant capital, which is the value of means of production, to variable capital, which is the value of wages. So we know from empirical reality, from empirical data, that constant capital tends to grow faster than variable capital. So the outlay on production tends to grow faster than the outlay on wages. But Bauer's schema had a 2-to-1 ratio on this, whereas Grossman's thinking, well, it should be much higher, even as a starting point. But he went with the 2-to-1, so it only breaks down after 36 years, whereas if it had been something more realistic, it would have broken down sooner.
And this breakdown is what culminates in the Great Depression?
Yes, yeah. So with a breakdown, you end up with a surplus of capital that can't be reinvested for a profit. You know, capitalism, the motive for investment is a return on your investment that is greater than what you put in the first place. That's the essential basis. And if you're not getting a greater return, you're either going to slow down your investment, or you're going to reduce it or pull it all together, depending on how thin the margins are. So you end up with a surplus of capital. It can't be reinvested. You might be able to do something else with it. You might be able to throw it into speculation, for example, and then you get a housing bubble, for example, or a financial bubble, where you're getting glorified betting on the stock market. But all that does is it sort of enables the winners of that glorified betting to win out at accumulation, whereas all the others, all the losers, therefore see their own individual accumulations breaking down. So for the winners, that has an aggregate effect of restarting accumulation of the system in general. But alongside this surplus of capital, you get the surplus of unemployed labour that this capital can no longer afford to employ. But then this manifestation itself is the solution to its own manifestation. So the crisis solves the crisis, because when you get this surplus of capital that can't be reinvested, demand for capital falls, and so prices fall as well. And that triggers panic selling on the market, and then that sort of process of devaluation enables a new round of investment where it's now cheaper than it was before to buy new means of production and resources and labour power, crucially, in order to expand and innovate production. So capitalism needs these crises on average every 10 years.
Or do you think that you're getting better at describing what goes on as now that you've written enough books about it and you keep making appearances places talking about it? Because I think that was the most succinct you've put it so far. That was really good.
I'll have to take your word for it, because it's when you yeah. Thanks is all I can say is thanks, because when you're talking about it a lot, it's hard to gauge, but you would hope.
Right, maybe it just makes more sense to me every time I hear it. So
maybe.
I guess I look forward to hearing questions from chat. Also, I hope that people in the chat will share this out to social medias and try to bring some people back, because I think we lost some people over the last hour while things were stagnating, while I was just rolling pre-recorded content. And so, do share this out all over the place. I know there's like some of you use Reddit, some of you use Twitter, whatever you're ashamed to be using right now, just go share on it, for fuck's sakes, because we need to get a little bit more blood in here. But with that said, I think the reason that this matters so much is because of the word re-rationalization. Like, I think you call it, you might just call it rationalization.
Yeah.
But I say re-rationalization because it just makes it a little bit more clear what we're talking about, because the economy is always rationalized in a certain way. Every workspace is rationalized in a certain way. Rationalization is an ongoing process. So to say re-rationalization kind of is redundant, but I also think it adds emphasis, because if rationalization is always going on, then in a sort of sense, it's like it's never going on, because we're just used to it always going on. But the point is that there's these crises bring about emphasis and points of emphasis in the re-rationalization process. So I'd like to actually hear some good examples from you related to past crises and the rationalization that those past crises drove. But is your light just turning on and off?
Sorry, I'm in a hotel and I don't know what I think the bulb's gone.
It's a really great light. When it works, it's awesome, you know. but then it turns
without
off.
It on, it looks like I'm just sitting in a dark room and I'm just looking for some company on the internet.
It's true. So I guess before we talk about the specific superstructural kinds of responses to the COVID pandemic, and how those were a form of rationalization that made sense given the crises that were occurring at the time, could you give us a couple of examples of rationalization?
Okay, so the rate of profit falls, investment gets pulled, production gets cut. So to overcome that, you need this process of devaluation that I talked about, where the demand falls and so prices fall. But there's other forms of counter tendencies to this breakdown tendency that help to revive accumulation. One of those is the tendency towards monopolization. So a larger company, say, will buy a smaller company in order to expand production. So that's one way to expand production. And then that merger of two companies and the two systems of production that they had into one is more efficient. So that can reduce overheads and therefore re-widen profit margins. Another one is you could save money on storage. So I think everyone probably knows about the just-in-time system of production we have these days, which was, I believe, sort of popularized by Toyota, the Japanese car manufacturer, and is a system where you no longer need to store all of your spare parts. You can order them in and have them arrive on the production line just before you need them. So that will save you some costs. Those are two of, and that was quite relevant during COVID because food companies or supermarkets do it a lot now. So when we had the panic buying, you saw a lot of empty shelves because even the supermarkets are doing these sort of just-in-time delivery systems now because it saves them money. And it's not just, the instinct for saving money, it's the impetus that a fall in profit gives a company to search for these solutions for rationalization.
So like the perfect example of that, obviously, that should come to a lot of people's minds is when a factory gets closed down and offshored to some other country where labor laws aren't in place, and therefore like Nissan, which a lot of the people who live in this neighborhood where I'm at in Aguascalientes, which is kind of a middle-class neighborhood, like they get to live a pretty good life off of $4 an hour that they're making at the Nissan factory, like right behind me, right? So this Nissan factory being here is because they can, pay that much for labor. And so that's a form of rationalization, but as is, and this is more, I think, like a cool pop culture thing, is Office Space. Like the whole backdrop of everything taking place in the movie Office Space is that the assessor people are coming in to figure out which inefficiencies they can remove. And there's like the one guy who's been working there for all those years, but he doesn't actually do anything. And then they actually fire him, but they don't tell him that he's been fired. And then he stops getting paychecks, but they don't even tell him why. And then they just tell him to go in the basement. And like this whole thing is about what actually, it's comical, but the basic thing is like, yeah, if you're not being efficient, if you're not the most efficient, then when it comes time to raise profits because profits are decreasing, then they're going to come in and figure out a way to, wait a minute, we could have this one person do those 5 people's jobs. And this is something that you talk about with mergers as well, is like, if you've got one person taking calls throughout the day, but they only get a few calls throughout the day, well, you do a merger and each company had that person. Well, now one person can do the same job. They're going to be a bit busier, but the other person, bye-bye. And so obviously automation comes into play here. Obviously the self-checkout stands at the grocery stores comes into play here. The fully automated McDonald's that just went up in Texas comes into play here. And so it's fully automated. There's not a human inside that McDonald's, right? So these are all forms of rationalization. And so I guess now that we've set the basis, then now it's time to talk about COVID, right? You wrote an article called Capitalism Needs Lockdowns, and it was banned off of Medium. And then I tried to share it on Facebook at the time, and it was banned off of Facebook. I think it was from everything we know about Twitter and its approach, they definitely were blacklisting people who were talking about these kinds of things. Now, obviously, from the standpoint of the progressives working there, they just don't like conspiracy theories, and there's a lot of reasons to not like conspiracy theories in general, in this kind of general sense. But also, there's something deeper going on in two ways. Obviously, there's something deeper going on for regular working class people who are thinking, yeah, but is this really all that's going on? As opposed to the more fundamental thing, the basis in Marxist sense, which would be the the fact that everything going on in the political conversation, in the spectacle of left versus right, when it came when it came to this whole thing, was within parameters established by the base, and that was what we were seeing in 2019. So what can you tell us a little bit about what we were seeing in 2019, or what you were seeing in 2019, because a lot of people weren't paying attention.
So when
Myself
I
included.
published my first book, the first version of it came out as an ebook, and that was at the start of 2019. So none of COVID had kicked off by that point. And in the book, I was predicting a massive economic crisis, bigger than 2008. And I was saying that we might be heading into a period of high or perhaps even hyperinflation. And obviously we haven't reached hyperinflation yet, but we certainly can't rule out that that's going to unfold in the next period, the next decade or so. I've lost your sound.
Oh, sorry. What about eggs going up for like $8 a carton in the United States? Is that not if that's not hyperinflation, then what's hyperinflation?
Well, hyperinflation is when like you get general very, very high inflation across the economy.
The whole thing.
But
okay.
you could, yeah. But so anyway, that's what I was saying. And at the time, not many other people were saying that, and certainly on the left, like there's a debate I had with Sam Kangaloo, who is a MMTer, who was predicting a deflationary crisis, and that might happen, but the inflationary crisis got here first. So anyway, in 2019, it was obvious that we were on the cusp of another recession. It had been over a decade, and it had seemed to me that they had been prolonging economic growth purely through austerity and debt. So austerity, essentially redirecting public subsidies into private subsidies. So cutting public spending to prop up private capital, and then the debt on top of that, extensions in credit and restructuring and all the rest of it. In August 2019, Donald Trump was calling for a cut in interest rates because of slowing economic growth. So we'd had 0% interest rates, 0% interest, baseline interest rates. That's basically 0% borrowing costs. So borrowing capital couldn't have been any cheaper post 2010, because that's how bad the recession in 2010 was. That to sort of get one of the counter tendencies was to cut the price of borrowing capital, essentially. So that re-incentivized the borrowing of capital and therefore reinvestment. It usually takes a 6% cut in the baseline interest rate to end a recession, on average. So we're already at 0, and interest rates started to tick back up from 2016 very slowly. So from 0% back up to around 2.5% nearly by mid 2019. And at that point, economic growth is slowing down already, just from a fairly slight rise in interest rates. So Trump's calling for the interest rate to be cut again to make borrowing costs cheaper again. And Britain and Germany in the August of 2019 reported negative economic growth. Very slight, but still a harbinger of an economic contraction, a recession. Then rates were cut. And then going into the end of 2019, rates were still being cut. And then we had COVID. So any sort of and maybe it was a coincidence. I don't know. I've said this many times that like all of my commentary on COVID is that whatever your theory is, you can probably largely put it down to the tendencies of capitalism, which we'll go into more. But
right,
that's what I was trying to explain with my essay, and certainly, but it basically got forgotten that we were on the cusp of a recession as it was. So when we got the lockdowns and we suddenly had a very deep 2-month recession, very, very deep. It was in Britain in the March and April, the economy shrank by 25-30%, which was the worst recession since 1709. But it didn't count as a technical recession because it was only 2 months, because they started easing. They went for the hard lockdown, and then after 2 months it was more like a semi-lockdown sort of situation. But that was kind of how it unfolded.
So how does the lockdown rationalize at this larger level in a way? Because obviously a lockdown is bad for a lot of business owners. So how is it good at this larger level for capital in general?
Yeah, so as I was saying, I was predicting a very deep economic crisis regardless of any pandemic, which means that we had a very, very large overaccumulation of capital, one that I judged to be larger than the one we had in 2008 on the basis of the debt being higher. We had record levels of private debt, record levels. So private debt has been the driver over the last 50 years of national debt. And then that private debt gets turned into national debt and heaped onto the back to the public, and resulting in ever larger financial bubbles. So because the financial bubble is getting larger, we can say that the overaccumulation of capital, this surplus glut of uninvestable, unprofitable capital, is growing larger, which means the crisis needs to be deeper than the one before to resolve that overaccumulation of capital and reconvert it into productive capital to revive the next round of accumulation on a higher level. So a lockdown induced, whether intentionally or not, induced a deep recession that accelerated the process of devaluation of large parts of the economy, and those businesses that went bust or had to reduce their prices enabled the larger companies to either buy those companies up cheaper or to buy things from them cheaper that enabled them to expand production, to innovate. And that included things like people working from home, because it cheapened the price of labor power.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're working from home, which I think you alluded to earlier,
Right.
if your staff's working from home, your office overheads have been cut, and some of your bills are put onto the shoulders of the workers instead, because they're paying for their electricity at home instead of you paying it at the office, and things like that. So, and Microsoft announced two years worth of innovation in 2 months, because with their staff working at home, it had increased the number of hours they were working for a start, because you can expect them to work earlier because they're not getting in a car or commuting in the morning. So that gives you an extra hour or two a day perhaps, and it just introduced sort of new efficiencies that benefited the bottom line.
New efficiencies, and it was obviously like good for Zoom, right?
Yeah, depending on what sort of company you are. Yeah.
was good for Amazon, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And so, in a sense, like that gave some of these companies a huge leg up over others, and they were able to kind of clear the field, right? There's all these crippled companies that they kind of were like, okay, now we're going to take you over, right? And this is, Meta took off, right? Meta is like a new level of Facebook in a sort of sense, which encapsulates so much of the internet, including Instagram and stuff like that. TikTok really took off, and so like this is also part of like the profitability crisis is also something inherent to platform capitalism, and the way that Nick Cernicek talks about it in the book Platform Capitalism, which is just that all of these platforms, their model is to give it away for free while people are betting on them, gaining a monopoly. And that's how PayPal won. That's how Amazon won. And that's how all these other streaming services, that's what they're competing for. Is for that they're basically operating at a loss until they can get that monopoly. Right? And obviously the ominous, necessary conclusion of that is that eventually they need to recoup. They need their return on investment, which means the prices will only go up over time, especially as they've made us all reliant on it. Like I just lost my phone or had it stolen a couple weeks ago. Gosh, it's crazy how reliant you are on the phone now that two-factor authentication is a thing everywhere. Like if you don't have your phone, you get locked out of your everything,
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like in a lot of ways you can't even, like I couldn't even, like how do you get a hold of the bank, and have a conversation, tell them to turn off your card, and because it was my phone and wallet that was stolen. The whole situation was crazy, but the main thing was just we are so reliant on on Android and Apple, and Android and Apple is basically a duopoly at this point, right? And that's kind of Baudrillard's contribution in his piece on duopoly, is that the tendency for monopolization in the in this kind of new media environment is to always give people two choices, like to always have two main choices. And so the monopoly always takes on two faces. The monopoly takes on the face of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. It takes on the face of Pepsi versus Coke. It takes on the face of Android versus Apple. And Google is still kind of just like on top as far as search engines go, but they're all kind of vying to be the Amazon in whatever it is that they're serving. And so this is, we think that people tend to think critically about media in terms of like, what is the message that is being propagated from the platform, and what is that brainwashing people to believe, or supposedly, because people are supposed to be dumb and just influenced by ideas at this sort of really dumb, a kind of level. Well, the much deeper, more critical question obviously is, yeah, but what are the parameters for social, cultural, and ideological life that are being set by material driving forces that are kind of outside of any individual's control, and arguably even outside of most like politicians' control, because they all work within the system in a way that's inherently incapable of actually grasping these reins or doing anything productive with it, right? But then that raises the question, though, about mediation and rationalization on the level of government. And, you bring in the bank, the central bank, and the going off the gold standard. And, there's obviously the bailouts that occur with the recessions. And right now, this my student debt being put in hiatus so the interest rates are not going up on it during this crisis. Like those kinds of things mediate in a sense, right? And so the idea is that, it's okay. There's enough mediating counter tendencies that the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, whenever it brings about these crises, like some managerial intervention can keep the thing chugging along. And basically, you bring up this prospect of the rate of profit reaching zero. And I think that like what is probably lost on me and everyone else most of the time when trying to think about this stuff is like, what does that really mean? What does it really mean for the tendency rate of profit to reach zero?
I mean, that's a good question. So if you look, just to explain that, so often we just talk about, or Marxists just talk about there being a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Some Marxists only point this out in terms of individual cycles. So they'll say by the end of the business cycle, it's fallen. But there is a historical secular fall in the rate of profit. So, for example, Esteban Maito did a study that showed that the average rate of profit fell in like the main economies from, I think it was 43% in the 1870s down to 17% in the 2000s. So you can see that it's consistently, progressively fallen historically, not just in a short-term cycle. So that indicates that it's trending historically towards zero. If you look at the last 700, the Bank of England released a study on the last 700 years of interest rates. It's doing the same thing. Interest is a form of profit. And again, it used to be, the average interest rates used to be a lot higher before any, before any sort of central banking system was implemented, regardless of the political or banking regimes. And so logically, historically, the rate of profit is falling towards zero, and it has been very low since the 2000s, and it hasn't really recovered. Yes, it goes up and down, but the dominant trajectory is for it to fall. So at the moment, the rate of profit has been going up since inflation, because the inflation, what's happened is several things have happened. So you had pent-up demand from COVID, from people not spending, including capitalists not spending during lockdowns. So you've got pent-up demand from that. You've got 2 years of rising bankruptcies, which causes supply chain issues, because suddenly there's fewer companies providing certain commodities. So that will have the same effect of raising demand relative to supply. Then you just have price gouging, because companies have got a low rate of profit. They've promised returns to their investors, their shareholders, that they presently can't afford. So they raise prices to rake more money in, essentially, so that they can afford to pay their dividends. Big oil companies are cutting the production or distribution of energy, again, to raise demand relative to supply, and therefore prices. So all of these factors stemming from a rapid increase in surplus capital that arose from the lockdowns is having the effect of inflation, and therefore raising the rate of profit. But we're now, despite that, still experiencing a slowdown in economic growth. And that is going to trigger disinflation. And when we've seen some disinflation where inflation, the rate of inflation slows down, and it's probably going to, and the central banks certainly seem to be trying to instigate a deflationary process now, because the problem with inflation is it does make things harder to buy, not just for people, but for companies as well. And it makes debt more expensive for governments. But then so do rising interest rates. So there's this massive contradiction at the moment where the system seems to be caught between a rock and a hard place. the central banks seem to be caught between a rock and a hard place. The government seems to be caught between a rock and a hard place. But you know, they need a deflationary crisis, because, as I say, every crisis, every recession is resolved by a recession, which is a deflationary price process where prices fall, and that enables reinvestment because things get cheaper to buy. So the rate of profit will have to, it's gone up thanks to inflation, but that's unsustainable. It has to come back down. And as I say, it's already been very low for the past, you know, at least 15 years. So if it drops lower than that still, you know, logically it's heading at least towards an ever closer to zero.
Ooh, so that lays the conditions then and builds a case for a radical restructuring of things. And that's obviously what you call for. That's what you're interested in. That is your political goals, is that there would be a radical restructuring of society. Is that right?
Well, yeah. So I think socialism is a historical inevitability and necessity, because I think capitalism essentially lays the groundwork for it. You know, there's this process of historical devaluation that is unsustainable. Like, capital can't be devalued forever, because a rate of profit is also a rate of profit falling to zero is also a process of things becoming free, and in terms of the economic tendency. And that's what socialism is going to be, in terms of, you know, your energy will be free, your health care will be free. It's not going to be about profit anymore. It's not, you're not going to buy things so that companies can make a profit. We're going to be building a system where we can sustain ourselves, where we can produce for ourselves. That's the real definition of freedom for me, is not that I have to go and work for an employer so that I can then go and buy their products. It's that I can produce for myself, which doesn't cost me money because I'm producing for myself. We can go into a bit more detail about that to make it clearer. But yeah, you have this historical process of devaluation that eventually makes capitalism historically redundant, and makes socialism an economic necessity. And with monopolization, this is another sign of it, because eventually you have to have a process towards a total monopoly, or what you might term a final merger. Eventually you're going to run out of companies to merge with, sort of thing. So that, and within private enterprise, we see an increasing level of central planning. So they've increasingly, during the neoliberal period, eliminated internal markets, which means there's no competition between departments within companies, which is another form of rationalization. If you read the book, The People's Republic of Walmart, that lays it out very clearly. Like a company like Walmart is increasingly centrally planned because it's cheaper and more efficient to produce and distribute commodities, including things like centralized databases. Like, why would you have decentralized databases competing against each other or duplicating figures and data? If you centralize it, it's more efficient. You don't make those sort of mistakes. That's what's happening. And so all of these tendencies show that, you know, it seems to me very clear that we have a very strong tendency towards socialism. Does that mean it just happens without us having to take some sort of political stance? No, I'm not saying that. I think all of these tendencies, though, are raising our consciousness. We're seeing it all unfold, and that along with the economic crises and breakdown, which makes most of us poorer, serves as the impetus for a new political movement that is a movement for socialism.
And what happens if it's not socialism?
Well, until it's socialism, it's a worsening form of capitalism. So you essentially, so the big thing at the big underlying factor in capitalism is fossil fuel. Fossil fuel has been essential in the last century or so for capitalism's reproduction because it's a labor-intensive form of production. It's non-renewable, so once we burn it, it disappears into thin air. You then have to employ labor to reproduce it through the labor-intensive process of extracting it from the ground. And yes, it's become an increasingly capital-intensive form of production, but the production of that capital intensiveness has always depended on labor and the intensification of labor in terms of the rate of exploitation. So we're now in a situation where it's become so capital intensive because we're digging deep. We have to keep digging deeper for the fossil fuel, that fossil fuel is becoming unprofitable. And the only way it sustains its profitability is through public subsidies, which is making everyone poorer. And public subsidies are not a bottomless reservoir, because if you immiserate everyone, then there's nowhere for those public subsidies to come from. So the trajectory of capitalism is that it's a decaying system, it is unsustainable economically, and in terms of its energy supply. So we're gonna end up with less energy and less production amid a growing population. So we're heading towards and we've experienced it in the last 20 years anyway, a relative increase in immiseration, which at some point has to tip over into an absolute decrease in living standards, if that hasn't already happened.
I think it is happening in the United States. I mean, coming to Mexico made that clear. You know, the middle class consumer culture in Mexico is much more alive and well than it is in the United States right now, right? Like that was the primary culture shock. Like, you know, being in a place with poor plumbing and not being able to flush toilet paper, like that was a culture shock the first time I experienced it when abroad. But that was not shocking when I came here for the first time. The only thing that was genuinely shocking was to see people of seemingly diverse class backgrounds all out and about every day eating food. Like in Boise, Idaho, you go downtown and the only people you see eating food are, they probably went to college. Like it's not like people don't just go out and eat food and hang out and talk, and it's not, and then people blame smartphones. They have their role. But obviously, like, people just can't go out and do things the way that they used to be able to do when there was more to go around, right? And so, you know, I mean, the crow. What? How does that? They always return to roost. How does that?
Chickens coming home to roost.
Chickens come home to roost. Yeah, and economically, they always will, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's nice right now in Mexico. Enjoy it while it lasts, you know. And it's not nice everywhere in Mexico. Not every state is as secure or as prosperous as Aguascalientes, obviously. But yeah, no, it's actually wild to me. I've never been in a place where everyone's just like, there's so much shopping going on. And a lot of it's for just delicious food. And it's like, that's not happening in the States right now. And, you know, hearing stories from my compatriot Michael, Michael talks about, like, in the 80s, like just everyone was at the mall, and everyone was at, you know, Outback Steakhouse and Applebee's, and everyone was eating all the time. And now you go to these restaurants and they're very rarely crowded, right? And it's just like people just don't have that. And so, this for some people living at a certain income level, they might not really notice it because they're kind of just in their own little worlds. But for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, you feel it at a spiritual level if you're not able to get together with friends and do stuff. Like, people go, oh, you want to go out to the coffee shop? And I'm sitting here thinking, what, so that I have to spend $10 to eat like a muffin and have a cup of black coffee? Like, that's the situation right now. It's insane how expensive things are. And so... you shouldn't be factoring. We're talking about a muffin and some coffee. Like, that should not be factoring in if I actually want to meet up with somebody when they're inviting me out somewhere, right? So that's the way it impacts us at the level of immediate experience. But the bigger problem for me, I mean, it's a problem for everybody, I think, but it's the problem that I focus on, is like why the left is fundamentally incapable of delivering on its promises, pursuing its values, winning in any way. And, that kind of theory that tries to understand why it's not winning and why it's not really capable of winning. Obviously, there's like this level where it's like, yeah, well, on the left, like, nobody's talking about this. People were just blaming people who, it's the people who don't wear masks. It's all their fault. Now we have these supply chain issues. Oh, it's the addition of the money supply. It's all that. It's all the fault of the Democrats for doing that. So you have both sides blaming one another, right? While at the same time, everything the two sides are doing is its own competing form of rationalization to actually mediate this contradiction in a way that enhances social control over everybody. Right. And so, I mean, that's where my sympathies lie with the people who are super anti-lockdown, is because no amount of, and by the way, at this point, it's okay. We've already been flagged on the algorithms. Like this stuff is, no one is going to be recommended this video because of this conversation. Like, in a sort of sense, we've just shit in the, we pissed in the pool. Everybody else's segments talking about other kinds of theory on this marathon stream is now going to get blacklisted on YouTube because we're talking about this stuff, right? And so this is the concern for me, is that not only has the left like lost the plot when it comes to everything related to this. I mean, everyone's lost the plot, but more importantly, the kind of control that has been seized as a way of rationalizing this situation. No, I'm not just talking about like the normalization of social distancing and all of this stuff. No, it's not just sending people home and everything like that. It's specifically epistemological gaslighting and social blackmail being put forward as the mode of activism by people who are on all over the left. Like the left as a journalist / media commentary entity existing online for the last 3 years has been one that almost entirely takes for granted the idea that epistemologically gaslighting and social blackmailing regular working people is the solution to a pandemic, right? And what I mean by epistemological gaslighting is shut the fuck up, don't question this, you just need to go along with it. If you don't go along with it, you're the bad person. The you're the bad person part is the social blackmail part, because the logical conclusion of it is if you don't play along and nod your head and say, oh yeah, experts know best, then you're going to be scapegoated. It's actually your fault now. In fact, all of these other problems are actually now your fault, and you're part of they'll associate you with everything bad in the world. And so that sort of, and I'm not saying like epistemological gaslighting is it's just a response to conspiracy theorists. I'm saying it's something that's put forward by the media onto everybody for the last couple of years. And it's for me the biggest, and it's primarily on the left, right? The supposed left. It's primarily coming from like the Democrats, at least in the United States. And obviously a lot of their little radical children who are on YouTube, right? And so the issue for me is that if we're approaching a 0 point and things could be free, if there was such a thing as socialism, then what I fear that is most in the way are the very people who advocate for socialism, because the mode that they're in is this gaslighting, blackmailing, meritocratic, censorious PMC fucking mode that has been, it's been around for it's been around since at least the 60s. And it's only gotten worse over time, but it's become pronounced since 2020, especially with the burnout that followed from Bernie kind of folding. And when he did, the people who stepped forward were the people who were anti-universalist, don't think about bigger structural changes at all, pretty much just focused on BLM and COVID lockdowns. And so that's the world that I think we're living in. And for me, I feel like we're fucked. And so I want to put that back onto a question from you, because I think you also have your pretty dark, sort of black-pilled sort of moments about things, but you also have hope. And I'm hoping that you can share a little bit of that with us before we pivot into the broader Q&A portion of this conversation. But there is Matan in the chat on the Zoom side raised a counterpoint that I feel like goes right with my question, which is, he said, instead of laying the groundwork for socialism, what if we end up with a neo-feudalism and a new era of barbarism? Right, like in a sort of sense, you already maybe you suggested that we're kind of already there, but I just kind of want to hear like what is your do you challenge anything that I've kind of said so far? Do you kind of do you majorly depart from it in any significant ways, and how do you see hope?
So firstly, on the neo-feudalism thing, I don't see what's happening as a development into neo-feudalism. Feudalism is a redundant mode of production that is tied to agriculture. It's not just about, rents and things like that. I know that this has become a thing with Yanis Varoufakis and some others on the left.
Joel Kotkin wrote a book called Neo-Feudalism, yeah.
Yeah, Jodie Dean as well has been talking about it. It's just monopoly rents. It's monopolies not being able to live off profits that comes from production, because production is becoming automated and abolishing the source of profit, which is the exploitation of labor or commodity producing labor, and therefore they have to get their profit from somewhere else, which is by redistributing money upwards from the classes below through the tax system and through rents and subscriptions, and that's what's happening. It's just capitalism in decay. So that's why I don't characterize it as neo-feudalism. Barbarism, yes, barbarism has existed throughout the history of private property. There's that, who is it, Walter Benjamin, with the quote about civilization, wherever you find civilization, you find barbarism. I might have that wrong. But a lot of capitalism is built on high rates of exploitation, on colonialism, on war. So there's always been barbarism within capitalism. It just changes in degree and geographically and so on and so forth. So I absolutely expect the end of capitalism will be increasingly barbaric to one degree or another. The aim is obviously to limit that level of barbarism. I mean, like like you say, people are going hungry already. In America, we've seen a spike in homelessness and increasing levels of hunger here in Britain, and we want to overhaul the system and introduce a system that eliminates homelessness and hunger, and we want to do that as quickly as possible, so that there's a limit to the amount of barbarism that capitalism produces. So where I see hope is in the people, is in going to the people and trying to build solidarity and raise consciousness about all the things we've talked about. And I think that, there's a dialectical relationship between practice and reality. And the practice is that their living conditions are falling, and that means they're more likely to listen to and absorb and grasp the theory in a way that they might not have done in the past when things were a bit better, because that's just the way history tends to unfold. In terms of the left, the left has, from a Marxist perspective, the left, generally speaking, has been a privileged layer of the working class that basically has an alliance with either what you would call the middle class or an even more privileged layer of the working class, or just, ultimately it's a pact with capital. That's what social democracy is. It's a compromise between some section of the working class and the capitalist class. So while the capitalist class is able to buy off that layer of the working class, and it has elements of a privileged layer of the working class, as a layer from the middle classes and from the smaller capitalist class. And so long as the capitalist system is able to fund them, and their activities and afford this compromise, then ultimately, no matter how critical the left is of capitalism or of the government or whoever they're criticizing, ultimately that compromise is in place. And so they'll only go so far in their criticism or in the solutions that they propose. And so the solutions they propose are limited to expanding the state through a sort of minimal nationalization program, because that secures their employment, for example. And I'm not doubting that they have good intentions a lot of the time and want to see a larger proportion of the population doing better. But yeah, that's basically, at the moment, that's where they draw the line.
Okay, that's fascinating. So I guess the reason that this is a problem for me is because outside of you and like 3 other Marxists I know, I don't tend to like or trust Marxists, much less the obviously more naive progressivist, liberal left, social democrat types. I like your critique of capitalism, and I think that I can appreciate that you have hope, but my fear trumps my hope, in the sense that it's like, yeah, I have hope. I have genuine hope, in the sense that there are several ways forward that I can see. I can't see very far, but I think that there are certain things people can do that make definite differences, and they're not just consumer choices, I think. And I think that you're right, that we both have the same enemy in sight, that it is primarily capital. Except that there is this more daunting future, this barbarism masquerading under the guise of socialism, that it's not, a Nancy Pelosi calling herself a socialist would still be a Nancy Pelosi, right? And the thing that I'm worried about is primarily that with everything I've seen, as long as I've been engaged politically, in mostly Bernie activism, but I was also kind of a bystander to Occupy and kind of aware of what was going on there. And I've also watched other movements rise and fall. And the through line is one of this censorious, if you don't kind of nod along and do the things and say the stuff that we want, we're going to unperson you and harass you, or at least justify and rationalize those who harass you to the ends of the earth and for the rest of all time. And that's just because you're going to be persona non grata, and that's the end of it. And so because that is like the mode, and it's part and parcel to what I'm calling discursive Taylorism, right? People who monopolize certain conversation lanes and say, you can't even talk on this, you shouldn't speak on this, you don't have any business speaking on this. Discursive Taylorism tending to operate in terms of epistemological gaslighting and social blackmail makes me think that any, say DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, or some radical faction of it, or something that gets into the Democratic Party, or something that operates outside of that and creates a big movement or whatever, so long as the basic mode and presuppositions of the last, well, as long as I've been conscious, are operative, then what would social control over the means of production actually entail? It would actually entail these very people having the levers of power over where I work, when I work, for how long. And so things would be free, as would be my labor. So I would have free electricity, and I would have free housing, so long as I was giving away my labor for free in exchange to that. So when you say that, neo-feudalism, feudalism is based on agriculture. Well, yeah, but the word neo means a new kind of feudalism. And so we're talking about something based on some other kind of economy, right? Where basically, my labor is just taken for free. And what I'm given in return for free is far less than the value of what's being taken from me. And so what I need to see is some kind of an assurance that that's not going to happen. And because I can't see that, I just lack the radical imagination to see it. And that lack of radical imagination is not based on my inability to go out in the world and be around other workers. It's not based on my inability to go out and be in organizing spaces. It's a result of having done that, right? And so for me, it's like, my main thing is like, I don't want you to give up your hope. I want you to take the word back to your comrades. This is the biggest problem, is their trustworthiness, or the idea that they think that we should trust them. And then what we ultimately need is some kind of instead of transparent structure so that we know it's going to serve everybody instead of just a handful of people, some kind of I don't really know if this is an impossible ask, but like a post-trust system. When we're regular working class people who are so disillusioned on being told you have to trust this person, or you have to trust this group, or you have to trust this party, don't have to. The material changes are there. We know we know we're getting more in return than we're giving, and it's awesome. But like, what we need is like, I know that like Marx said, we can't have people doing cook shops in the mine for like utopia, basically. Like we just need to make the change. But it's also like, I don't know, when it comes to my inability to imagine at this more radical level, due to my disillusionment, I basically just have to go, I really want people to get better at kind of addressing that fundamental distrust. Because what I see at this moment is that we live in a time of distrust, that conspiracy theories are symptomatic of living in a post-trust world, where the expert class has told everyone else, well, if you don't just follow us, you're the problem, right? And so I don't. I mean, I know I'm kind of throwing a lot of impossible asks at you right now, and I don't really expect any kind of grand solution from you. But I just kind of wanted you to have a sense for where I'm coming from, and and that I'm not giving up on the sense that I think critique of political economy and everything that you're doing is still the most important thing. And I think that if there is a way out, it's going to in part involve understanding where you're coming from.
Yeah, totally, and I understand where you're coming from. I mean, the Marxist position is to oppose the left, as in the social democratic left or the Labour aristocracy or whatever you want to call it. There can be things we work together on if we agree on particular things, but we never do those things, on the basis of, oh, we must also support them electorally, for example. If they say, well, we're only going to work with you if you support us electorally, no, we're not going to do that, because we're not here for that. We're here to improve the conditions of the working class, even if it's on the basis of winning this one particular reform that's going to improve the conditions of the working class. And for Marxists, that's how we try to build up trust. We don't just go, oh, you can only join us if you're in this for the revolution. We also going to fight for reforms that improve, even if it's just independent organization, that for workers, that help the workers to have a stronger material basis for their own reproduction. We want to get involved with that and help develop that. That's what Soviets were. That's what workers' councils were. Those were established in crisis conditions so that people could survive. And Marxists didn't go, oh, well, this isn't socialism, we're not going to support this. They went and worked with it and gradually won people over who were fighting in those situations to the side of the Marxist position. In terms of the left, I was opposed to lockdowns and mandates, and anyone on the left who was supporting mandates and lockdowns, I was criticising. So people have to draw their own conclusions. Was I right to do that? Could you trust me when I was saying that was my position? That people have to make their own minds up ultimately on the basis of what they see and hear and how they assess it. If you didn't like people on the left who supported mandates and lockdowns, find people on the left or the Marxist left or whoever who didn't support lockdowns and mandates. So it's very difficult because, as you say, there's a lot of different trends and a lot of bickering that's exhausting and what have you. But if you find yourself in the position where you need to organise and you feel like you need to band together with people, find people that you agree with and who want to work towards the same goal, but don't do it at the exclusion of people that you never agree with or that you disagree with on several issues, depending on the situation. I'll elaborate on that in a minute if you want.
No, I think that there's a lot of directions that we could go with this and a lot of ways that we could elaborate and really add on to kind of help people understand where we're coming from and why it's a sort of contradiction or a deadlock and whatever. But I think what might be more beneficial at this point was kind of what was promised, which is a sort of Q&A portion of the conversation, because I know that Dan has some really good questions. I know that Matan has some really good questions. If Nance is around, he tends to have some really good feedback. And Adam, maybe he'll be around as well. I don't know if Michał in Poland has his internet back yet. I was hoping he would be able to join for the Q&A portion of this because he was really excited to catch you in dialogue with me. And so he's also the next guest on the stream. And so if we do get some overlap there, that would be awesome. But he's also got this material situation without internet. So I think he's tuning in from his phone, but I'm guessing he has limited data that he can even use. And so I'm guessing he probably can't do everything from his phone. Michael, if you're watching right now, then Michael, it's the same name. But yeah, Michael, if you're watching right now, then I hope that you're able to get on for the Q&A portion of this and also for the stream. But also, I understand, like, if you have limited data and the Wi-Fi is not back yet, just let us know in the chat if you're still here and if you've heard this. But with that said, anything you would like to say before we kind of turn it over to Q&A here, Ted?
No, let's go for it, because I can't stay too much longer. So let's get into that.
Like 20 minutes or so, or
yeah,
okay.
20's cool.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So if you're in the Zoom side, go ahead and turn your camera on. And first come, first serve, really. Go for it. By the way, nice to see you, Dan. Nice to meet you for the first time. This is, I believe, your first time on stream, so.
Yeah, no, I think it's first time on stream. Although I've been on before they know not they do reading groups. I don't know if I've ever actually spoken up there, though. Can you hear me okay?
Cool. Yeah, we can hear you just great.
Great. So a question that I had asked like a while back when the discussion was about the low rate of profit, but I think is still applicable, is at what point does the low rate of profit suggest that the form of expropriation is extra economic or non-economic? And this is just to give you sort of background. This is related to I read a book by Ellen Makesons Wood called The Origins of Capitalism. She talks about it as coming from like the agricultural competition that it started to occur in England. But I guess the key thing being it required compulsion to like engage in increase of productivity and price competition in markets. Whereas if it's strictly rent based, then it's less so that somebody has to actually compete. If you have a monopoly, you're not price competing. I also made a comment. Basically, a lot of large tech companies buy up small tech companies to kill them off to even prevent any form of development of competition. And so basically, all this is suggest in the sense of like the neo-feudalism, okay, yes, it's not based on agriculture, but the key thing is it's not actually based on markets and competition. Sorry. So what I started with was something about the low rate of profit. What does it suggest? And initially it was just at what point does a low rate of profit for long enough suggest maybe this isn't really capitalism?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so we had free market or free competition in the sort of lower phase of capitalism that wasn't monopoly capitalism, wasn't imperialism, or wasn't described as such. So we've been in the monopoly phase of capitalism, which has sort of increasingly strangled competition and increasingly merged markets. So we kind of have this tendency towards fewer markets but increased competition in terms of the intensification of the competition between the remaining competitors. There's fewer competitors, but they're more powerful economically. And because the crisis of profitability is deeper, the competition is sharper. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because with a breakdown of capitalism, things can start to go backwards. Obviously, we see that politically for a start. And even when we have economic growth, we see that's based on a centralization of capital, i.e., a redistribution of wealth upwards. So all these things are happening, and like I say, it's going to take it's going to take a socialist movement to sort of confirm, to consummate a breakdown of capitalism in terms of advancing the productive forces to the next stage. But capitalists are still, at the moment, incentivized to innovate because that cheapens production and raises profit margins. So they're going to switch their investment to something that's more productive, and what's more productive produces more, and therefore cheapens the amount of profit in each commodity. So I don't see this tendency going away. I don't see like any capitalists who kind of like try to revert to old technological means, for example, which did happen in Nazi Germany to some extent in some areas. That's going to raise costs and therefore deepen the economic crisis, which can serve as an impetus to radicalization. So I mean, this is why I do think, you know, obviously the barriers to socialism are extreme, could be extreme, and the rate of progress that we make it could be incredibly difficult. But this is why I do see all roads leading to socialism eventually, even if my timing is off or it's not on the horizon as soon as maybe I perhaps thought. Whatever way capitalism goes, it's going to have a radicalizing effect on a larger and larger proportion of the population in the long run. So yeah, I mean, the monopoly rents thing is, as I say, it's a deepening of parasitism. Like capitalism is a parasitical mode of production as it is, because capital lives like a parasite on labor. And then when that expropriation of surplus value isn't enough just at the point of production, that parasitism finds other ways to increase the amount of surplus labor time that's being taken away from labor. And as I say, that can happen through the tax system. It can happen through making you pay more for your subscription or introducing a new subscription that you weren't paying before. So that I see that as a deepening of current capitalist tendencies. I don't know if that really answers the question.
I mean, I definitely feel like you were trying to address it. I guess I feel like the key contention I'm making is that the rents are not actually like economic competition. The rents and that more of it, you know, at least certainly in the developed world, like you can make the argument like in non-first world countries, you know, they still are like trying to do like more productive things. Like for instance, you brought up the notion like we're not going to revert to less productive processes, but for instance, that my contention isn't that like, hey, we're going back to sort of like rural agrarian society. My contention is that the things that we rely upon, the technologies, like we'll have to pay Google, you know, $1,000 a year, everyone, just to have, you know, search capabilities, just to be able to say like, well, what was that thing that I was doing at that time, right? And so we're, you know, anyway, so the point is more. Good.
I'm not saying that won't happen. I just don't characterize it as a different system. I just think it's capitalism necessarily becoming even more parasitic to reproduce itself.
And so what I'm trying to link it to is that during feudalism, right, before capitalism, you had to pay some fraction of your harvest as rent to your lord or whatever. and you didn't really have a choice. Like some people couldn't even like move from the land, and in a lot of ways we don't necessarily have that many choices. Like some people, for instance, like have no choice of their data provider. Some people, in the future, and there's a lot less competition in search engines than in the future. Anyways, I don't mean to belabor it, but I guess I'm just trying to point more towards, we don't have that much choice about these things that we rely upon. We can't even necessarily move from like lord to lord, and that ultimately the reason why they even have that power is because like that is like property is like backed by like the force of the state, which is not, it's not about like, Google is competing with Yahoo for search results. It's like there's really just like the one, or anyways, yeah. So I feel like I need to work to sort of like better identify why it is that I don't think that it is capitalism and link it to the state of things as they were like during feudalism. Although I'm not claiming, right, it is like the neo-feudalism in the terms of I think it was like Dave who brought it up. It's like it's a different form of thing, but it is still sort of like, we must pay like this rent to these parties that we don't really get to choose.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough, and certainly the character of capitalism would be different at least at the surface level. And I think we should probably continue this conversation in more depth another time. But my fundamental argument is that the source of value isn't changing. The essential source of value, which is the exploitation of labor in terms of surplus labor time that is appropriated from labor and then realized in the commodity, is still the fundamental essence of value in the system. But these rents are being introduced on a much worse basis to basically offset falling profitability.
All right. Do we have another hand up? I think we do. It's Matan.
Yes. So I agreed with your point about increasing political radicalization in the face of subjective destitution. And I have a more open-ended question in response to that, which is how do you conceive political subjectivity in the face of this breaking political order or social order?
So what direction do I think the general public is going politically? Is that what you mean?
However you perceive it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's so complicated.
No, that's a really big question. Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, yeah, that's a really big question for sure.
You don't have much time. I kind of wanted to provoke you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was discussing this with a comrade yesterday. Yeah, it's complex because it's not just the working class versus the capitalist class. There are intermediary classes or overlapping classes, and there's divides within the working class culturally and socially and generationally to some extent. So ultimately we have to try and simplify our message as capitalism is exhausting itself and we're only going to fix this and get living standards back to where they should be and beyond with socialism. But that's obviously, it's hard to communicate that, and we have to teach ourselves to communicate that. I'm not saying I'm doing it particularly well or anything, but yeah, people will, without that information, they could go in a direction that doesn't even serve their own interests.
And I would kind of add that this direction that people might choose instead of political radicalization, it often, Lou, relies on sort of personal identifications, which which sort of ignored the fact that they're, in a burning building. So I agree with the fact that you have hope, but rather than framing it as hope to, build socialism, perhaps it should be hope that we have the freedom to decide to, jump out of this burning building before it collapses.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, I mean the burning building serves as the impetus for making a decision, and what are you going to decide to do? And then who's outside directing you to, somewhere better, sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to let you say some closing remarks here in a second, but I also want to just see, Nance, you've been the all-seeing eye overlooking the, chat for this entire time, being the, mod boss over here. So just maybe, do you have anything to relay from that or from your own personal thoughts? I mean, you've read Reese before. You've been along for the whole marathon so far, and so I mean this is kind of like this is like a different wheelhouse that just got thrown into the mix, and I'm curious about your perspective or thoughts on it, because I think that could be really cool. So if you got anything, we want to hear it.
This is probably a silly question. I just wonder if now that there really aren't workers that can kind of step away and bring everything crashing down, but there are kind of consumers and maybe data producers that everything kind of rests on, does that change anything? That it's not labor power that's productive anymore. It's consumption and maybe passive data production. Or is that...
I mean, a lot of data production is productive in terms of value. It's just that it produces so little of it relative to the amount of capital that needs to be reproduced. And that's why the system needs so much data, like just absolutely almost unquantifiable amounts. The thing with that is capitalism's becoming more dependent on data producers. So I do think that that's something to think about that I haven't quite figured out yet. But it seems, the forms of labor evolve over time, generationally and technically. And so new forms of labor are replacing older forms of labor throughout history. And at some point there is going to be a form of labor related to automation that becomes the socialist form of labor, because what we have is a new economic technical basis that's evolved, and capital and society are both becoming increasingly dependent on that economic technical basis and the labor that reproduces it. So there's only so far the data producers and the other new forms of labor can be pushed, and we don't know what those limits are yet. But yeah, I think that's a really important question to struggle with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It kind of goes along with, we really just don't know what discoveries in both bioengineering and like asteroid mining might do to mediate these tendencies as well, and like really prolong various crises is a way of saying it. So
yeah, basically always try and think dialectically, like the new forms of technical labor can prolong a crisis, but they can at the same time do the opposite. And like I tend to talk about capitalism as a whole, but different sectors of the economy will be growing at points when larger or other parts of the economy might be shrinking. So there's that sort of thing. Like small startups can become tomorrow's monopolies just because they have an innovation that's more efficient than the monopolies of yesterday had.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for spending so much time here in the hot seat, Ted. I think you've done a stellar job, and really appreciate your increasing clarity and succinctness regarding this theory, and it's just one of those things where it's like, it's amazing to me how people who are kind of relativists or sort of perspectivists, you know, like they think that every theory should be just a tool in the toolkit to apply to everything. These people tend to leave out the most important tool developed at the very beginning and continued on throughout all of theory, really, and that is critique of political economy. And so thank you for keeping it alive. Thank you for holding the line. And I look forward to having you back in the future.
Thanks very much for having me on, and stellar work yourself with the ultimate marathon, as far as I can tell, for online debates.
You know, it's this one wasn't the debate one, but I am thinking about for when I'm thinking I'm gonna do another marathon for the app launch, and I'm thinking about calling it Contradictions, and that's where I'm gonna bring on you and Kangaroo, Swole and Christine Louis DeSoli, Nina Power and Daniel Tutt, fucking, maybe I should bring you and Kotkin on, you know? But it just, I think that there's a lot, like, more important than getting people, from my standpoint, more important than people coming to a specific conclusion is getting them to take things seriously and work through contradictions for themselves. And so, like, I think that you are one of the people who makes that possible. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for having me on, and yeah, I look forward to the next time.
All right, take care.
You too. Thanks, everyone.
All right, everybody, and with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the PSA. Once the PSA is over, we might have a little surprise here. It's kind of up in the air as far as, I think at this point, Michael Mihao not going to be able to join. His internet's still out. The power company did not get it back in time. And that means that the conversation that was going to follow from this one might just not happen today, which is a bummer, but such is life. Now, we'll be right back after these messages.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the U.S., where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which for the hardcore punk scene in the US meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https://theoryunderground.com/US-tour-2023. In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being and Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the recovery group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex?, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions, and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEarlyBirdYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BEINGINTIME before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation. including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency, like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residences of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah.
Thanks.
We look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
Actually, the pregame. So welcome back, everybody, to the stream. This is what I'm going to call the pregame to the after party, because the after party is the thing that's going to happen after Andrew and I have our conversation on therapism and control at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 2 a.m. Central European Time, which is 1 a.m. London time for you dirty imperialists. Besides that, what were we just talking about behind the scenes here? So who asked Andrew that question?
I believe it was Maton.
Yeah.
Oh, Maton. Yeah. What was the question again?
I was just shooting the shit because I saw it on social media. He posted Reading Capital by Althusser, Balibar, Runcier, and a bunch of others, two others.
Yeah, I made like a funny meme with Vince McMahon on it. You know, the Vince McMahon progression where he's like, and then like he just like super like intensified where he's like, like, you know, like with a bunch of Rancière quotes on it. So, but yeah, like I was saying, I originally got it like a few months back after like getting deep into 4 Marx and then philosophy of the encounter. And I never really read any much of the structural Marxists besides Althusser. And so, but yeah, I put it down. And then like after the Agon Hamza discussion with Rancière, I picked it back up and I was like, oh, damn, this is good.
Oh, yeah, man. Okay, you guys keep talking. I got to step away for a sec.
You know, I'm trying to find it in where they know not what they do now. I think Zizek actually had some stuff about, he critiqued Althusser's theory of interpolation.
Yeah, and he'll also say in the first chapter of what is it? Sublime Object of Ideology. He says, what is it? Althusser and Kafka, and how interpolation fails, pretty much. Yeah, I forget exactly what he says specifically about it, but like, pretty much like he says Kafka as a critic of Althusser, and he like talks about like the whole Kafkaesque and kind of like the feeling of like no one has the answer in this like sense of like ladder bureaucracy, and like he takes the guy, the main character of the castle, like constantly trying to find his way out. Like this is a sense of like failed interpolation, and like pretty much like like for Althusser, interpolation is like a totalization of a subject within like the sort of symbolic order, and like even his notion of ideology, like what he talks about in like ideology and the reproduction of capitalism is like it's like an imaginary representation of reality and one's relation to it, but he never sees how the sort of symbolic order fails. And for Lacan, since and Hegel, right, for Zizek, both are homologous in their logic. One with absolute knowing, and the other one with the logic of the sign, that because of language that there is a gap, so there's never a complete totalization. Everything always leads to failure, and so the subject for Althusser only fits within the discourse, whereas there's always something that is like left in Zizek's interpretation of Hegel a la Lacan, that indivisible remainder. Thus, he calls it like, the sublime hysteric, the sublime subject is that which is always escaping the discourse because it can never fit in. It's always failing because totalization in and itself is always already an inversion and a redoubling, right? As he says in the beginning on the one.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the way Zizek puts it. Rather than just opposing Althusser, he kind of takes his thesis like more seriously than Althusser does.
Right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, he is from that school of thought too. He is in a sense an Althusserian. And that's like where he's getting his theory of ideology from, but he's just like kind of putting it more on its head. Like let's read it from a psychoanalytic point of view.
Mm-hmm. On a slightly unrelated note, I was watching this documentary, which focused on this like uncanny alliance between more orthodox Marxists and I don't know, like old aristocracy regarding their disdain for the 68 revolutions in France. And they were actually trash talking Althusser, talking about how he was getting his depression treated by Lacan during the summers or whatever.
That's pretty funny. Well, like they had a pretty tight relationship. I know, like when on the Name of the Father seminar, the seminar that like never finished, like it only had like one session because that's when Lacan got excommunicated for the still doing the variable length sessions, and he was excommunicated by the IPA. Althusser actually opened up his door for him, and the structural Marxists, so he was able to continue doing lectures, and that's when he made the public lecture for seminar 11, the 4 fundamental concepts.
Mm-hmm. And I was watching I almost to punish myself, I was watching another one of Gabriel Rockhill's videos, and he was complaining about like French theory or whatever, but in like the same breath he criticized Lacan and then mentioned that like Althusser was ignored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, this is an interesting turn of events. So basically, Mihaw's internet really is fucked, and it's too bad. And, this is just the reality. I was actually kind of scared that was going to happen to me. I was scared that during the 2-day marathon, my internet would get so bad that it would be basically the exact same situation that he's dealing with. But we lucked out, and things have been going relatively smoothly besides the time lapse or the time zone difference between CET and London time, and the fact that Londoners take their time to be the center of the universe still. Which is, I was telling Nance, I have my own story about that. Like, before I ever really thought about time zones seriously at all, I was already in the workforce. I was working at a grocery store, stocking shelves at night, and the Walmart moved in up the street, and I got laid off as a result. So that was an interesting time. It was right around the 2008 recession, and so I what I did about it was I took out unemployment. This is something that they had told me that I could do. But then like 2 months later, they contested it. So my employer basically was like, yeah, you can take out unemployment because we have to lay you off. But then they let me, then I take out the unemployment insurance, you know, I'm collect on it for 2 months. And then obviously I'm looking for a job, but not that hard, because I was like the first time in my 20s that I didn't have to work. And so I was kind of enjoying that. And then, fuck, man, I get this letter saying your unemployment has been revoked because you were not at the hearing that was contesting it. And I was like, I called them up. I was like, what are you talking about? There was a hearing contesting my unemployment. And they said, oh, well, we sent you a letter. And I said, I didn't get a letter. And they were like, well, it was definitely sent to your address. And so, you know, I'm not doubting that. They probably did. The person who threw it away was probably one of my 6 roommates at the time. You know, and I was the person who was responsible for this house, because I had like a under the table deal with some homeowner. I had helped do the construction to restore this house to like suitable living standards. And a bunch of my friends had moved in. They were all in bands, and half of them quit their jobs after moving in and then continued to live there for months. Basically, I was the one paying the rent. But here I am now, my unemployment just got revoked. And so I said, well, what am I supposed to do about this? They said, well, you can appeal it. So I went into the office. I submitted the appeal form. They sent me a letter. I actually got this letter. This letter had a date and a time to show up and appeal the contestation of the revoking of my unemployment insurance. Now, the thing about this, there's 2 things about it that are important. First of all, they had lied a lot. They lied a lot about why they let me go, because they said that I was slow and late and tardy and all of these things that were not true. I was the second best employee there. And I say that with all due respect to the other employees there, but like I was like best friends with the person who was in everybody's mind absolutely the best in terms of he's just fast, he's efficient, he's always positive. He was my roommate. We would always show up ready to work, and he was like a big sort of inspiration to me to always like, yeah, let's do it. And so the idea that I was slow was laughable. And, you know, slow at what? Stocking shelves in a grocery store. Yeah, they time that, and they expect you to do a certain amount of pieces per hour. And I was always averaging 15 over the other guys, and probably 10 under my buddy Chris. Okay, so with all of that said, I had 2 witnesses who were coworkers who were going to testify on my behalf lined up for the phone call for the hearing that was going to be had with this judge and my former employee over the phone. Okay. I called them ready for this contestation, and they told me I was an hour late. Not only wasn't I an hour late, but because I had already, this was already an appeal, they said, well, you can't reappeal it. That's it. You just owe us $2,400 now. So I had roommates who owed me something upwards of like $3,000, and then I now owed the state $2,400, and this all came down to the fact that I did not know that in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, there's a different time zone than in Boise, Idaho, which is where the judge was calling in for the hearing. So I just didn't even know there was a time zone difference in Idaho. Like, that's crazy to me. And so it's a big state. It takes like, 9 hours to drive from the top of Idaho to the bottom of Idaho. So but at that point, I'd never really traveled outside of North Idaho. This was like, I was in my younger 20s at that time. And so that's my little story that I'm using to fill time here, time that was opened up because of originally time zone confusions, coupled with other real complications like Wi-Fi outages. So anyway, there you go, everybody. That's my little anecdote.
Follow your TED Talk.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why time zones should be abolished. Time
zone equals fascism.
That's why I'm against time fascism. Yeah. Michael, he always says fucking bourgeois time zones.
That's fucking good.
Oh,
Okay,
is
I don't
Salomon
think.
DaCosta Michael?
Yes, that's him. Yeah, and you may have seen him in some of the PSAs that I've rolled on channel before, because he's the tour guide that showed us around Katowice, Poland. So I gave him a shout out as like an exemplary guide when I made that original U.S. tour. I've been calling it a PSA, but really it's an ad of sorts. Funny, you also had that time zone issue with Ashley Frawley earlier too, says Matan. Yeah, I know. Well, Ashley and Ted are basically in the same city, and when Anne and I visited London for the first time last November, we got together with Ashley and Ted. So Ashley and Ted, like, both being the ones thrown off by using CET instead of London time, it totally makes sense. Yeah. And as far as whether we're going to be joined by a special guest here or not, I had suggested something on the back end that there was someone who might just pop in on the stream, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen now. So at this point, we just kind of have this open time. So let's just do an Ask Me Anything and hang out. Really, like, anybody can just like ask me questions, or you one another. Really, I'm curious about what you all think about things too. But at this point, I'm a little bit of a fried potato.
I ate potatoes this morning.
You ate
at like
potatoes?
4 o'clock.
Yeah, you got up early, Nance. Nance has been here all day, both days. Fuck. I told him to go skateboard. Just go, get out.
It's too hot, man. It's like high 80s outside right now.
Oh, word. That's why I went out to the pool, you know. It's like, it's the nicest thing ever to be able to disconnect in that way. But, Eamon, have you been able to catch anything from the last couple of days? And if so, what were you able to catch?
So I caught a lot of the day one. I caught most of Catrone. I caught all of what was her name before? No, not Nance, but
Christine Louis de Sole?
I caught all of that. I caught most of
Nina Power.
Nina Power and what's his face?
Daniel Tutt.
Daniel Tutt, yeah, getting cornered. That was funny. That was good. I like that. And
that.
Did you get Cadell?
I think I saw a little bit of Cadell, but not much. I've been pretty busy the past couple days, and I'm actually on my way back to work now. I did catch you saying that only the first 5 seasons of Game of Thrones are worth it, and I take issue with that because there's still season 5 is less good, but it's still good. It's better than most TV, and even season 6 is still good. Not as good as first 4 seasons, but it's still good. One of the best episodes of the entire series is in season 6. Let's not forget.
Don't say anything. You can't. If Anne hears us bring up Game of Thrones, she literally will take the earbuds out of her ears. And I already told her, like, we're not going to talk about anything you don't know already, like, because she's watching it for the first time right now, and so
how
she's
far are you guys
invested. I think we're like moving through season 4 pretty quickly, and that's a damn good season. Yeah.
How did she take the Red Wedding?
Dude, I almost set up a camera somewhere, I almost set up like a GoPro, like where she wouldn't see it, just to get the reaction, and then I was like, I shouldn't exploit this moment,
Yes, you should.
because it's just it's real shit, and that's the whole point, is if we turn it into, oh my God, what was your reaction to the red wedding? What gets lost is like sitting with the deep reel, the cut of the reel that is forced by that moment. And so everybody who's listening or watching right now who's never seen it, I'm not going to tell you what happens in that moment, because it's just really like there are just certain things that are sacred to me, and there's only a couple of shows that I can kind of consider that way, and this is one of them, and it's because there's nothing more important to thinking about political and social theory than this show. And the reason for that is because most of what we consider to be politics today as a product of the spectacle doesn't try to even engage with the real that is the actual the foundation of politics. And so people tend to just engage at the level of love and hate, right? Love and hate in the imaginary. And what do we love? What are our ideals? What do we want? Tends to be the focus, if it's not like who we hate and whose fault it is at the moment. But I liked how Cadell last was talking about how Game of Thrones really does. It's like the most popular show in the world, he said. I don't even know if that's true, but it's the most popular show in the world. And it might be the best for actually forcing us to kind of sit with negativity and the contradiction of the real as opposed to the symbolic and the imaginary. And he used the examples of like the pornographic type scenes coupled with the grotesque sort of gory nature of it. But though I don't like those words. Those words give this sense that it's a show like 300 or that show like Spartacus, right? Though 300 or Spartacus is like so that 15-year-olds can like jack off and then go play fight. Like that's not what Game of Thrones is doing at all. Like Game of Thrones definitely makes you hate some people and really want to see them get theirs. But more importantly, like it makes you really worried for some people. Like you just go, what is going to happen to these people? They are in a pickle. This is a terrible situation. What is going to go down here? And then things happen that you just never see coming, and those kinds of things that happen are the kinds of things that happen with the real. Like they're not easy to incorporate into a narrative that makes sense into how everything led up to this moment. Right? They retroactively change everything. You think that you're on a certain track, and then retroactively you realize you're on a completely different track in a way that, like, I'll just use the example of like one of the most loved characters getting knocked off in the first season, in a way that where you just are like you're left going, oh, real shit. They don't give a fuck about us. They're going to go with what would have happened in that situation. They're not going to go with what the audience wants. They're going to go with what actually goes down. And so people think it's either about dragons or knights in armor and shit like that. And I know there's just a lot of people averse to like D&D because they just don't like nerd culture or something. And so there's like this sort of like weird faction of both the theory world but also just the normie world, where there's people who just don't like anything that has armor because they just associate it with like Lord of the Rings and D&D nerds from high school, which
there's very little plot armor in that show. There are a couple people later on.
Oh, sorry, you cut out for a second there, Eamon. Oh no. Oh, he's gone. He's back. Maybe? He's saying there's not a lot of plot armor? Okay, Eamon, you're back. What were you saying about there's not a lot of what?
Yeah, there's like normally shows like that have Mary Sue's with lots of plot armor. Basically, like anything can happen to them, but they'll live. But not in Game of Thrones. And there's a couple, especially later on, that do have plot armor. But there's reasons for that, and we're not going to get into it. But I did want to mention though that what kind of shocked me was when I'm rewatching it now with my new girlfriend, and her reaction to the Red Wedding was like almost ambivalence. And I was like, when Red Wedding happened to me, I was like devastated the first time I saw it live. And I'm a little concerned that my girlfriend was like, yeah, I didn't like those characters. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
I mean, on my like third or fourth watch of it, I think I actually sort of felt the same, except that I was mainly interested because that now I rewatch it with those eyes where I'm like, what are these decisions they're making actually, right? Like, no, Anne's reaction was rewarding. I mean, I watched 3 seasons for that reaction, and she was fucking like, what? What? You know.
I wonder how much it's possible that just like something in the culture, either she had heard a peep of it, Eamon's girlfriend, or just like something in the culture changes that just makes people more sort of willing to accept it. And in particular, I feel like this is related to potentially like the crisis of reproducibility in like psychology research, where like on some level, I'm sure people were gaming things, but on another level, it's like, like markets are like self-reflexive. Like once this fact becomes known, it no longer like works when you're trading or whatever. And in the same way, once people know there's this widely accepted psychological mechanism, it's not going to impact them in the same way.
It's almost like the hyper reality of it. Like if you were like evoke Baudrillard, especially like when you see like with war and in the military, how like they don't just go in to fight, they train for the scenarios, especially like airstrikes. They're always doing scenarios on dropping warheads, right? Warheads on foreheads. So they're every day it's like simulating and strategically making sure that they hit the target each time that they practice. So then when the real thing happens, it's like it was almost like nothing, compared to the training. So there's like this desensitization of it because it's already accepted, because it's been reproduced so many times that it loses, the shock effect, right? Because like the first time you're training it is in a simulated form. So then it's like, well, the real thing just it just seems more simulated than the simulation.
You think that like train how you fight, do you think that adds to dehumanization, like intentional dehumanization? Do you think the simulation over and over and over again might even be more effective at dehumanizing than intentional conscious dehumanization? Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think so, yeah, as far as like that. But then it's like, well, like then you're talking about like repetition, and like ultimately, like I still think because like of my understanding of psychoanalysis, like repetition also has to do with like compulsion to repeat, death drive, that there are still instances where like even if you reproduce it, there are still moments of failure and failed interpolation. There's always just that by chance something fails to be incorporated within the reproduction of set simulation, right? Kind of like, for instance, like Metal Gear Solid, right? VR training, and then like what is it, Sons of Liberty, where like what's his name didn't realize like, oh, this wasn't in the simulation, who the hell is that guy? Like I've done this stuff multiple times. So like something that like breaks the symbolic order, like the real comes in. So like we're taking that into account. But for the most part, like just to keep it kind of like simple, I think there is this process of just trying to pretty much incorporate you into this like order where it's like it does feel dehumanizing because it's like based on mechanization, yeah. And you're getting told what to do, not like how to think, pretty much. Yeah.
So rather than dehumanizing tangos, you're dehumanizing the operator.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I would definitely say so. And like, especially because like, with the way these things are, and especially like what even makes it, I guess, hyper real is just like how fast these things are being done, and the fact that there is this distance between the operator and the operation, especially like when you're isolated by the fighter jet, or like you're literally in the combat room in the ship and you just see radar and dots, and then you're clicking on buttons and you're shooting that tomahawk missile, right? There's that distance.
Even downrange though, when you're like in my truck, I have my screens, I have Blue Force Tracker, I am separated. I'm in Iraq, but I'm not in Iraq. I'm in Iraq, but I'm in a truck, in a convoy, in a Blue Force convoy. Like you're already so out of it.
Right. Definitely.
So I've read this book called Inside Jokes, and it talks about like humor, and it's interesting for other reasons. But one of the notions they raise, I think they call it the limbic trampoline, where you can make a joke funnier by inducing other affects that are like stimulating. Maybe it's excitement, maybe it's surprise. So it's basically it's almost like affective metonymy that makes
Right.
when you hear the joke all that more exciting. And the point is that if you are like a remote drone operator, you're not feeling the rumble of the jet. You're not having undergone the stress of, waking up at, whatever time in camp and like getting dressed up, which is all just to say, like, you're sort of removed, like you're actually doing the inverse of the limbic trampoline. You're sort of just making it a lot closer to just like a video game. And so in that way, it becomes easier to, what was what you said, dehumanize the operator, right?
Yeah, and like I think like even then it's also just like the lines are blurred between reality and simulation, right? And that's like the whole Baudrillardian thing. Like there's like the distinction between the two, like that line diminishes. And like like on deployment, we like on the ships, like you got people that are like doing simulations with the strike group, and then like we're like flexing on Chinese ships when we're in the South China Sea. But then one of the things that we do in the Navy is damage control. So like we're always simulating like engine room fires, flooding, and you just do it so much that when like we actually have a flooding or like a fire or something, like it's like that. And like it's like almost like just it was a fire, but like everybody acted and still like had to respond the same way that they drilled when we would do general quarters, right? Man, the battle stations and stuff like that. Even when we were training to shoot the Tomahawk missiles, like it's successfully fired, but apparently like the cells filled up with so much smoke that the entire ship was filled with smoke. And so we had to go up, up to like the weather decks, and literally we had to like dog down everything and then like, de-smoke the entire ship. It was crazy. I think you're muted, Nance. I don't know if you were trying to say something.
That's crazy. So you fire. What kind of ship were you on?
I was on a cruiser. So like they're pretty much they're the primary defense against airstrikes, and they protect the carrier. They're the first line of defense for the carrier. So they're primary anti-air warfare, and secondary is surface, whereas a destroyer is all surface and strike.
You guys don't have like Patriots on. like Patriot batteries on the ships or no?
No, I don't think so. No.
CWIS?
We do have CWIS, yeah. Yeah. I think most ships now have CWIS. So we have the CWIS, Spy, and Aegis. Were you in the military, Dan?
I was in the Naval Academy for a year and a half, but I left.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. CWIS
I identify a lot with, like some of the stuff that you've talked about for that reason.
Yeah.
I've seen your channel.
CWIS is called RTD2 with the heart on. But yeah, I don't even. I like data dumped my ESWAS as soon as I got my pin, so like I don't even know like how many, like I think it's like 100 rounds in the drum or some shit like that. That it fires like per minute. Like fuck, I don't know, something like.
I think it's per. I have to guess that's per second.
Per second, okay, yeah, that's a lot.
Like it is just straight. Yeah. Anyways,
yeah,
and this is of course just from. My experience, like you had to remember this bullshit to like recite it during like your training.
Right.
And also from seeing simulators and just being like astounded at like, actually it's funny. I was always like more interested in like, well, why does it work? And it's like, literally it's like the notion of like a kinetic kill. Like you'll have interceptor missiles that intercept other missiles, and like, the point is like it just literally like annihilates the other thing. Anyways, but the point with the CWIS is it's like it just lays down like a wall of lead. Like the point is to just like totally like shred whatever's coming inboard, so it's not even able to like hit the ship.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I've got to see it fire from like a distance, like from like within the hull of the ship. It's like, yeah, that's like the FCs and the gunners mates that work on that, because I'm an engineer, so like I'm a snipe. Like I work in the engine rooms. I was in the pit. I'm an electrical rating, but like we're responsible for main propulsion. So like on small boys like cruisers and destroyers, the main engineering rates are gas turbine rates, because like the engines are all powered by gas turbines. So I'm a GSC, so I work on the generators and power distribution, but I also help out the mechanics as well, because I'm like a hybrid. So like I'm always like in the engine room on deployment, standing watch, especially like when they have to fire CWIS or 5-inch, or do like any of those like gun operations that like require like 400 hertz. We go to full power. So like I gotta be in the space, like manning the switchboards in case like we lose power. Then I could like cut the bus and then like isolate the entire electrical circuit and then still provide power, battle ready for stuff like that.
I love it. It's like you're like, like server reliability, but for mechanical power within a ship.
Yeah. Because you can't do anything without electrical power. Like it all starts with electricity first.
Well, guys, what's up? How's it going?
What's up?
Looks like you all don't need me. You'll do just fine without me.
Yeah, we were talking about operator simulation and hyperreality, and then I just went into talking about sea stories.
It's great. It's great. Yeah, there's a lot of veterans who get involved with Theory Underground, and really, it's because it's always like older burnouts. It's almost always older burnouts in a way. So it's not these little Zoomers most of the time, and it's definitely not like it's not people who are like starry-eyed about institutional prospects, right?
Yeah.
It's not Andrew in his first couple of years. It's Andrew in his like senior years at the Navy, right? Like it's not somebody who's like, oh yeah, this music scene or this academic environment, like this has it, this is it. It's like there's a kind of burnout that and subjective destitution that stands between most people and coming to the point where you give a fuck about things enough to want to kill yourself with texts, right? Yeah. So welcome to the club.
Yep.
And
I was
think
just
I think
at a separations meeting today, like going over like the getting my packet on like separating in the process before I get like my DD 214, and then there was like an officer that came in and it's like, then you all thinking about joining the reserves? Come holler at me, and like they're like 20,000 bonus for just a 3-year commitment. And it's just like just being a weekend warrior.
Hey, I got, so when I signed, I got a $40,000 bonus, but I got a disciplinary action just out of AIT, and they took my bonus. So they promised me 40 grand and I didn't get any of it.
Oh, the AIT is the annual stuff, right? Where you have to do like 14 days out of the year, right?
No, right after basic job training.
Oh, what the hell?
I got in a fight and then they took all my money.
Oh yeah. So like if you get an NJP, then like pretty much like, you know, they take that away. Yeah, that's the catch.
That's dirty.
All right, couple points of order here. I think we're about to have a surprise visit from a guest.
Ooh.
Who was not on the plan, which slightly bumps back everything, but will be worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely.
I wanted to give everybody who's on the Zoom side a reminder to, if possible, also be running the stream. You can mute it, but be running the stream from other devices so that, because like it shows like 5 people watching live, and it's like, well, yeah, that's because half the stream is actually on the Zoom call right now. But like doubling the numbers actually makes a difference in the lower echelons of stuff that we do here, right? So the point is to the algorithm already kind of knows what's up. It already knows that this is not shit that it should show most people. But the question is it something that it should show people who actually watch this channel, right? And there's a certain number, there's like a sweet spot of people who have to be engaged for it to kind of do that. So I don't really know how much of that's true, but that's I think how it works. And so basically, you know, for the algorithm, keep it rolling in the background while you go do other shit or while you're in the Zoom call. And for One Dime, he was gonna come on here in a few minutes, and I think if he's all right with it, we're gonna actually bring in someone here in a sec. But also, I need to. I mean, I thought he would be here already. I thought so. That's the problem. It's kind of putting me in a weird situation where it's like, well, I should actually just bring on One Dime unless he's actually gonna come on right now. So, one sec here. Dan, I guess you definitely have some background in this stuff, and I'm curious what it is. You know, I'm curious like what you've been up to in terms of theory for these at least last couple of years, but kind of, you know, you can share as much as you like or as little as you like.
I read a lot. At various points, I've had like, you know, 10 different books that I'm reading. Some amount of theory. My partner from a while ago gave me Sublime Objective Ideology. She was actually a writer and was into like, you know, literature and like narratology. So anyways, I guess the background is I'm technically oriented, but was always kind of interested in philosophy and sort of those sorts of ideas. And that came on really hard about like 5 years ago when I started reading like Zizek, and then a little bit, you know, I'm just looking at my bookshelf right now. It's probably stuff that's more like Cadell Lastish. Like I have The Master and His Emissary by Ian McGilchrist, like Inside Jokes, that the First 5,000 Years, Money in the Early Greek Mind. So, you know, I think I've always been interested in understanding like what are people thinking. I often am a little bit maybe derisive to Ashley Frawley in the chat, just a little bit, because, you know, I follow Sublation Media a lot, and, you know, clearly I support them, but at the same time, I feel she's often very dismissive. But I'm the kind of person who will follow and support a person like Ashley Frawley, even though I disagree with her and I want to better understand what it is that like I don't really agree with her. Anyways, the point being, like, I think without realizing it, I've always been very into like theory of mind and trying to understand like what is the process happening in other people's brains. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's actually really good, and it made me realize I do think it's like you and DeathCon are probably the two people that I see the most over in those streams. If I ever pop in for a minute, I think I will see like the two of you. Is that right?
I often see DeathCon in chat. Yeah.
DeathCon's never come on stream yet. Stream goals. But yeah, Secret Agent Dan, though, you've been around for a while, and you've and I think that was it you that said that you really got a lot out of the Nina Power Justin Murphy conversation that they had about Bataille, or was that someone else?
I think that was probably somebody else. Like I saw Nina Power with Daniel Tutt. I found that sort of like really interesting. But I don't think that was me.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting people confused, and I was, so that's good. But yeah, this whole like liking what they're doing, but also wanting to understand why you disagree with it, and feeling like some of your theoretical wheelhouse is not being taken seriously by Sublation, like that's definitely exactly where I'm coming from. Did you see when I did that little like live from Disneyland intervention into their stream there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Their whole thing on subjectivity, it's like it's something that I would really like to pin down at one point. Like I'd really like to get Doug, Ashley, and the folks on to have a conversation with specifically probably
Right.
Michael Downs and Todd McGowan. But with that, everybody, actually go ahead and mute out here for a moment. I've got a very exciting announcement and guest here to be making, so, or to be introducing you all to. So yeah, let's mute it out. Everyone go away now. We'll come back for the Q&A portion of this in a second. But basically, I think that we officially have a very special guest here in the house. We're being joined. Well, I guess I won't introduce you until you've got your camera and mic on here. Jay, are you there?
Yeah. How's it
Hey,
going?
welcome. How you doing?
Pretty good. Good to see you guys.
Awesome. Yeah, it's great to see you as well. So everybody who's not familiar, just want to introduce you to the co-founder of the Global Center for Advanced Studies and the new Center for Research and Practice. He's currently working on a book about Virilio. Is that right?
Yeah, it's called Virtual Virilio. Yeah.
And you said and on the BOD of New Center. Can you what's that?
That's the board of directors. So there's a board of directors from different people in our field who are kind of like there as like advisors and stuff like that. And so instead of being like directly involved in everything, I just decided to join the board and still be an influence on it, but not be so wrapped up in that, because I want to work on my books. I want to like do my own writing. I want to do my own theorizing and whatnot.
That's fantastic. And so this is, supposed to be kind of one of the more spontaneous events of the launch stream. The launch stream, I don't know how much you know about it. Has this been on your radar at all, or is this kind of new?
I mean, Theory Underground in general has, yeah, definitely, and strongly support it and everything. As far as like this marathon, no, I don't entirely understand the whole concept. So
cool.
Yeah.
So basically the plan.
It's a relaunch, right? Because you guys did like a soft launch, so now you're like now you're like, well, man, we should have done a real launch. Let's do a real launch now.
Yeah, the soft
Right.
launch was like really personal. It was like just mainly people I've organized with in real life,
Yeah.
and a few people from online. So it was a very hybrid event based in the real world in Boise, Idaho, as opposed to like now that there's a real course site, like and it's
Yeah.
functional and people can take courses on demand because there's a few there. It was like, well, the course site needs its own launch, and so.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just something that I threw together over the last couple weeks here, and it was a complete nightmare trying to take people who were already trying to pin me down for a conversation and get them to fit into slots around one another with different time
Yeah.
zones. It's mostly pulled off without a hitch, besides the people in London being confused about Central European time.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wasn't using their London time, and they don't know about other
Yeah.
time zones.
Yeah.
Imperialism, but
they would say it's American imperialism. Many
It's
of
true.
them would.
That's true. I mean, it's
But
true.
I
It's
would
true.
say that they're wrong about that, because I think that Europe is really the ultimate. I mean, America is to blame for a lot, but Europe set the pace. It's European colonialism.
Well, capitalism does what it does, and currently the U.S. is the scapegoat, right? That's kind of that's the role of nations, and So, I guess the only other thing I'd say about the launch though is that yesterday was for 14 hours. Today it's been 10 hours already, and we've got a couple more people after you. But I'm just really happy that we were able to bring you on, and I wanted to basically let you introduce yourself to people who aren't familiar with the new Center for Research and Practice. Both Mikey and I have taken courses with the new center. I'm a friend of the new center. Like I'm a card-carrying member, and so in a sense, you guys have been like pioneering extra academic shit for a while. And I'm a big fan of all of that, and so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what you do, and then we'll talk a little bit about Virilio as well as this piece you're working on for Underground Theory Volume 1.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah. So the new center idea came basically from Mohammed and I and Tony. Tony Yannick, Mohammed Salemi, and myself. J.M. Adams, and that it came out of the basically, I mean, there were a lot of people thinking the same thing at the same time because the internet was becoming so big, and we finally had streaming video. YouTube had become a thing. There wasn't really the YouTube video essayists yet, but it was obvious that like video culture was going to be huge, and and that we could do classes online. So we just decided to like go and find our favorite theorists and invite them to teach classes with us or like in conjunction with us. And that's what we did. And we brought them in, and the Global Center was a little bit more theologically oriented, which didn't really float my boat that much. Although I am interested in theology because I studied with Agamben, and he has this very like non-religious approach to theology, which I find interesting, but like it's not really my main thing. My main thing is like the intersection of like society, culture, and politics, and like technology and media and that sort of thing. So when we started the new center, that became a place where that could happen, and Mohammed that was Mohammed's main main interest as well, and Tony to a large extent as well was working in video and computing and stuff like that. So things really came together with that, and so I just like basically left the Global Center, moved over to the new center. We co-founded that together, and it was really cool because it was there really was like no single founder, whereas with other institutions that they've been involved in, there's sometimes like a struggle over who the real founder is and that kind of thing, which is absurd. And really the real way to found something is to co-found it, or if you're going to do it by yourself, just found it yourself. But whatever you do, don't leave it like hazy where people are like fighting for recognition, and so the new center did that really, really well, and that's part of why we have a board of directors. Is the board of directors is there to show like this isn't just about like the people who founded it. This is a collective project. We're all part of this, and I think that the way that you guys are launching right now is really great because you're bringing in all these people who are who you consider part of your like theory community and interlocutors and that sort of thing. And I think that that's the way to start something. I mean, obviously it is your project, your and Mikey's, but at the same time,
he would even say, no, it's Dave's project.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, he's very adamant about this, and so
okay.
It's
because
actually
you put in the years before with Theory Plebe. Is that why?
No, it's because I anything that happens, I organize it, and then the main thing is that I built the website. I had to learn how to build a website, and then I've so far paid for everything, all of the advanced plugins and everything out of pocket.
Yeah.
The main money that came in the first couple months was a big donation for the app, but that was from so the main thing is. Like, I guess I've had so many problems with trying to organize things with other people because of it's like, it's a part of my energy output and just how I work. It's like, if I need to be accountable to a board and I actually need to pass things by a group of people, then it just creates so many kinks in the system, as well as like if there's other people who are supposed to be responsible for things and then it takes longer for me to train them and then them fall off and then it gets so complicated. So my whole thing has been this is less about a community, more about it's a place for people who don't belong anywhere.
It's like a fanzine. It's like a fanzine except in video form, which I actually thought that when we founded the Global Center and the new center. I was thinking this is like a journal, like we're not including everything in the world and we're excluding a lot and we're focusing on very specific things. And I don't think that there's anything fundamental. With a lot of journals, there is like one person who is like the founder of it or whatever, and that's fine. But what you don't want is like a struggle for recognition. If you can if you can be very clear from the very beginning on whose project it is, whether it is an individual person's project, like a fanzine might have been back in the day or even today. Or if it is a something where you're trying to emphasize collectivity in terms of like structurally, like I think it's ironic because sometimes you can actually your content can be about collectivity, even though your own structure isn't necessarily that. And sometimes that's exactly what you need, because if you get people on the board who are like maybe more liberal than you, when I say liberal, I mean like classical liberalism. Who have more like individualistic notions, and their version of collectivity is not really like a radical version of collectivity. Whereas like you might have in your head, coming from Zizek and other people, or Hegel or Marx and stuff, that a sense of collectivity that, you're trying to communicate this through this medium. And so, if people like slow you down and make that more complicated, it can actually be less collective, at least in terms of like what you're able to say. It's a paradox.
I think that's very generous of you, and that it actually shows that you get it, like you understand the efficacy.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's all kinds of ways of problematizing it. Part of the reason I'm doing it is because when I tried to do it as horizontally and inclusively as possible, I had so many problems with the kinds of people who come in and go, oh, okay, then I know what my role is. And it's to hystericize me and drag me through the situation. It's like, I just don't care. I don't care about entertaining such people because I've got goals. And these goals are primarily like, I want to be based in a bunch of different texts on a regular basis with people who actually want to be. And so the rest of it, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not for prefigurative politics in this space. I'm for prefigurative politics in other spaces, but like, I kind of just, it's more of it's almost more of like a creative project. I'm an artist. I'm trying to show what one person can pull off, you know. And so
and it does really, yeah, totally, yeah. You can think of it like an artist, like this is your fanzine, this is your solo band project or your solo music project, whatever you want to think of it as. And I think that is the world that we're moving into, is like practically like one person online schools, pretty much. You know, like when you look at like the platforms that are out there, that's what they're designed for. Like most of the big platforms that like let you upload classes and stuff just like randomly they're designed in a way where you're gonna like basically position yourself as like, you might come up with a name like Theory Underground or whatever, but ultimately it is like sort of like one person's project.
Right. Well, and I guess what I like, because I use the term friends and fellow travelers instead of followers, because my goal is not to be an influencer. And the inspiration for me is primarily, I think, not that I'm the biggest Frankfurt School person out there or whatever, but like I just really take inspiration from the fact that that's basically Horkheimer. Right now, Horkheimer's not the greatest theorist involved, and I won't be the greatest theorist involved, right? But he had the ability, and so he was able to pull it off. If it wasn't for Felix Weiss funding him, it wouldn't have happened. If it wasn't for Adorno's brain, then they wouldn't then other intellectuals wouldn't have gotten involved. Like Horkheimer alone couldn't have, without his friendship with Adorno. And I told Mikey, I was like, look, I'm just the Horkheimer here. You're the fucking Adorno. And he was like, don't fucking put that on me. I'm nothing like Adorno, you know? So, you know, but that's kind of the inspiration though,
Yeah. It is hard if like, I mean, I remember Barack Obama, not that I'm like lionizing him, but I remember he said, now don't expect that I'm going to be able to like, you know, change everything in the world, you know? And I think that like by lowering expectations, there's by projecting lowered expectations, somewhat lower expectations, and then exceeding it, you can accomplish a lot more than by being like, I'm the next Adorno. But no, I understand what you're saying. You're saying like I'm not the next Adorno. I think you are, Mikey. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I get it.
And part of it's a vehicle so that the artistic inventor side is really just like, what can I do with the media available? But the intellectual project is, what can other people who know a lot more about theory really teach me? And posing myself as, instead of the influencer, posing myself as the representative student supposed to have done the reading but be profoundly confused still.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and Douglas Lane kind of does that, I think, which is funny because I mean he's obviously very knowledgeable, and but I've seen some of his dialogues recently with Chris Catrone, and he was like sort of like being humble about his knowledge base, and I was like, really? I'm pretty sure his knowledge base is pretty high, but I mean Chris Catrone is formidable. I really like listening to him. He's great.
Did you hear that? So he's basically the first professor slated to be immortalized on Theory Underground, to have some on-demand course made available, because basically what he's been, you didn't know. So for the last basically 15 years, he's been developing this syllabus that gets taught every year, and it's at reading groups all across the world. And for me, I've joined various platypus reading groups and been kind of like, look, I it's cool hearing what everybody's opinions about this reading is or whatever, but I want to hear Catrone talk about this text. I just really want it. And so I was basically, because of the success of what's going on with the For They Know Not What They Do course with Mikey, and then the co-instructor shit I've done with some of my friends, it's like, I think I've officially figured out enough of the WordPress stuff that it's like, I can actually make that offer now to someone like Catrone. So we'll see how it goes. But the idea of it is kind of mind-blowing. It's like, it's obviously so beneficial for me in my education. It's like, I'm sorry, you should not speak about the left unless you've taken the platypus crash course, even if you disagree with Catrone on everything. Even if you disagree with all of the fellow travelers of platypus on everything, that syllabus is essential reading, right?
You know what's funny? It's kind of like Zizek. Like when Zizek makes like prescriptions about what should happen, or even some of his analyses, I'm like very much at odds with, and that is kind of true for Platypus as well. But when every single time that Chris Cutrone is being interviewed, anywhere that I see, I'm like totally every single thing he says is I'm just like, wow, I agree with every single thing. But then when I read like the platform of Platypus and that kind of stuff, there's all these things that I'm like kind of at odds with, you know. But
Right.
but yeah, you know, that's how theory works. We don't have to like completely embrace every single thing. You know, we can embrace half of it or a third of it or 2/3 of it, reject the rest, and because that's how we all become singular, you know, philosophers, I think, and thinkers, is that we you know, we reject some and embrace some, and ultimately we create this like hybrid singularity of our own perspective, you know. So but yeah,
So
go ahead.
I want to ask you. I want to pivot into actually just some theory really quick. But
Yeah.
I don't want to do that until I give you a second to talk about that other organization you mentioned, the global one. What's the name of it again?
Global Center for Advanced Studies. That was with Creston Davis, and we had like Slava Zizek teaching a class. We had Elaine Badiou. You know, we were going for like the biggest heavy hitters and like bringing them directly on as like like for my taste, it started to be a little bit too focused on like the bigger the better, you know. Like at some point we were entertaining Lady Gaga maybe teaching something. I was like this is I don't really like this. Like I actually prefer a more like, instead of like the ruling class of theory, I would rather have, and culture, if you're talking Lady Gaga, I would rather have like the middle class, you know, or you guys like emphasize the working class, which to me the working class and the middle class are the same thing. But like I would rather have, what I mean by middle class is I would rather emphasize like people who are like up and comers, who are being cited a lot, who are coming up with really new perspectives that are groundbreaking, but aren't necessarily huge, you know. And that was the idea of the New Center. So and I think the New Center has done really well at that. It's very curated, very specific, and you know, the individual people, sometimes they're bigger, like Reza Negarestani and Katerina Kolozova and people like that, but a lot of the time they're just people who the emphasis is not on them being big, it's the emphasis is on them being groundbreaking, you know, and having something new to say that other people aren't saying.
That's the primary issue with Underground Theory Volume 1, is that yeah, I've got a couple big names in it, but I actually haven't been telling people about that. And so far I'm not even going to tell you anyone. It's this whole stream marathon. It's like 24 hours of streaming, and we're not telling anyone the names because that'll be a cool surprise, but that's kind of just the bait to draw you in, to get you to take the Dangerous Maybe blog seriously, to get you to take this paper that Sean Middlestat wrote seriously, because there's some real shit happening, and we want you to read that. And and as far as, you know, Volume 1 goes, it's like this is canonical in my discursive world, in the sense that like I have conversations going with various people. Sometimes there's other people who are like, how do I get in on that conversation? Well, first of all, you read it. Yeah. That's the start. And so everything that kind of goes into the first volume, for me, it's like is prioritizing up and coming working class intellectuals, right? And so as far as your contribution to it goes, I actually, no, we shouldn't even talk about that yet. I want to talk about Virilio first. Can we get into it?
Yeah, it depends how much time we have. I can give you a brief overview, and then maybe I can talk about the chapter I'm going to contribute. Depends how long do we have? Do we have like 10 minutes?
So really,
15?
Really, we've basically got 20 minutes, and I don't think we'll have time for a lot of Q&A. Mikey in the chat says hi. He just popped in to see you. Okay. So actually, I'll combine the two questions, because the first one is just everyone at this point who's been along for the ride at all, if they even just came in for like a half hour, they probably got the memo on the courses that are upcoming, because in between all the segments with all the guests, I've been rolling a 8-minute PSA that talks about the 3 upcoming courses, the financial aid scholarship, et cetera, et cetera. And the one of the main courses that I'm teaching with my fiance, actually, it's called Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory. And Virilio is actually one of these thinkers who's foundational to critical media theory, as I understand it, as Mikey understands it, right? And so he will not be one of the essential texts being drawn on in the beginning, because this is a short 6-lecture session crash course, and we're drawing off of what we know best. I would love to bring you on for a full conversation about your book once you're ready to promote it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can tell you the basic idea of it is that it's the same as my master's thesis. I did my master's thesis in political science and communication at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, BC, in Canada. And when I was there, I basically I was working at a radical bookshop called Spartacus Books. It was like a radical left bookshop. It sounds like the Spartacus League, but it wasn't. It was mostly anarchist and anarcho-communist and stuff. But it was a pretty wide range of the left. And but anyway, this professor came in while I was planning my MA thesis, while I'm like volunteering there, and he said, when you're planning this out, why don't you just like take one thinker that that's being discussed to some degree, read everything that thinker has written, read everything that anyone has written about that thinker, figure out what the main interpretation and the main understanding of that thinker is, and then figure out what they're missing, and then introduce your alternative interpretation. So that's what I did with him. And this Andrew Culp did a book called Dark Deleuze. And reading Deleuze as not merely like an affirmationist, not merely like a positive, Spinozan joy trumpeter kind of person, but also as somebody who has a very dark and negationist side as well, which is exactly what that professor recommended me to do. Like find some thinker and give a contrarian reading or an unusual reading of that thinker. So that's what I did with Virilio, because he was seen as a pessimist. This is back in 2004, so way before Dark Deleuze and way before any of that stuff. And I would say even it was somewhat before there was like a big emphasis on sort of like contrarian thinking, which I think came about with Zizek and all the other people in the post-structuralist milieu, including Rancière and Agamben and all these people who basically said, no, Foucault went too far in the direction of liberalism. We need to return to some degree of structuralism. I think you see that in Agamben. In Rancière, there's a grappling with Althusser that doesn't entirely reject Althusser, I wouldn't say. And I think a lot of it is sort of like the Althusserian structuralists, Balibar, and Zizek being one of those people, but there's like 7 of them, right? 7 or 8. So I think that at that time, all of that was happening, and to me, Virilio is one of those people as well, because he was a phenomenologist, and everyone else was sort of like tooting the horn of post-structuralism, and he was like, no, I've never actually, I studied Merleau-Ponty, Husserl. He rarely mentioned Heidegger. Usually was more interested in Husserl and Merleau-Ponty for perception and the phenomenology of perception. He's basically saying that even with post-structuralism and all of that, none of that really ever surpassed phenomenology. Phenomenology was already incorporated like almost every single thing that post-structuralism ever brought to the table. So in some ways, we don't really need to even address that. You could maybe refer to post-phenomenology, but in that sense, it wouldn't be like abandoning it. It would be building upon it.
Right.
And almost every major figure in that milieu did that. But anyway, going back to Virilio, he's usually interpreted as a pessimist, and having a very dark perspective on like the future of technology, saying that all of our current technologies have emerged out of the military milieu, and like everything that the military would like to see happen, that's where technology came from, such as the internet coming out of the U.S. military's attempt to be able to evade a nuclear war. That even if there was a nuclear war that destroyed the entire country, except for maybe hundreds of thousands of people or something like that, that you could still have communication, and the people with the biggest weapons, in the military could still communicate and figure out how to avert whatever danger and protect whatever could possibly be protected that was left. And so a sort of indestructible form of communication is, basically what the internet is, and that came directly out of military prerogatives. So if we're trying to, so Virilio, he's constantly, denouncing speed, denouncing acceleration. If anything, he's seen as like the premier anti-accelerationist, you could say. But ironically, he's cited by a lot of them because he was the first one to really talk about speed and acceleration and like cultural acceleration, technological, at least to the degree that he did, which was a lot. And so my approach is to basically take this person who's usually read as a pessimist and to figure out, okay, wait a minute, because I remember him saying that he is an anarchist. I remember him saying that he is a left-wing Catholic. I remember him saying that he does in fact have a vision for how technology could be more democratically R&D'd and more democratically deployed into the world as something that was sort of a co-creation of all of society, not of a small number of technocrats who are basically serving military ends. And so I went and I collected all of that, and it turned out that it was a lot. He actually says a ton about what his alternative to the current order of things is. And so when I wrote my master's thesis, it was called Popular Defense in the Empire of Speed. Popular defense is his concept of how we can resist sort of like what he calls the empire of speed, the empire of acceleration. And he talks about such things as, for example, during the Prague Spring, the people who resisted the USSR tanks that came in Prague and were basically asserting Soviet authority over Prague. The way that they resisted that was by using their own mental maps, their own like phenomenological maps inside their brains of like the lay of the land, like what streets were connected to which ones. And so they would go around and like tear down street signs, destroy them, like deface them. They would tear down numbers on houses and buildings, and they would make it so that when the Soviet tanks were coming through Prague, no matter where they went, they had no idea where they were, because they had no way to orientate themselves, whereas the people of Prague did. So this is what he calls popular defense, and he says that this is kind of like one of the ways that we can resist is by there are always ways that we can basically use our already existing power and our already existing knowledge, such as he talks about the general strike as well, and that kind of thing. But things that we already have within our reach, within our power, that are not like understood widely to be tools of radical change. So anyway, so I just basically like put together a pretty elaborate description that no one else had really done before of what Virilio's alternative is, and how Virilio actually is not necessarily a pessimist. He can be read as more of a positive, like Nietzschean affirmationist who's not entirely focused on negation. I also did the same thing later for Deleuze, where I did the opposite, very similar to Andrew Culp, where in a later essay I basically said, well, there's also this negationist Deleuze. This is the way that I like to think, because I guess I am ultimately a post-structuralist or a post-phenomenologist, in the sense that I don't like completely embrace or completely reject any thinker, because my goal is to be somebody who like writes things or makes videos or does whatever, teaches online classes that present a singular unique perspective, not one that parrots and repeats the approach of somebody else, you know, and certainly not the one that everybody says. You know, like with Virilio, there's this like consensus that he is just a pessimist. He has nothing other to offer than just pessimism and dark negation and that kind of thing. And it's just so obvious when you read him that that's totally not true. You know, it's kind of like with Adorno. Like people say that about Adorno, but when you understand negative dialectics, you understand that negative dialectics is actually ultimately the point of the negation is ultimately a kind of affirmation. You know,
right.
And you could say that about dialectics in general, but sometimes people get so wrapped up only in the negation or only in the affirmation. If you're talking about Deleuzians and Nietzscheans, they get so wrapped up in one side or the other that they don't see that, like, really the people who developed these concepts, they weren't simple. You know, they were complex, very complex thinkers, and so they weren't thinking just in terms of just negating or just affirming. So that's what I like to do, is figure out what people have not yet said about something, and try to elaborate that. And I assume from the beginning, much as Rancière does, and this might be a good transition to the article that I'm going to write. But you know, Rancière assumes that, for example, in pedagogy, our goal is not, as teachers, our goal is not to like fill empty heads with just pure raw data. Our goal is to basically light a fire in people's brains that makes them go seek out understanding and knowledge in their own way that's relevant to them. You know, and obviously, you know, the better tools they have, the better. So you give them good tools to do that with. But the main goal.
Where does Rancière talk about that, by the way? Just curious.
Oh, a great book called The Ignorant Schoolmaster.
That sounds really good. Yeah.
It's really good. He talks about this language instructor in Belgium who he basically brought his class. He got them to like learn Flemish when they didn't know any Flemish, and he himself did not know Flemish. So the idea was for them to all learn it together, you know. And in some ways that can sound like a bit like exactly the kind of thing that Zizek might critique, actually. Like it's kind of like a kumbaya, like 60s hippies mentality, that we don't need lectures, we don't need to be talked down to or whatever. But you can also look at it from the other perspective and say, well, no, it's not saying, this isn't a kumbaya thing. This is saying that the only like, if you want to talk about communism, this is saying that the only reason we should even think that communism is possible is that we assume that the human mind is capable of vastly more than capitalist society has allowed it to be. And that goes for individual people, like going back to the working class topic that we were talking about, you know, like there's a documentary on the janitor philosophers, I forget what it's called, but of Harvard. It's the janitors of Harvard who are secretly philosophers and are secretly studying philosophy and this kind of thing. And it's, you know, that perspective of pedagogy from Rancière is basically saying that we need to see it ourselves. We need to see our own ability to, you know, as working class people or middle class people. I mean, the difference in income between working and so-called middle is like nothing compared to that between both and the 1%, obviously. And the distinction is an absurd distinction, really, from a Marxist perspective, anyway. But I guess what I'm saying is
that's a documentary. There's actually a documentary about that.
Yeah, it's called the janitor, or maybe it's called the what is it called?
Is it called Janitor Turned Philosopher?
No. Janitor Philosophers, Harvard. Documentary.
I guess.
The Philosopher Kings. Yeah, it's called The Philosopher Kings, 2009.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
You're giving me lots of good leads here, so thank you.
Yeah.
The Ignorant Schoolmaster and the Philosopher Kings are going to be something that because we led off Theory Underground with a short course called The Idea of University, where the two people that are also educators that I've had the most conversations with, we three co-instructed, so each of us would lecture and then also have conversations, right? And so it's kind of, because Theory Underground is trying to prioritize the lecture model, the introductory lecture model, as opposed to the graduate seminar model. And so we want to have introductory lecture stuff, but we also have co-op, co-teaching things, and then we also have sometimes a mixture of conversations, but mostly, instead of discussion groups, what we're promoting is the exegetical reading model, where 2 to 3 people, no more, get together having already done the reading for that week, and then they read it together out loud and talk about it as they go through it, and that's fucking fire. Like, it's really igniting people in a really positive way. So
and lectures can totally do that. I think of lectures as like essays, basically. They're intended to be like understandable by a kind of like somewhat educated, like whether it's like officially or like independently or whatever, but somewhat like intellectual populace, but to also push beyond the boundaries of what they would typically think, as well as beyond what their fellow academics might think. So I think that I think lectures are I'm in agreement with the importance of it. It's just that, like, even as a lecturer or a writer, there's still a question there, which is the same question about pedagogy. It's like, are you thinking that as that you have like this objective warehouse of knowledge, like an Amazon warehouse in your brain, and that you are just sort of unpacking that, and distributing that with your drones going out to all the houses or whatever? Are you just simply, are you a warehouse of knowledge, or are you a generator of new perceptions? Right.
Or as Carl Jaspers would talk about it, it's the best lectures allow you to follow someone else along a train of thought that's not just like this pre-written sort of thing being regurgitated. It's actually, you're seeing them basically at work, right? Like you're present with them. They're basically taking you on the journey of like, hey, I'm in this field and these are the things I'm working on. And they're basically the tour guide of the field so that you can get your basis in the field so that you can also do it. And the main point of that is just that, like, everyone benefits from being able to follow a longer train of thought, first of all. Second of all, and obviously that runs counter to the attention economy, and speed, right? But the goal is that everyone gets to, right? Like that, even if you decide you never want to lecture, eventually, if you go through a period of being obsessed with a field and following other people who are obsessed in the field, who've been at it for a while, you're imagining yourself in that situation. Okay, so what would I say different? What would I bring to it? And so you're hystericizing yourself because you're saying, shit, do I want to do this? Right? And so that's, I think, like you talk about the ignorant schoolmaster, part of the job is to get other people to want to go do it themselves, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that movie, The Philosopher Kings, I think would inspire a lot of people to do that too. Just in the sense, it's kind of doing the same work in the sense that, like, if that's really the main goal of pedagogy, then, like showing people who are janitors but who are also philosophers, for a whole film as a documentary is like it. If you were watching that and you wanted to get into philosophy, it might be like the perfect thing for that.
The reason this was surprising to me is because I already have like a kind of documentary idea that I'm playing with, and it wouldn't be quite that, but it's kind of like that, and so now I've got to watch this for inspiration, really.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
so I know you probably don't have that much longer, but I
can talk about that.
We got a little bit more time from the person who's next, because he's gonna mess with camera setup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So basically. You've been thinking a lot about movements and scenes, and you have a basis, not just in politics thank God, more in the music scene and also theory. And so I say thank God because people who are purely based in politics, I can't.
Yeah.
But I think that people kind of who've kind of been a part of various scenes, or they usually have an insight into things. My recent kind of like realization is that like multilingual communities who are focused on learning languages are actually the best scenes I've ever been in. Like the best people that, as far as, there's always great people in every scene, but the point is like to be in a scene where basically everyone is always failing openly and it's a very like, yeah, we all fail together and get better. It's because you can fake being good at theory. You know, you can fake having read a book. You can just pursue social capital or whatever, but you can't fake knowing a language, not for very long. And so just their cards are on the table and everyone's supportive, right? Yeah. And so I love that. But the music scene has a little bit more, I mean, God, it's a little bit more complicated. It's more like a theory circle where it's like there's the real musicians and there's the cool band houses to party at, and there's the these people are assholes because of this, but these ones are sellouts for that. And so it's a lot more complicated. And so you've been mapping this, I guess, for a while, but a lot more recently you've been thinking about it, you said. And so I'm just curious, kind of, what are you working on in regards to all of that?
Well, I'm kind of just building, kind of like Mackenzie worked, just did that book, Raving. Not exactly like that, but somewhat, because as far as I understand, Mackenzie used to go to raves and then like started going again really heavily after she transitioned, and then basically wrote this book on that experience and comparing it with her old experience back in Australia, which is pretty cool. But it is kind of a shift. As far as I understand it, it was still based on somewhat of a shift or like a return to a prior interest in the past. And for me, when I got involved in the New Center, I met all these tech people who, tech theory people and accelerationists and people like that. And suddenly I was surrounded by all these people who thought very similarly and talked very similarly about how things should be operated and that sort of thing, to exactly what I remembered from the punk scene. But they were all very into electronic music and most of them weren't really into punk. It wasn't really their thing. And I don't know if that's because electronic music is like maybe really big in the art world. I'm not in the art world that much really, so I don't really know what people typically listen to or what their musical background or culture is. But I got a very strong sense that electronic music, and specifically left field, kind of cutting edge, more very similar to punk types of electronic music were sort of their thing, and that was sort of like what the CCRU and Nick Land and all those people, they were all like doing speed and going to like techno raves and stuff like that, and and that was like their culture. And, I remember at the time when they were doing that, I was going to punk and hardcore shows. And we thought that, at least as far as what we knew of those people, we thought that they were kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Like, because we were always thinking of like the huge corporate raves. That's what we were thinking. Like, and I don't even remember that much about like the really DIY rave culture that Mackenzie talks about, which is really cool when I look at it now, because now I understand it. But back then I always thought it was just like those colorful corporate raves that are run by some promoter trying to make $1 million or whatever, and not really about the music, not really about participatory culture. But anyway, just to get back to it, the thing with electronic music is that it does get very, very avant-garde, and it does get very almost sort of like some of it, you could say that for punk too, but punk always has this sort of like the main focus of punk is like mostly is authenticity and horizontality, and I think that with electronic music there's a lot more openness to I guess verticality and to what you might call high culture, high music, that would be something that maybe an Adorno might celebrate in some cases, depending on what you're talking about. And their knowledge base about avant-garde music is just so vast that the people who are really, really deeply into it, they know every single figure that, and in great detail, that Adorno talks about as sort of like the top figures of like high culture in the music world. And that's not really true in punk, I don't think. You know, in punk, your claim to fame is that you know, you maybe know like this amazingly, intense like Negazione from Italy. I remember I knew about them when Los Crudos came out, and people were comparing Los Crudos to Negazione, and which means negation, by the way, since we're talking about that. But they were just like an amazing band. They complete fury, and but they were something that like Americans typically would not know about. And there were all these groups from like Japan, like Jism and things like that, that were pretty much unknown in the U.S. culture. And so you're sort of like mark of distinction or claim to distinction as like a connoisseur of punk music, or is first of all is there's the ethos of every band member a fan, every fan in a band kind of thing, like that. Like you go to like a typical punk show, every single person, in many cases, at least from what I remember, depending on the scenes, in many cases, at least in the DIY sections, basically everybody who was at the show was also had their own band, also had their own fanzine, also had their own distribution project or whatever, and it was very DIY and participatory. And so you had a lot of but then you have this sort of like horizontal element to it that I think that if you're going to talk about it in theory terms, Rancière did this really interesting critique of Bourdieu on this topic, where he said that Bourdieu has this idea about distinction. He has the big book called Distinction. Right. And in that book, he basically says that he basically makes the claim that there has been this like fundamental classism inherent to a lot of sociology and academia in general, that basically says that working class people have no culture, have no sense of distinction, have no claims to understanding of anything on any type of like level of discernment, because they're so poor that they, if we're talking about very poor people and working class people, their level of income is not high enough to even make accessible, the entire, realm of classical music or like high art and that kind of thing. Because, and especially back when he wrote that, you would have to go traveling. I mean, nowadays with the internet, it's a completely different world that we live in, and a lot could be said about that. But go ahead.
It's, I mean, the traveling is a big factor, and I would say it almost, I mean, seeing a Van Gogh in person made me like Van Gogh in a way that it was like before that I was kind of like, Van Gogh's cool. Then I actually saw it firsthand, and I was like, oh shit, right? And so in that sense, it's like I've not seen any of these great symphonies or that exist. I've never seen any of them, and not only have I not seen, I've heard them. Yeah. But I lack the education for the refinement of my taste, and I know that I could, right? I know that it's possible, and I know that I might someday. It's always something that I might dive into, but it is one of those things that it really comes from people who've got time, energy, privilege in spades. To be able to have spent time learning music theory, instruments, even enough to just respect that someone is doing something and you can see what they did. It's like, if you can see what they did, you can respect it. But if you just go and you're like, cool, pretty music, I don't know. No. Right. And so for me, it's like classical music is still basically wasted on me. And that is because I am a degenerate in a sort of sense. And I genuinely wish that we lived in a world where I had the time and energy and resources to be able to participate in the kinds of lectures and music tutoring experiences that are the prerequisite for genuinely enjoying these things and not just going to, I went, you know.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
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 100%.
There's definitely like a working class, lower middle class thing that is exactly that, like going to the symphony just so that you can say that you went to the symphony, you know, like where you're not really like, and but yeah, I mean, I think that all that stuff still exists, but basically, like, I think that I think there's two different models. So like Bourdieu's model of like understanding distinction within a working class milieu is that, for example, if you're working class, you have access. Maybe you can like prove sociologically that the vast majority of working class people eat a lot of fast food, for example. But even then, you know, you still have Burger King, you have McDonald's, you have Long John Silver's, you know, you have a range of fast food, and maybe you have some other drive-throughs that are like locally run, like maybe like a barbecue place or something. And so within that, so basically Rancière is basically saying that even within that limited range of options, there still is, like, pretty much everybody has an opinion of why, you know, they can give you like a very detailed explanation of why they like Burger King's like flame broiled burgers as opposed to McDonald's and how they do it, or Wendy's or something. And so Bourdieu kind of like champions that limited range of options form of distinction as being something that is ignored by the classism of sociology, which doesn't even pay attention to that kind of thing, you know, in the first place, which is a great point. But then Rancière came along, you know, like a couple decades later, with the post-structuralist that I was talking about, and he said that the problem, Bourdieu's perspective is still kind of classist, actually. Like, he's trying to combat classism because he's like, you know, a Marxist or a quasi-Marxist. So that's cool, but is he really succeeding in his goal? Because he's basically saying that, like, I mean, especially in the world of the internet that we live in now, where you can go look at a Van Gogh. You can look at a Van Gogh in great detail right now. Anyone can who has access, if you have access to the internet. And that used to be a big debate too. Like, is it really distributed well enough that we can say that? And, you know, maybe not, but, like, you know, we can err on the side of saying, no, there definitely is greater access today, or we can err on the side of being very, like, going into the minutia and saying, well, no, but it is, you know, not everybody has the same speed of bandwidth, and it depends if you're rural or urban, and there definitely are differences across racial lines and other things like that, like whether people have access to smartphones that versus you know, ones that don't have full internet and that kind of stuff all the time. So there are all of these issues, but basically what Rancière says, he's not even saying it from the way that I'm saying it now. Like, his example, actually, what he says is that he says that the only truly non-classist and truly communist perspective on this question is not to champion the Burger King champions. That's not radical from his perspective, you know, from Rancière's. He would say that Bourdieu is basically like subjecting the world to the sociologists. You know, he's kind of using this sort of like situationist Bourdieuian language there. And he's missing the fact that, like, there are all kinds of working class people who read high theory, who read high philosophy, and who know it, like, and sometimes know it better than academics know it. You know, there are all kinds of working class people, like the janitor philosopher kings. There are also all kinds of working class people who know, extremely rarefied, avant-garde art history and things like that. And there are barriers of access to those things for sure. But ultimately, like, on what grounds could we say that a working class person maybe would be even more likely to have a good understanding of high culture or high theory? maybe even a better understanding of it than your typical upper middle class or upper class person.
Right.
And the basis that he gives for this is that he says that he talks about, one of his examples is like builders, construction workers who are building a mansion. They build this mansion, and he refers to the workers' diaries, what they wrote at night, when they were just sort of like writing to themselves and they were done with their work for the day. And some of their diaries would say things like would just describe like intricate details of the building of a mansion, and like the different parts of the architecture, and just the way that they would describe it would be in a way that, like, if you really think about it, your average very rich family buying a mansion and moving into it, they're going to listen to the realtor, using maybe some architectural language that that they're sort of like faking, to sound sophisticated or whatever, and they'll sort of like play along with that, and maybe skim a few magazine articles about whatever the architecture is, or like the period that it's supposed to be replicating, and cite that, but like, do they really know it in any way even close at all to the level of complexity that the actual builders and the architects? I mean, like, again, if we're going to say that middle class and working class should be seen as the same thing, that's what I believe. I think that's the communist perspective, and I think that Rancière basically says that if you really see it from that perspective, then you should be seeing that like the construction workers have just as much capacity as, say, like the architect. It's just that maybe their capacity has been frustrated, but they may also know all kinds of, like, phenomenological details from the process of building and from the process of seeing many of these buildings created, and doing that work themselves, that would be completely elusive to the architect, and that would certainly be elusive to the rich people who buy the mansion, or to the realtor who sells the mansion, with just like looking up on Wikipedia some like tiny amount of architectural history that they refer to sound smart or knowledgeable, and because that's what makes the sale. But basically what he says is that and this is also said in Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time. He talks about how the quote is so awesome. I can't remember what he says, but to me, it's the whole, like, people often misread In Search of Lost Time as being they like, people will often think that it is just sort of like this, like, sort of like embrace of bourgeois culture at the time, but it's obviously a satire. If you read much of it, like, it becomes very clear it's a radical satirization of the ruling class and all of their assumptions about other people. One of their biggest assumptions being that working class people are not smart or are not capable of becoming more knowledgeable or whatever. And so he basically says that he basically denounces what people call popular art, where people will say that like, oh, well, that fancy Stravinsky music or whatever is all well and good, but it's not really accessible to the masses. So let's celebrate Madonna or Lady Gaga instead. Let's talk about that and the relevance of that kind of culture to society and to possible social change that might come out of shifted perceptions from mass culture or whatever. Whereas he says that, I don't know, he has a perspective that the truly communist perspective is to actually see high culture and high theory and everything as the purview of every sector of society, and right. to not use, like, working class authenticity as an excuse to then say, like, well, yeah, we don't touch that philosophy shit, you fucking middle class bougie. Like, instead of that, it's like no, this is the purview of working class people too. and
Right.
like and you know, working class people can sound sophisticated and can make claims and can do all these things that upper middle class and upper class people can do, and in many cases they can do it on a stronger foundation of understanding because they've been involved in the actual production and the like suffering of capitalism and that kind of thing too.
No. Bourdieu is kind of like this. It's like Trump eating, at McDonald's. It's like, oh, cool. You're so aware of what the working class experience is like, right? And the issue, I like Bourdieu. I genuinely like Bourdieu because I think he's very insightful. But also, I think he really lends himself to this line of criticism, and it's one that I only became aware of because of Peter Sloterdijk in his "You Must Change Your Life." Did you ever read that one? Cool. Well, okay. So the long and short of it is, it's a defense of verticality. He thinks that the dimension of verticality is being erased. He says that everyone wants horizontalism. Everything. What we need is a real defense of height. And specifically, he's not against having, he uses the metaphor of a base camp, and then you have mountains. And there's different kinds of mountains people might want to climb. The point is you want to have a good base camp, but you want people to be able to climb mountains, right? And so obviously there's a social democrat way of doing this, and there's a communist way of doing this, and his is a more social democratic way. But to have a good base camp means people have certain fundamental needs cared for, and that they can have a dignified life if they don't want to become mountain climbers. But if you have human capacities that have not been explored, and you feel like that's something that you're not able to explore and potentially hone, it kills you. And so the idea of us, we've made everything accessible, but also we've removed all the mountains. It's like, I don't want to live in that world. Everyone wants to climb mountains in some way. And he opens the chapter, or he opens the book with like a discussion of he says crippleology, or like crypt theory, or it's about disability really, and he defends his usage of the word because there's a good basis for that in the literature or whatever, but basically the point is like nobody has bigger mountains to climb than the person who is born without legs, or the person who's missing arms. And he talks about like the virtuoso on the violin who's playing it with their feet. But he says most of the time, being able to play like a mediocre song on an instrument, which is amazing because you the challenge is imposed on you, is that we forget that just going about and having a normal life becomes its own mountain, and it's a mountain that you can be proud of, right? And it's like hey, I managed to do X, Y, and Z normal things. So it's interesting that normalcy becomes celebrated as a sort of goal that one wants to attain as its own mountain. So he uses that to kind of, obviously, to set aside the critique that height and the verticality is going to be ableist. And then he never quite says that, but that is what he's preempting. The main thing, though, is this metaphor of base camp. It's my favorite line, even though I do like Bourdieu. At one point, he says in the chapter on Bourdieu, the sort of quilting moment, or maybe just it's like the hot take, is that he says that Bourdieu is the youngest brother of the last man at base camp. He wants, and so
that's pretty much exactly what Rancière is doing. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, it changes the way you read him, but the fact is also Bourdieu is onto something. And he's experiencing it because he is a cultural outsider coming into France, and every little thing in France at the time, every little way that you say anything says so much about you, and everyone reads into it in a way because they're just trying. It's just pure classism, right? And so he is dealing with that as an outsider I think he's from Algiers, right? And so it's a colonized country. This is what he's seeing, but he goes a little far.
Yeah. Or not far enough, you could say, also.
Oh, there you go. Fair enough, yeah. And so I kind of wanted to tie that all back around to a couple of things. The idea that working class people not smart, not capable, could aspire to more if the conditions were such or if they had the right support, etc. I do promote this idea alongside the other idea that there's different kinds of smart, there's different kinds of mountains, there's different kinds of goals, and the fact is not everybody needs to do X, Y, and Z things. Not everyone needs to agitate for their interests. Not everybody needs to read theory. Not everybody needs to play the violin. Yeah, cool. The point is that base camp needs to be such that people can, and if we don't live in a world where it is, I don't want to be here, and that's the world we live in today. I don't like it, and so that's the issue there. Whether I call it communism or something else, that's another conversation. Whether the middle class and the working class are the same thing, that is a real big question, and I feel like that would be a portal to a real conversation that we could have, because I just taught a course on the professional managerial class. I think that basically you would have to, like, have you read Fear of Falling or Barbara Ehrenreit's seminal essay on the topic or any of that kind of stuff?
I know the discourse somewhat. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's. I do know
that's a problem, though.
It was developed by, that concept was developed by the PMC, and I think that we should be a little bit like, okay, the people who are talking about that are PMC, so like for the most part.
But but that's identity. What you're doing is, because you're entering the discourse at the level that it tends to play out, which is working class identity politics, and so you're addressing working class identity politics, calling it what it is, and saying, hey, the people who are talking about it are this, which is almost like saying critical race theory is mostly white people. Well, okay, that's fair at the level where the discourse is occurring, but that's not what, say, Erin Wright's doing or what she's dealing with, and that's part of my issue. And my intervention into the discourse is that I don't like it being used as a slur. I don't like it being used as a way of knocking down a person who's middle class. I don't like it being used as a way of writing people off, because it's not supposed to be about identity. It's supposed to. Obviously, to some degree, yeah, I'm a blue collar intellectual. Yeah, I'm also fucking PMC though. I went to college, right?
Yeah.
So
I wasn't saying that about you, by the way. I was just saying, like, in general, like when I noticed like the discourse about it, I'm always like. The levels of the paradox are like I understand that like anybody should be able to speak about anything, and it shouldn't be like that like just because you have a certain background that you shouldn't be able to make a critique. I think everybody should be able to just make an observation, for sure. It's just that I think that there's definitely something to the PMC critique, and I think it's very worthwhile to pursue. What I don't like is opportunistic assignations of that concept. I guess that's what you just said. I don't like people like opportunistically like throw that out and say like, oh well, Deleuze is PMC, so we don't listen.
Oh fuck.
We don't read that.
No, though that's the way labor aristocracy theory also has been used, and so it's like getting called a labor aristocrat when the way the person is using the term, what they're trying to say is, I don't have to listen to you, or anything that you think doesn't need to be taken seriously. And when I hear that, it's like, well, if we're thinking about this as a sort of structural contradiction in the development of Marxism, cool, but that doesn't seem like the way you're using it. You're trying to unperson me, so fuck you. Right, like that is the same thing with whiteness. It's like, well, if you're talking about something interesting and structural, it's cool. But if you're just trying to knock me down a peg and haze me in public, fuck you. Like, it's not going to happen. I'm not one of these, punching bag like sacrificial mascots in the '60s when all of the student activists would just take these hazings on the basis of their identity. No, we've been doing it for 100 years. It goes nowhere. It's stupid. So, but there's still something to the theory, right? And it's like calling middle class and working class the same thing is almost the same thing as it's like, no, I don't want to call it almost the same thing, but it's almost on that level of being like, because I don't like identity politics, I will say that black and white's the same thing. And it's like, well,
I'm talking about definitions. Like the Marxist definition of working class is defined only by one thing. There's only one definition.
No, but it's a bad definition of class. It's a terrible definition of class that has led to terrible mistakes in history.
No, no,
And
no,
if we don't
no,
learn
no.
from those
I'm saying,
mistakes in
well,
history,
first of all, let's just say what it is. Let's just say what it is. The Marxist definition of class, of the working class, is anyone who does not own productive property and therefore must sell their labor to survive. That you could be a doctor and be that. You could be a professor and be that. You could be a writer.
you could be a serf. You could be a serf and be that though.
And you can also be a janitor. You can also be a ditch digger. You can be all kinds of things. So that's why the IWW, for example, the Wobblies, the most radical union in American history, that's why they that their concept. Actually, their concept. This is actually a great example. Their concept of the real name is Industrial Workers of the World, right?
Right.
When they said industrial, they didn't mean industrial, like industrial production, like working in a factory. That's not what they meant. They meant that the unions should be organized across the entire industry. So like at Harvard, you have janitors, you have cafeteria workers, you have professors, you have administration, and you have a very wide range of types of professions that are part of this one industry called the education industry. So that's industrial union. Industrial unionization means that you're organizing the entire industry and getting everyone on the same team, because that's what the working class is. The working class is that entire range. So if you can bring all those people together and they all strike, you're definitely shutting that shit down. But if you're going to allow there to be divisions based on like, well, these people are janitors and those people are professors, I would say that I don't think that you learned the lesson of that documentary. The point of the documentary is not that professors are dumb and janitors are smart. It's that everyone has capacity, no matter where they are on the spectrum. And by the way, professors are not the ruling class anyway.
No, but they serve a very important
when they're
function.
adjuncts.
It's just that they serve a very important function in the maintenance of a class society, and that if that function is not, if they don't have cognizance of that function, then politics exists as it does today. Which, now I want to leave that open as a thing we should talk about, because One Dime is basically slated to begin right now. He's been so gracious about pushing this off. He basically went and did other things so that we could have this conversation, which is awesome, because I know that this is the kind of conversation that's going to be, it opens a lot of portals for a lot of future stuff. And the one thing that we didn't even really get into, I think because you got really deep into the Bourdieu Rancière thing, which is great, because honestly, like, we got a bunch of Aurelio, Bourdieu, Rancière, it's awesome, but was to kind of tie that back into specifically like how the music scene thing. Yeah. Maybe you could say kind of like a quilting, closing, kind of bring it all back to music and theory as scenes, and then we'll have to continue this later.
Okay. Yes. So I guess the thing that I didn't mention, there's two things. One is the band Daft Punk. They were all former metalheads and punks, and they got into electronic music in France in the I think it was like the late 90s through like, the early 2010s or something like that. And they called it Daft Punk because they were all former punks, and they wanted to do this other kind of music that was completely different from what they were doing before. And I think that is kind of like that kind of like ability to change and to kind of shapeshift, and a kind of like trickster position is fundamental to a this kind of Rancièrean perspective of being of like the truly communist culture should not just be the Internationale. It should also be, like avant-garde classical, and that should be seen as just as communist as the Internationale. Unless we're being completely instrumental rationalists, which wouldn't be very post-Frankfurt School, But anyway, the thought that I had was Poison Idea from Portland, who I'm actually writing. I'm writing a review of the singer's, the singer of Poison Idea, his autobiography, it's called thebattleground.eu. Which is a online magazine of kind of like culture, and run by a lot of people's Facebook friends like Charlie Birch and Joel Shalit from Punk Planet. but so I'm writing a review of his life, and they were this punk band from Portland. They were totally about working class authenticity. You know, they sneered at everything that was even slightly middle class, but it was all based. But it has this issue that we were talking about of like, well, sometimes that can be kind of selective. Like from somebody else's perspective, some of the things that you think are really great in working class would like that. Somebody else might think like, well, I've never heard of that, and I think there's a reason I've never heard of it. Because like I'm like from a rural poor family or something, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. It could be that because they were great, sort of like obscure punk connoisseurs and that kind of stuff, especially like Japanese punk and that kind of stuff. But anyway, they had an album called Ian Mackay, and it came out right when Embrace and Fugazi came out. Which, when you think about it, if you know about Revolution Summer, that was the year that like early emo disrupted the kind of like mainstream hardcore and punk scene at that time, with much more complicated, emotional. Go ahead.
I was just gonna the emo interjection and interruption, but it bleeds into EDM. I'm just curious, like, do you know much about Sonny Moore?
No.
Okay, because he was From First to Last was a really big deal, and so he burnt out on that music scene, and then he just started doing his own thing on MySpace, where he was just like
electronic music.
It was basically him kind of murmur singing to beats, but it became Skrillex.
Huh? Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Sonny Moore. Yeah, no, yeah, I do know that. Yeah, I do know. I do know about that. I listened to his first album, which
seeing
I really
that transformation, I was like, well, I'm not going in that direction, but it's kind of cool. Yeah. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I can respect it.
Yeah. Well, they had on the cover of this album, it's actually the ass of one of the members of Poison Idea, and these guys are all like, every one of them is like between 300 to 500. 600 pounds, like really a big, chunky fat guys. And like you talk about like fat pride and that kind of stuff. These guys were like fat pride, like before fat pride. They were fat pride when fat pride was being like a nihilist, and like it was like a nonconformist punk, like saying, like in a way that wasn't about like the identity politics of it at all. It was cool. Just like drink as much as you want, get completely wasted every day, get as high as you can every day, fuck all the time, don't work, don't do anything that you're supposed to do. And that's what punk rock is. That's the punk scene. That's the punk culture. That was their definition of it. Of course, when you start looking at like the like really micromanaged politics of like political DIY punk and hardcore and things like that came out like in the 90s and after, which is that's what I experienced. But they were the first punk show that I ever saw. So on this album, it shows the ass of I think it's Pig Champion, who is like the really, really big guy. I think he's like almost 600 pounds, and he's spreading his ass cheeks, and you see his like asshole, and it's like. And it says Ian Mackay like that, so it's basically saying like "fuck you, Ian Mackay,"
Hell yeah.
And they saw that because they saw Ian Mackay from their perspective. He was like too like kind of like intellectual, too micromanagey over like little details of like what you should eat and whether you should do drugs or not, whether you should drink,
right,
and that kind of stuff. And just it almost felt like middle class Christianity to them, or upper middle class Christianity, as opposed to
straight edge. Yeah. Straight edge was always in that contradiction of constantly like you've got people who are straight up just trying to live a better life versus now it's a thing and we beat up the people who smoke cigarettes, kind of, right? So it's always been that way, and it sucks, so.
Yeah, and I kind of lived in both worlds, to be honest, because my first show was Poison Idea. But anyway, I was just thinking about how, like, even within the range, I guess this is going back to Bourdieu to some extent, but even within the range of the punk scene, with all of its norms of, being mostly focused on kind of like a more authenticity, kind of authentic, like, militant screaming and outburst type of a aesthetic on one side, but then also having this attempt after Revolution Summer with emo to create much more like emotionally complex and just creating new norms, basically, which is kind of like a Nietzschean thing that I think you could say that Fugazi was doing and Race to Spring were doing. In some ways, they were taking the material of punk, which started, in this other realm, and turning it into something that was more, it was a lot more complex and a lot more, saying a lot more and going a lot further in different directions than like the original idea, which was just sort of, I mean, I personally, people always lionize like early 80s and late 70s punk, and I personally think that, at least from a political perspective, the truly radical punk actually was in the 90s. It was actually in the exact decade that we think of, like the late 80s through the late 80s through late 90s, I would say, was really the heyday of like political punk, like really political punk. And that time period in those cultures, in some ways it's Fugazi and the DC Discord scene. In other ways, the anarcho-punk scene, which Poison Ideas also was at odds with them, even though the anarcho-punk sound was almost, they all loved Poison Idea and they were very similar culturally to them, except that they were like hyper political, yeah.
So basically the piece that you're working on here and that is related to all of this stuff that you've been thinking out as you map out this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess all I'll say for now is that it's you've whetted my appetite. You got a lot of people in the live chat really excited. I know Nance, who's been along for the last almost what is it? It's almost like 27 hours of streaming or something. Like, he's been on for the whole thing, and he's like, I'm getting so pumped off this. And so, when me and him, when we've been at it for so long and we're still getting pumped off of something, it's good. Yeah. So let's talk about this again soon. Once the piece is in, we'll talk about it more. And for now, I just hope you have a good rest of your night, man. And I wish that we had time for the Q&A right now, but we're just gonna have to go. So,
no problem. All right.
Thank you so much.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye. And then, folks, I'm rolling PSA, and we'll be right back.
And now a quick message from our sponsors. Just kidding. This will be neither quick nor from any corporate or state sponsorship. What follows is a description of Theory Underground, a thank you to its patrons, information about the upcoming tour, and 3 brand new courses that you might want to enroll in. Stay for the whole thing to get promo codes to save on those courses or information about the financial aid scholarship.
Theory Underground is a philosophy lecture course gated social media site and publishing house by and for working class intellectuals and renegade academics. The subject matters dealt with at Theory Underground are the most important, yet neglected for understanding ourselves, the world, and ways of possibly changing it.
Because we have no corporate or state sponsors, only a small band of patrons, everything in this first year of operation helps immensely. Special thank yous to Bert, Nance, Marilyn, Carl, and Adam for your help in the $50 per month patron tier. If you want to help but the $50 tier is too much, consider donating towards meals and gasoline via Venmo or PayPal.
The gasoline is for our countrywide tour of the U.S., where we aim to meet with supporters of this effort and do events to draw in new people who do not necessarily belong to marketing demographics predetermined by the attention economy. We will be giving lectures, leading discussions, and promoting several brand new books. Our goal is to only go to towns and cities where we have personal invitations from at least one person. We are doing this underground style, which, for the hardcore punk scene in the US, meant coming for long enough to get to know the area and do multiple events, not this modern treadmill of a new city each night in an attempt to maximize fame and profit. If you are interested in being a host, guide, or volunteer, then please fill out the form at https://theoryunderground.com/us-tour-2023. In an attempt to utilize the resources made publicly available, we will be using libraries for most of our events. So if you have a local library card and can reserve a space for us, we would most appreciate it. Alternatively, some of you might have access to pretty epic venue spaces. Just let us know ahead of time.
Now for the courses. The 3 upcoming courses are What is Sex?, Digital Literacy and CMT, Critical Media Theory, and Being and Time. All courses at Theory Underground are available after the fact on demand, but some people get a lot more out of doing it live with a cohort.
If you are looking to think deeply about the devices we have become reliant on while experimenting with new ways of reclaiming your attention span and relationship with yourself and others, then check out Digital Literacy and Critical Media Theory, a course that is structured to combat the attention economy while strategically using some of its tools to help us gain a freer relationship to our devices. If interested, an introduction to this course will be shared at the end of this video. Just make sure to click on it. The lectures for this course take place on the second Sunday of every month for 6 months, starting in May. If you sign up at Tier 3, you also get access to the recovery group component, which also meets once per month. Enroll with promo code CMTEarlyBirdYT before May 13th for 20% off.
If you are frustrated by the discourse revolving around gender ideology, left and right, then join us in thinking deeper about sex. Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal is joining up with Theory Underground to teach Alenka Zupanchik's What is Sex?, one of the most succinct and cutting-edge works of theory dealing with the topic. Zupančik is one of the Slovenian circle's most incisive critics of both naive progressivism and reactionary tendencies when it comes to thinking about the relationship between sex, culture, and subjectivity. If interested, watch 3 Reasons to Read What is Sex, which will be shared on screen at the end of this video. What is Sex begins in May and goes through June, meeting for 4 lecture sessions, and, surprise, you will actually get to meet Alenka Zupančik herself. Use promo code WHATISSEXEARLYBIRDYT before May 7th for 20% off.
And just so you know, everybody, don't stress the capitalization. I just make it that way so it's more readable. It's not case sensitive. Being in Time is one of the most notorious, profound, and difficult works of philosophy from the last 200 years. Its deconstruction of modernity and fundamental challenge to scientism is a prerequisite rite of passage for any thinker who wants to seriously engage with continental philosophy, social theory, or world change. In this course, you will learn about what Heidegger means by being in the world, Dasein, being unto death, and so many other crucial developments. But more important than all these buzzwords is just taking on this work itself and wrestling with the text. Doing so will rapidly accelerate your reading comprehension abilities and simultaneously challenge some of your most deep-seated presuppositions. As before, an introductory video to this course is shared on the end screen of this video, or can be accessed from the links in the description. Being in Time Division 1 starts in June and ends July 22nd. Division 2 begins August 19th and goes through October. To sign up for Division 1 today, use the promo code BEINGINTIME before the end of May for 20% off.
If you feel obstructed by the cost of these courses, then we have good news. But before getting into the financial aid info, why are there even price tags at all, much less tiered pricing? First, because some people just want to audit, whereas others want constructive critical feedback or even one-on-one sessions. The tiers exist so that you can get the value you are seeking while compensating me, Dave, fairly for the time and energy required.
Second, the prices set for these courses aim to make Theory Underground sustainable, meaning that it will bring in enough to pay for the costs of the operation, including my personal bills, since I want to be a co-earner in the household when my soon-to-be wife and I start a family.
Thirdly, people tend to take the things they pay for more seriously, and we want you to get the most out of this experience.
With those reasons aside, we do not seek to exclude anyone who is struggling just to get by. We have a financial aid scholarship option for people who are currently between jobs or who live in a country on a cheap currency, like many of you who watch from Thailand, India, Mexico, or Poland, to name a few of the residents of some of the people who have already received financial aid scholarships in the last couple of months. Because I know what trying to study theory under the stresses of housing insecurity and poverty is like, the scholarship was set up during the first month of operation. Simply fill it out at https://theory-underground.com/scholarship.
Last but not least, stay tuned for the Theory Underground app, coming soon to an app store near you on your phone.
Yeah, and seriously, thank you for listening or watching to this point, and yeah.
Thanks.
We look forward to taking these courses with you.
Bye.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Theory Underground. I am your host today, David McCarricker, and we're joined by the very patient Tony, aka One Dime. Welcome, One Dime. How's it going, man?
What's up? I'm pretty good. How about you? What you guys been talking about on the stream while I was gone? Because I didn't really get a keep track of it because I was busy throughout the day.
So have you been around? So have you been in and out for any of it in the last 2 days?
No, but I saw we're gonna have Nina Power and Catron, and I was definitely gonna listen to that for sure because you already know when Catron is there. I'm gonna I'm gonna listen to it, even if I don't agree. I'll listen to it.
That's J.M. Adams, who was just on with us, said the exact same thing. Jay was like, I disagree with Platypus on basically everything they write down, but in conversation, I'm always agreeing with them. So, I get that a lot. And basically, I think the way I probably feel similar to you in that I just like someone like Catron is just a powerhouse and a wealth of knowledge, and he is just inherently worthwhile to listen to as an educator. Right. And so
certainly.
Yeah. But before I really answer your main question there is I want to introduce you for the people who are new to you. So this is One Dime. For everyone who doesn't know, basically he makes really good video essays. And I don't just mean like really good. I mean like excellent. And it's actually a problem for him, I think. It actually that puts a little bit too much pressure on his creative process, and he's so productive that he gets really into making these really great video essays that get like 1/100th of the views that they ought to in these kinds of circles. But I also say that he's like the video essayist from LeftTube that I still talk to, right? So I really LeftTube or whatever, right? Yeah. So I respect the work that he does, and I think that it's worth checking out. And so with all that said, though, what would you like to add to that introduction? What's important for people to know?
Sure. I appreciate the compliments for sure. I do put a lot of work into this stuff. Like I really try to research the topics before I get into them. But that's not. People think I've been gone from YouTube for a while, really, because I've been working on some grand project. Unfortunately, that's not the case. It's because really academic life in the background. But I've produced a lot of essays, or a lot of really good essays that I plan to turn into videos. And I have a video coming out that I recorded in September, but I never got around to actually cutting up the audio and making it into a proper video. It's my third and final installment of my series on Russia, on modern Russia. It'll be on the ideology of the Putin regime. I say that it's not actually about the ideology of the Putin regime. I talk about that, but the whole point of it is to show the ideology actually doesn't really matter, because there isn't. But you'll see. It's a very interesting video. But yeah, I do definitely get very into the stuff I'm doing, but I've been taking a bit of a break from YouTube due to other responsibilities, but I plan to kickstart with a bang, certainly in streaming and in videos. I've told you privately, I want to make a video on the Cultural Revolution, because I wrote a very lengthy essay with a lot of research on the Cultural Revolution, Mao's Cultural Revolution.
Right.
That I think will be very useful to some people on the left.
And this is useful because it's kind of a critique of some tendencies today. Is that what it was?
Partially. I mean, I intend to have the first part debunk the kind of propaganda around it, because there's most of the bourgeois books and narratives, certainly narratives and documentaries on the Cultural Revolution are absolutely terrible and inaccurate. Like, it's so bad that I think it might be the most misrepresented event in modern history. I think that it's even more misrepresented than like Bolshevik Revolution, just because it's a very bewildering event. But because of that, if all it will take really is like a closer examination of that event to realize the narratives around it, at least certainly in the West, and even China, modern China itself, are bollocks. A lot of Maoists will kind of believe whatever they want to believe about the Cultural Revolution, and they'll take the kind of Mao's intent from it and not really at all critically analyze what led to the cannibalization, I say implosion, of the Cultural Revolution, because people think it was just like merely defeated by the state, and the state was, of course, crushed it in like a long 6-year process, but it was able to do so because it already imploded. And it cannibalized itself within. And I won't get into too much detail, obviously, it's a crazy topic, but why I think it's useful is because I think the implications of the failure of the Cultural Revolution have actually more interesting implications and lessons for what I believe are like libertarian socialists than, let's say, like Stalinists, because I don't think the Mao experiment was at all similar to Stalinism. It's completely different. It's incomparable.
Right.
But
it tried very hard to not be the same, right? It did try not to be the same, as far as I understand.
Yeah, and it was very different. Like, I think it was one of the most unique experiments of all of actually existing socialism, and in many ways one of the most depressing, because one can't really blame it on like a big bad figure like Stalin, right? So there's no Trotskyist narrative to the Maoist experiment, and there's no the idea that this was a tyrannical project by Mao to control them. It's absurd. Mao unleashed war against his own party. This was like, I didn't want to go into too much detail. This is a rabbit hole, I'll warn you.
Well,
but I will say, I'll recommend the books, which I drew a lot of my insights from. So there's the books that are good for just, if you don't know anything about the Cultural Revolution, there's the best bourgeois historian is definitely, it's a book called Mao's Last Revolution by two bourgeois authors, but they're out of like the kind of liberals type. They're the most impartial, and they also kind of come to the conclusion that the idea that Mao is like this like tyrannical despot just trying to further his own power. No, if anything, he was a crazy utopian who thought you could just like wage the masses against the party. So that's like chronological. And then there's the debunking myths. There's the one the Maoists always recommend called China's Lost Past, I think, something like that. But it's by an author called Mobo Gao. That one gets recommended a lot. He's not actually a Maoist, but that one's good if you just want to debunk little things. Now, the best book, this is the one most important, is called Cultural Revolution and Revolutionary Culture by a guy named Alessandro Russo. I think if one who knows a little bit about the Cultural Revolution, like some background already, that's the best book, because that's the book that actually looks at why did this movement that had moments of unprecedented egalitarian experiments completely implode on itself. So that's a good critical look. If you want to see why it failed, that's a great book. The one by Alessandro Russo. He's a left. He's like a. He used to be he's like a post-Maoist. So he kind of is but very critical. He kind of thinks, what is Maoism? The Maoism posed more questions. You can't really form an ideology of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, because the Cultural Revolution didn't give any solutions. It actually created an existential void in communist debates. In Mao himself, Mao questioned stuff like the dictatorship of the proletariat, questioned class as a category. I mean, it's a serious event. Like, I think this is the most unexamined event in leftist history that people are talking about the USSR. Nobody talks about the Cultural Revolution. I think it's That's why it'll be probably my next big video project, but won't be for a while.
The most people will talk about it is to say that it's either good or bad, right? Like this, you've already provided more nuanced sauce than anything anyone's ever said on the internet about the topic. So it's really nice,
I don't know about that, but certainly most, yeah, you're right. Like they tend to, it's moralistic. Like, it's whether it's bad or good. It's the way revolution in general is treated, kind of like a moral thing, as opposed to an event that one either pays fidelity to and critically examines. That's the way I have this new kind of framework I like to look at revolutions, is if you're on the side of like a radical emancipatory politics, you kind of want to have a fidelity to an event. So like, what is the goal of an event? Meaning you actually want to look at it, but you want to look at it critically, because you can't, to resurrect a lost potential, you can't just fetishize it. You can't just have nostalgia for it. You have to critically look at it, and you have to derive lessons from it. And I'll just say this: the Chinese government in around 1984, under Deng Xiaoping, actually pretty much banned debate on the Cultural Revolution by setting an official narrative on it. The policy of thorough negation, which is interesting because before that there was some debate, a lot of debate in the party as to what this meant. But you would think that they would allow for debate on such a event instead of setting an established narrative, which is the established narrative in China is that it was a complete and utter disaster and the worst thing to ever happen to the party. And in some sense, that's true. But that's the thing. It's a non-dialectical look at it, because there's a lot of very fascinating experiments in worker self-management that occurred in that revolution. That it was the closest, really, any project has gotten to communism, whether it's viewed as a good thing or a bad thing or whatever. Really was, and it was an experiment in like work power to the people. It's like it went farther than all the libertarian socialist projects that people look favorably towards, at least on a mass scale in a country like China. This is not a small local whatever. This is the whole country. It's a massive project. But yeah, no, the Maoists, that's the thing. You'd think that by learning about this, I'll become a Maoist. I remember there's a Maoist YouTuber I talk to frequently, and when I told him what I was doing, he was excited. I'm going to convert to MLM. He was like, MLM one time went. Actually, I came out more skeptical of Maoism.
Okay, that's fascinating. Like I really don't have a basis in the conversation, but you're basically providing this sort of interpretive framework or kind of attitude, kind of approach that I demand from anyone I'm gonna listen to talking about these kinds of issues. I will check out anybody to kind of hear what people say about things, but it's more than taking people with a grain of salt. Like if somebody's they're doing apologetics and that's their plan, I don't like it. And if someone's doing the opposite, they're just doing polemics, I just don't like it. I look for, maybe it is this bourgeois ideal of impartiality, which is stupid and not good when there's.
I totally uphold that though. I think
you do uphold it.
Yeah, I think one should separate their theory and politics. That's a big part of my thing. Like you need to separate how you diagnose society and how you what is your politics you're promoting? Like when are you doing propaganda, and when are you doing analysis and education? And I think the best thinkers kind of do that. Like someone like Marx, for example, in Capital is not the Communist Manifesto.
No.
Completely
No.
different. And Weber is another thing. I think Max Weber is another one of my favorite thinkers who I think embodies this kind of type of thinker who is able to look at reality and almost detach his own politics from it. Even though obviously ideology will bleed into things, like you can't really escape ideology entirely, but you can almost, like Weber comes to a lot of the same conclusions as Marxism. In many ways, what Weber's project is Marxism without class. That's the irony of Weber, and he comes to all these conclusions in his analysis that aren't so good if you're trying to look at capitalism objectively, or liberalism, or modernity objectively.
I'm not really. I have like Weber and Habermas and Durkheim and a couple other like sociologists and anthropologists type thinkers who are fundamental to really having a basis in the field are people that I haven't even had a genuine first encounter with. And so it's like, I really appreciate hearing about Weber and the fact that you, one, appreciate him, but also think that this is a serious issue with him. And so that's fascinating.
It's another video I plan to make because I want to apply a work by Weber called Politics as a Vocation. It's a lecture from a book you can find online called The Vocation Lectures. It's 2 big lectures that are actually so detailed and include so much of his life's analysis that they were made into books. And Politics as a Vocation, I recommend that a lot because not only is that it's filled with so much interesting insight, but it's also it provides a guideline or a suggestion about separating like mass political leaders, bureaucrats, and what those like people who want to be involved in a politics attributes they should have. And the thing is, Weber is not a communist, but Weber has a framework of this idea of the ethic of responsibility and ethic of conviction. Conviction would be like ideology. What are your genuine beliefs? And responsibility is kind of like being able to detach your beliefs from your reality. You're analyzing reality, because or else it's like blind, teaching the blind.
Right.
And I think that's actually useful for leftists. I won't get into why, because this is like a huge thing that I'm building a whole theory off of about myth and politics and whatnot. But I do. Okay, I'll give you an example. A lot of Marxists uncritically, because Marxism posits itself as a science. And I think at its best, Marxism can be a science. Like someone like Althusser is someone who embodies the ideal of using Marxism as a science. Or Nikos Poulantzas, those very like systematic Marxists. Now, Marxism as a politics is absolutely not a science. One should separate that. So when you have people walk around, they say Marxism-Leninism is a science. Marxism-Leninism, Maoism is a science. That is an extremely dangerous thing to believe.
Yeah.
When you believe that kind of thing, you end up actually like imposing ideals onto reality. And this is not just some like phenomenon of people on the internet. I mean, in the Soviet Union, you had agricultural policy that was informed by absolute crackpots. Like, I don't know if you've heard of Lyshenkoism. This was this guy named Lyshenko was
this biology, right?
There's the biology stuff too with another Bolshevik guy named Bogdanov, but that's another rabbit hole. But there's anyway, there's this idea that you could apply historical, like dialectical materialism to cultivation of bread, like agriculture. Yeah. So this was and it was absolute nuts, like just totally insane. Like after Stalin died, this guy was immediately purged. Lyshenko.